Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely, lovely Wednesday in New York City. It's been a great week so far. It's been a great string of shows. Great lineup of guests. Yesterday was a very special day for me, having my family here. Not the first time, but it always feels a little bit different, a little more special when the kids are back there, when they're watching, they're off from school, a couple of cameos. It just really warms my heart. And they've reached an age where they kind of appreciate it. They want to come. I don't know if they want to come to see their dad's work or just to get Raising Cane's.
Probably a little bit of both. Man.
Yeah. But they enjoy it nonetheless. They enjoy coming to the big city. They enjoy coming to the office, and that makes me feel very good. So yesterday was a great day. The chats were great. Paulie was great. Everyone was great. And then after the show, as I told you yesterday, I actually went to Colombia versus Canada in Harrison, New Jersey. Sports Illustrated Stadium, formerly known as Red Bull Arena, which I always thought was a weird name because why would an open-air stadium be called an arena? And I also think it's a little bit weird that Sports Illustrated bought the naming rights to said arena, because Sports Illustrated isn't what it once was, but maybe they're using it as a brand. In any event, we left like 2 hours early and we almost missed kickoff because we start to get there and there is an insane traffic jam. I mean, if anyone's ever been to Sports Illustrated Stadium, Red Bull Arena for a Red Bulls game, or, they'll have, the odd concert or something like that there, you'll know it's a pretty nice venue. It's a pretty nice sized stadium. They built it kind of in the middle of nowhere in Harrison, but they've now done a great job of building things around it. Apartments, restaurants, they've cleaned it up. There's train station, all that and more. But there's just not a lot of parking. And I've been there a few times, but never for a big game. And so I thought that, this place would be 50% full. Why is Colombia playing Canada on a random Tuesday night in October? Well, I couldn't have been more wrong. And as I was charting and tracking the tickets on all the different apps, they weren't going down. In fact, it felt like they were going up, and they were very expensive. I didn't quite understand it. I thought it was a Canadian home game. I couldn't have been more wrong. I feel like I just came back from a trip to Colombia. I feel like I was in Medellin. I feel like I was literally at a Colombian national soccer team home game. This is the national anthem. Do you see how many yellow shirts there are? Do you see how loud it is? Can you feel it? Can you hear it? I was in Colombia last night. I swear. There were no Canadian fans. Just take a listen. Let's listen. Let's listen together. I'm filming this. Those are my kids in a state of shock. Where are we? Anyone know the words? Beautiful. Do you know the words, Andy?
No, I know the Venezuelan one.
No, I know. And that's not because I think that you are from Colombia, but
yeah, they're all
no,
the same.
That's not true. I know the words to France's national anthem. I'm not French. I know the words to God Save the King. God save our great. I know the words. So you lived closer. So that's all.
Similar
nice
colored
save.
flags.
Everyone relax. Anyway, if you're wondering what it sounded like when the Canadian national anthem played, here it is. And by the way, you'll notice a familiar voice.
Like a real songbird.
No one's singing.
Similar enthusiasm, let's say.
Yeah. Chills.
Man, 8:30 p.m.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a late kick.
Guys, the game was supposed to start at 8. It's just like they casually decided to start it at 8:30. There was no. So we parked 30 minutes away from the arena and sprinted a mile and a half to try to make it in time for the anthem. And then we get there at 7:57 and we're like sweating, huffing and puffing. And we're like, okay, what's happening here? What's going on? Why are we starting 30 minutes late? I got to say though, I was blown away by the patriotism, by the enthusiasm, by the crowd. They were treating this like it was a true World Cup qualifier. In fact, it was just a friendly. But what I realized was Colombia is playing these games around the Northeast, around America, because I think they can just charge more and there's a huge fan base here and they can make a lot of money here and it makes sense. They've already qualified. They're going to Citi Field next month to play Nigeria. All the ads were in Spanish. They were all like it was like a Colombian cell phone, Colombian betting company. The PA announcer was speaking in Spanish the whole time. Even Canada was spelt with the little accent aigu thing on the back of the A. It was like
an important question.
Yes.
When they called for goals, did
Yeah.
they say it in Spanish or in English?
Well, in the end, it ended 0-0.
Never mind.
Unfortunately, 0-0. But I tweeted it. Jonathan David scored in what should have been a goal, and they called it an offside. I will say the refs were a little comme ci, comme ça, a few favorable calls, but we had tremendous seats. I mean, did I give a video? No, I don't think I gave a video. I mean, the intensity. Here we are, and this is how nice the people were. I forgot my flag, so I just held up my sweatshirt, my hoodie as my flag, as you can see, repping the red and white. We took a couple of pictures like that, and then the fans in front of us who were like looking at us said, no, you have to take it like this. And they put those hats on my kids' heads and they loved it. Those were not our hats. Everyone was so kind. Everyone was so nice. They were into it. There were a couple times where they almost scored and everyone, it was deafening. It was such a privilege to be there. I had such a good time. If you are in the Northeast area and Colombia is playing, go watch. If you have no rooting interest, go watch. Got to see Luis Diaz, got to see James Rodriguez, got to see, of course, my boys, Jonathan David, and Larea was great. Alistair Johnston didn't play. Got to see my boy, Tejon Buchanan of Syracuse. Anyway, it was a great time. It made me so excited for the World Cup. Made me think that it's going to be an absolute mess of a situation as far as parking and driving and all that when the World Cup comes to the U.S. and Canada and Mexico next summer. But I had a grand old time. So shout out to the Colombian fans. Shout out to Colombia. Good luck to you guys. I actually took it as a victory. I thought 0-0 against Colombia, considering we lost to Australia on Friday, was a nice little result for us. Composed, poised, relaxed out there, aggressive. I thought it was a really nice game. So that's what I did last night. And that's why I'm feeling good about life, despite the fact that my other sports teams are all faltering at the moment. We are very excited, guys, about Game 3. We're excited about Game 3 today in Seattle. We're very excited about that. And we're very excited about today's show. In about 22 minutes' time, we're going to be joined by Sean Brady, who is fighting Michael Morales. We got Ian Machado Gary's side of the story. More on him in a second. Yesterday, we're learning more about the whole welterweight title picture. We know JDM versus Islam on November 15th. Let's hear from Sean and why this fight is happening and not the Gary fight or some other fight. So we'll talk to him about that at about 1:35. At about 2 o'clock, a young man named Steven Spice, who you may not be familiar with, but you will no doubt fall in love with, is going to join us to talk about his life, his journey, and you'll understand why he's on the show when he comes on. Just trust me on this one. His name is Steven Spice, and he's an inspiration. At about 2:20, the legendary former two-division boxing champion Danny Swift Garcia, is this close to calling it a career. He came out of retirement in 2022, had another fight in 2024, but he's saying this is his swan song. And this Saturday in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center, we'll have his final fight there. No one has headlined more events as far as boxing is concerned at Barclays. This will be his 10th. His first one was in 2012. He's going up against a guy named Danny Gonzalez of Queens. This fight will air on Millions.co pay-per-view. He has one, maybe two fights left. We're seeing Jaron Boots Ennis do his thing coming out of Philly. He was a guy who represented Philly on the biggest of stages. He had a great interview in 2022 with Jim Gray after his first comeback, if you will. and he talked about mental health and everything that he was dealing with. I'm looking forward to having Danny Garcia in studio to talk about this fight and his career coming up at about 2:20. Hopefully it goes better than the Paulie Malignaggi chat. At 3 o'clock, my friends, perhaps my favorite writer in all of sports will be stopping by. His name is Jeff Pearlman. He has written 10 books and soon to be 11. Well, technically he wrote the 11th. It's right here. But this book comes out next week, October 21st to be exact. It's called Only God Can Judge Me: The Many Lives of Tupac Shakur. It's his first non-sports book. But let me tell you, if you're a fan of Jeff Pearlman's, you should read this. If you're a fan of Tupac Shakur's, you should read this. If you are a fan of good writing and journalism and research, you need to read this. I was blown away by the research, by the journalism, the investigative journalism. It's an unbelievable read. It really is. And he's doing great things. He's huge on YouTube. He's got a great YouTube channel. He's got a great podcast. He's got great stuff on TikTok as well. He's written books on the USFL, on Bo Jackson, on Brett Favre, on the Kobe, Shaq, Phil Jackson Lakers, on the Showtime Lakers. I mean, he's really a prolific writer. He's, I believe, 7 times on the New York Times bestseller list. We'll have to confirm that with him. One great story right off the bat starts the book, and I want him to tell it, if he wants to tell it, about the song Brenda's Got a Baby. Highly recommend it. And I know it's a bit of a different chat for this show, but I hold him in the highest of regards, and I hope you will understand why if you're unfamiliar with him. Just a great writer, a great journalist, formerly of Sports Illustrated. The story that kind of put him on the map was the John Rocker story back in 1999, the 7 Train, the Mets, all that stuff. And I had him on the Ariel Helwani Show when we were just relaunching the podcast back in 22. On Air Jordan was helping me out with that as well, TST, and it was a great chat. I'm really looking forward to having him in studio. And then we'll round out the day, my friends, with the master of the diamond cutter. Not the thing that Sergio Pettis was doing after the win a couple weeks ago, the actual diamond cutter, Diamond Dallas Page, the prolific, the inimitable, the one and only DDP. Bang, down, 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 down. Great storyteller. The master of DDP yoga. He's got a new show out on Tubi called Change or Die. He's doing incredible things. He's one of the most inspirational human beings I've ever come across, motivational as well, helping everyone out under the sun. He's got a lot of exciting things to talk about. And so DDP will join us in studio as well. That's 3 in-studio guests today, plus arguably the number 1 contender in the welterweight division. Something for everyone, I like to say, truly, on this program. And I'm always proud of that. Always loving to expose people to new characters, go deeper with some old faces, and obviously talk about the news of the day. I mentioned Ian Gary. I was curious. Pete, I didn't ask you this, so I apologize if I'm putting you on the spot. Did you watch Ian's interview on the show yesterday?
I did. Of course I did.
I'm always curious to get your take on Ian because you've known him for so long, and I found that there was an intensity, especially at the end, to him. He's very much pushing this, I'm going to finish this guy, angle, which I kind of feel like is just putting unnecessary pressure on himself because Bilal, as we've talked about, like, he doesn't get finished easily. Last time he got finished was 2016. He's a hard guy to put out, especially in 3 rounds. Just curious as to what you took away, what you thought of the interview, and how Ian came across.
I think I completely understand why he's looking at this fight and thinking he can do some serious work here. I think he's looking at the version of Bilal that fought JDM and thinking, if he comes and fights me like that, I think that's an easy night's work for me. And I think he's right about that. I genuinely think that Gary is a very confusing striker. I think people don't realize how confusing he is until they get in there with him. Like, Pratchett is a great example. Look at him since that fight. Look at him in there in that fight. Look at Michael Venom Page, a guy who spent his life striking. He's in there with Ian, and it's a lot more complicated. And look, he is dynamic against MVP. We saw him shooting takedowns and things like that. I think he means everything he says, but at the same time, I agree with you. I think in some ways he's a guy that, has a contentious relationship with a lot of the fan base, and I think he provides them with a stick to beat him with sometimes in the lead up to a fight when he's saying it's a finisher. I've got to get a finish here. If I finish this guy, I get a title. I actually agree with that. I think if he does finish Bilal, I think that's going to be hard for any of this other welterweight closer to top. And again, understand if he comes out like he did against JDM, why Ian would be so confident about that. But at the same time, he's kind of given the UFC an out, and he's given the fan base a stick to beat him with if he doesn't end up doing that in November.
I think it's going to be one of those cases where it's like, all right, who looked the best, right?
Yeah.
I don't even think. Look, you finish Bilal, you're probably in pole position, but there's so many fights happening in that 1 week stretch, 7 days, as we talked about. Prates and Leon, Sean Brady and Morales, Gary and Bilal. It's not good enough to win. It's really not. Like I thought it was a shoe-in, Brady versus Gary. That's the fight, number one contender. It's right there. By the way, we still don't know what's up with Shavkat. I'm still trying to figure that out. But the point is, those guys kind of all have to have that mentality. Like anyone who wins via decision is out. You have to do something spectacular. Now, if they all win via decision, that's a different story. But I think he's right to have that mentality. He is putting a lot of pressure. It is not easy to do that. But I think one person has to get a finish in spectacular fashion in order to separate themselves from the pack, because if not, you're not getting that title shot. And I don't think, I heard Sean Brady say it on his podcast, and we'll talk to him about it. Like the rankings don't mean anything. They really don't, because if they did, it would be Brady versus Gary or Shavkat who's coming back. Like if Michael Morales gets an incredible knockout, if Prates knocks out Leon, those guys might get the next title shot.
Absolutely. And look, this is a perfect microcosm of what you're explaining here. Prates could end up in that situation, and he's been beaten by Ian Gary. Ian Gary has been beaten by Shavkat, yet if he goes in and does something against Bilal, he will leap ahead too. Like this, the currency in this sport is spectacle. And if you are going in there and you're putting an exclamation mark on your performance, it will push you to the top of the queue. I think Ian is the hardest task there in terms of finishing Bilal. I think when I look at like Brady,
couldn't agree more.
At Morales, I think Brady can have a like if his strength is where Morales' weaknesses is. Also, Morales hits like a juggernaut. We've seen Sean Brady get knocked out. I think either of those guys could win in spectacular fashion. I think against Bilal, it's very difficult. We saw the shots that Bilal took against JDM. Like they were substantial shots, and he kept coming forward. I think the biggest path to victory with Bilal, he probably believes, lies in his wrestling. Ian's wrestling's looked very good, to be fair to him. You know, he has never looked completely uncomfortable as far as in a grappling contest. I'm very intrigued to see if that happens, but I do feel like Bilal needs to have an intensity to these 3 rounds. I keep going back and forth thinking about who the 3 rounds suits more. Ian also talked about yesterday being a bit lighter. Like he's a very tall and rangy welterweight, but he isn't the heaviest of welterweight. I wonder if that also can work both ways, right? Like you're thinking about Ian's style. He's a slick striker. He strikes from the outside. Having a bit less weight and being even more slick than he was before will probably help that style of fight. Yet a power double against a guy who's a bit lighter, and Bilal is an absolute unit. I can see that working in his favor too. It's very, very interesting. He set himself up here in terms of if it isn't a finish,
it will feel,
give me this.
Yep. It will feel underwhelming. I agree. I can't wait. I can't wait for that stretch. That MSG card is phenomenal. That Qatar co-main is amazing. We talked about those 2 events in early November. I think it's 1st and 8th. Those are a little tough. But then the back end of November is fantastic. This weekend, we have PFL Africa 3. We've got Octagon 78. We've got the return of Phil DeFries. I wish there was a way for Phil DeFries to get more love. He's headlining KSW 111. I wish he could get more love, but I understand it's over in Poland. And then you've got a nice little card back in the True North, Strong and Free, Canada, in Vancouver to be exact, one of the most beautiful cities in all of North America. RDR, Renata Ritter against Brendan Allen. You heard it from Claire herself yesterday. She's backing RDR. Kevin Holland against Mike Malott. Marlon Vera against Eamon Zahabi. Mano Fiorot against Jasmine Jasdavicius. So love the fact that there's 3 Canadians in the top 4 fights. Cody Gibson on there, Kyle Nelson, Matt Frivola, Charles Jourdain. There's some good, there's some good Canadian talent. It's a solid card, and they had a nice little, very Canadian-like face-off a couple of days ago. RDR saying he hates the face-offs and he thinks that they are a little bit awkward. Here they are in the great outdoors. Do we have this? Yeah, look at these guys. Look at this. This is as Canadian as it gets. A beautiful day. You got the Rockies behind them. It was
Let's see the
supposed
lad
to.
going for double denim.
Yeah, yeah. That's, by the way, that's kind of a Canadian tuxedo. You need the denim on top and bottom, but yeah. It was supposed to be RDR versus Fluffy. We talked about the fact that Fluffy isn't involved. It feels like it's RDR's, it's RDR's chance to take that next step. Obviously, we have Nasruddin. We think it's going to be Nasruddin against Hamzat. They haven't really quite said that, but RDR could do something spectacular here and put himself in an incredible spot and really, wins here, and very strong case for one of the breakout stars of 2025, because I don't think a lot of people thought this was going to happen. I think a lot of people thought that Bo Nickel would beat him and he would just kind of be a guy on the roster. So look at him now. Speaking of guys on the roster, and this is not a knock as far as a transition is concerned, but they did wrap up Contender Series yesterday, this season of Contender Series, and it's been going on amazingly for almost 10 years now. As far as
it's crazy.
Yeah, it is insane. It feels like it was like 3 years, right? It really does. How about the fact that they've given out in the history of Contender Series 292 contracts as a result of that show? This particular season had the most KOs and most subs on it, and they gave out 46 contracts. Now, when Dana White reads off these stats, he does kind of read them off as like, oh, we broke records, but ultimately they decide. Like, they can decide whether or not they give 6 contracts, 1 contract, 3 contracts. I'm not hating, but they're the ones who are ultimately breaking their own record here. Bottom line, you got to give the fighters credit. There's been some great performances, great finishes, great knockouts, great subs. And it's good to have these guys on because they're willing to fight on short notice. They're willing to, fight relatively cheap. And you're able to build up stars. 292 is
entry-level contracts.
Entry-level contracts. It's a nice little number. Now, my friend Sandhu, Chamatkar Sandhu, had this post on his social media. Season 1 PT 2017. I remember it was going on around the Maymac press tour. That's when it first launched. They gave out 16 contracts. 2018 Season 2, 23 contracts. Season 3, 2019, 30 contracts. 2020 Season 4, 37. Season 5, 21, 39 contracts. 2022 Season 6, 43. 2023 Season 7, 46. 2024 Season 8, 42. And this past one, Season 9, 46. So it's grown from 16 in 2017 to 46 in 2025. Does that say anything? Or like Brendan Allen wins that fight, the exact same fight in 2025. Does he get a contract? It feels like the standard has shifted for whatever reason. I don't know why, but
you're trying to say Brendan Loughnane should have got a contract back
what did
then?
I say? I said Brendan Allen. Excuse me. Brendan Loughnane. No. Of course. I'm just saying, is that not even a thing? Because I feel like that ended up being a good thing for Brendan Loughnane. He got big stuff from PFL, big contract, big money. It's all worked out for him. Of course, I know he wanted to be in the UFC, but it kind of ended up being part of his identity, which isn't the worst thing to have a gimmick like that. It just seems like the standard has changed a little bit since it first started.
Yeah, and look, they have way more events that they have to fill up as well. And, we talk about the tier system with events, and there's a lot of Apex cards that, aren't as intriguing as your pay-per-views, as your location fight nights. They're just, they don't have the same caliber there, and they populate a lot of these guys in those cards. I think it's perfect for fueling the UFC machine. And that's exactly why I think everybody loves it so much. And they've told people that there is a different emphasis when you're fighting on Contender Series. We're looking for killers. Dana White famously told Brendan Loughnane that first season. And that's what they go in there to do. It even last night's show, as an example, just full of spellbinding KOs, like really spectacular stuff. But I do have concerns in terms of what it's done to the regional promotions. I know that's a bit of a deep dive, but a lot of these fighters are getting rushed into these situations and straight into the UFC, and they can get ate up and spat out a lot quicker. I think they've changed the focus of regional promotions, particularly ones with management arms who want to get their guys into the UFC, want to keep the machine moving, rather than what we used to have, the champion like McGregor, like Ian Gary, Paddy Pimblett, guys who were built up regionally and were basically superstars before they were walking in the door of the UFC. I think that's happening a lot less because they're fed into this machine a lot quicker. And just a note on Dana White's press conference last night, he said like they're going to start doing these internationally. I think that's a bigger conflict again for the likes of your Cage Warriors, for the other promotions, LFAs, whatever it is on
Octagon.
UFC Fight Pass. Yeah, I mean, if they're taking these shows on the road, I wonder if that's cutting into their pie a bit, you know? But I'd imagine they'll start in Abu Dhabi and things like that. I doubt we're going to have them popping up in London for absolutely no reason. Maybe one will coincide with the London shows while they're over there. But I think it's all great for the UFC. It all feeds the UFC's business model very, very well. Just everyone else, I think they might have slight concerns about that. Although I do see the regional promotions shifting their focus, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the management arms and things like that.
It wasn't an official announcement, but Dana White was asked by, I do believe, Oscar Willis of the Mac Life, hey, what's up with Contender Series? That was the last sort of piece left as far as all the rights deals, the big story of 2025. And again, there's no press release, there's no official announcement, but he all but said, yeah, all but likely we're going to Paramount as well. And so I never believed, some people I was talking to said like, you know what, maybe ESPN keeps it because it's just good content, there's a fan base, it stars before, but I never believed if ESPN wasn't going to be in the UFC business, why would they keep this? It doesn't make any sense. And if Paramount is all in on the UFC business, why wouldn't you want the fights that get the fighters into the UFC? And so in case you were wondering, and in case you missed it, and in case you're a big fan of the product, of the brand, it sounds like as far as America is concerned, Dana White Contender Series is going to be on Paramount beginning in 2026. There's still, if you're keeping tabs on the TKO rights deal pie, there's still some things that they can sell off. There's AAA. As far as Lucha Libre is concerned, they own that. There's the WWE library, but we're starting to cross them all out, and they're going to be, they're going to be pretty well put. There's a lot of big stories to follow in 2026, as we talked about yesterday regarding rights deals. And for those that may not be interested in this, like this really dictates the health of a promotion, how much they can pay fighters and how many events they can put on. You're looking at Top Rank right now. They're in a state of purgatory. Nothing can happen. They can't put on fights because they don't have a broadcast deal here in America. The PFL's deal is up in 2026 at the end of 26. Matchroom's deal is up at the end of 2026 with DAZN as well. I would say those are the two biggest ones. There's some other ones that are probably going to pop up as well, but those are the ones that I'm really looking forward to seeing how they play out. Who watches Contender Series here religiously? I feel like GC is a big Contender Series guy. Is that accurate?
I would not say religiously. Of the 10 episodes that they did this fall, I probably watched
start to finish.
Start to finish, I only watched like 3 of them. But watched some, probably like 7 of the 10, and then like you're seeing clips from all of them. I think the guy was Juan Diaz last night, the dude with the spinning back elbow that like echoed throughout the entire arena. So like I at least keep up on the results and everything like that. Religious is an overstatement.
Can I ask? I did see that there was a different play-by-play guy this time, and I didn't recognize him. Did you notice? No.
I didn't tune in live last night. I only saw the highlights.
Okay. I was just curious if I was at the soccer game. I was curious if
you didn't double screen it. You didn't pull it up on the phone.
You know what?
One AirPod in, opposite side of the kids.
Truth be told,
Anthony Joshua.
Truth be told, awful reception in there. I mean, of all the good things I said, there were so many people.
I was gonna say it happens when there's the.
I'd say you were furious about that, were you?
No, it was good.
Tough.
You were in the bathroom stall stream.
As we're talking about the consumption of Dana White's Contender Series,
yes.
Is it not the perfect social media product? Is it not the perfect 2025 social media product? Like, truth be told, I don't know how much value you get out of being the broadcast partner for it, because there will be an audience that tunes in live.
Diehards love it.
Diehards love it, but my point is there's not a lot of backstory. There's not a lot of stakes. You don't really have to tune in. You get the clip on social media and you feel like you consumed it, and you can just kind of consume it that way. I have not watched a single second of it live, but I've seen all the big highlights and knockouts from the. Actually, I went back and watched that like fight of the year contender from last week. But that was the only time I interacted with the actual broadcast version of it. Otherwise, you can consume it fully on social media. They produce this thing, it spreads everywhere, and then in 2 weeks you're going to see half those fighters on a card somewhere because that's what the prelims have become, is like an extension of Dana White's Contender Series. It's a perfect 2025 and beyond product.
Well, even watching it live, it's pretty quick paced. Like you're getting 5 or 6 fights in like 90 minutes to 2 hours. Like it doesn't take up a ton of your time. It also is nice for fans. Like it's midweek. It happens on Tuesday evening. And to your point about like how many knockouts and how many finishes there were, I don't know if it's because of the matchmaking, like they're kind of giving some of these guys squash matches to sort of put on a highlight reel and get signed, or if it's because you say no stakes. Like the UFC contract is the stake. And it's your moment to put on a moment. I don't know if it's because of the matchmaking or if it's because these guys know that they have to put on a performance or they won't get signed. Because it feels like it's a yearly tradition of the first week is kind of shitty and it goes to a lot of decisions, and then the following weeks there's so many finishes. But either way, people love to consume it.
PT talked about how it could hurt the regional promotions, and I agree. I talked about how it's kind of the last thing left that they can sell off. I actually messed up. There is still the Ultimate Fighter, which he was not asked about. But the truth is, nothing killed the Ultimate Fighter quicker than Contender Series, and for good reason. It became obsolete once the Contender Series. I've long said, like, I think the Contender Series is a brilliant thing. It's one of the best. The Contender Series and Apex, peanut butter and jelly. They were two of the most brilliant things that the UFC came up with over the past 8 or so years. Apex was built and Dana said yesterday that they're very close to finishing their renovations, which I'm curious to see how it looks different, what it's all about. Apex was perfect for Contender Series. Contender Series perfect for Apex. You don't need the Ultimate Fighter. You really don't. And it feels like they even pushed the Contender Series guys more than the tough alum once they get to the big show, so to speak. And so I don't know if they're just look. Contender Series, great. It's going to Paramount. That makes all the sense of the world. Do they just throw, tough on there because for some reason Dana White just doesn't want to let it die? I guess. I thought it was going to die in the ESPN era. You'll recall the first like 2-3 years of the ESPN era, tough didn't exist. It was pretty much dead, and then all of a sudden it reemerged. I don't think that there is any value in it whatsoever. Maybe overseas, by the way. You want to do it in China? Makes sense. You want to do it in South America? Makes sense. But here in America with Chael and no, I don't. I don't.
We've been doing a bedside vigil for the Ultimate Fighter for the last decade, and I'd be curious to see how many contracts have come out of those seasons. Because usually, I can remember I was watching it when just a couple of Irish, like Paddy McCurry was in it recently. Arman Shaban, and I was kind of looking into how many of these lads are getting signed, and usually it's just the winners and maybe a couple of other guys. There used to be the Ultimate Fight Night where everybody would get a go and you had a good chance of putting yourself in the mix if you got a good result there. It's just it's dwarfed in comparison to the opportunity that's presented by Contender Series in 2025.
Maybe the route. You remember John Jones and Nate Diaz were on that show in
Russia.
Well, I think it was in Thailand, but it was Russian TV, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I was actually talking.
They're just getting in fights in the kitchen the whole time. It's just like fucking everyone's battering each other in different destinations around the house.
I would just love to know how much they paid John Jones and Nate Diaz to appear. You know what I mean?
A lot of money.
Like those dudes aren't.
You're gonna go into
Thailand.
this kitchen. You're gonna get in a fight, mate. You're gonna get one of these lads. You won't know what he's saying. He's just gonna fucking attack you. So, how much money do you want for that? I'd imagine a lot.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I think that all transpired at the same time that John was like, "Yeah, I'm in." Nah, I'm not in. And I think it was like
he was living his best life.
Yeah.
Don't you know this?
Yeah, that's what it was. I'm out here in Thailand living my best life.
Getting paid.
I saw him on the
It
scooter.
was him like grappling in the pool with like random Russian dudes.
Oh,
By the way,
yeah.
it seemed like he actually was living his best life.
But that was the one where he was on the moped and he's like, you guys are talking about.
He
Look
did like
at me.
the Elon Musk like run off the diving board.
Yes,
Yeah, living
yes.
his best
He
life.
should have a yearly trip there, man. He looked very happy, and I was happy for him.
He looked healthy. I do wonder if he's not on that show and he's not getting paid to live in Thailand and probably film like an hour a day, does he take the Tom fight? Because it did seem he got back, life kind of hit him and he's like, you know what? Maybe I should have taken that 30 million to fight Tom Aspinall.
Wasn't 30 million, I'd imagine now. I can't imagine they came with the 30 million for the kitchen scrap. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? In
For the
Thailand?
reality show.
What did you just say?
By the way,
30
by
million
the way,
for the kitchen scrap.
has PT ever sounded more Irish
I
than
was
he
gonna
did
say
20 seconds ago? What was that? You sounded like Brian Peters, by the way.
30 million for
What
the
was
kitchen
that?
scrap.
Is that how you usually sound? Or do you have a fake accent on this show? Who was that guy?
I don't even know what I said.
I have no idea what you said, how you said it, who that guy was. What is that? Was that Gaelic?
Oh, that was great.
I'm going to go back and watch it. I don't know what the fuck I said.
Sometimes when I have him count to 5, he does it in Gaelic. It throws me off.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
30 million for the kitchen scrap.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
By the way, 30 million Thai baht is about $1 million US. So maybe they offered.
Wait,
baht.
And
is
he
that
was
what
like,
you
30
said?
million? Absolutely.
All right, you just said there.
Oh,
I
my
have to, you know what I mean?
Is that how you speak to your parents and stuff?
when we're talking about 30 million?
No,
Absolutely.
just like that accent, whatever that was.
I don't know what the
This
fuck.
poor
Yeah, I
guy.
just said some words and they hit
No,
us the
it
wrong
was
way. I
just-
think I don't know.
It was so authentic.
Yeah, beautiful.
It was authentically Irish.
I'm actually American. I work on this accent.
This is
a
all.
lot.
You sounded exactly like Katie Taylor's manager, Brian Peters, who sometimes I'm like, "What? Come again? I didn't quite catch that
He's
the
the
first
best. What
time."
a compliment. Thank you.
No, he's a legend. He's an absolute legend. So there you have it. Contender Series coming to Paramount in 2026. Dana was also asked about whether or not he is starting to look at the first Paramount card. You know, everyone's focused on this White House card. What about how they're going to come out of the gates? I think they're going to come out of the gates in a very big way. Now, the question is the first show on Paramount, is it going to be historically, as you guys may recall, it's like they'll usually take a couple of weeks off, Christmas time, and then New Year's time, and then they'll come back with a fight night, you know, like a Calvin Kattar fight night, usually it always feels like, and then they'll come with a pay-per-view. Do they come out of the gates right away, 2026, with a PLE, with a numbered event, because they want everyone to sign up, they want to come out, you know, making some big splash? Or do they come out, you know, with the same type of format that they've had before? I think they'll be back in California, and I think it's going to be Ilya, honestly. The question is, because February they're going to Sydney, or they're going somewhere in Australia, and I don't think they're going to keep him to March. I think that would be a little bit crazy. So, to me, the best way to kick this off is Ilya versus Patty. That's the one that makes the most sense in the world. We have time to figure that all out. It's in about 3 months from now, but we've been talking about exactly 1 month from now, and the 7-day stretch that is one of the most important in welterweight history, because you've got a massive welterweight title fight at the top of the MSG bill. You've got Islam Makhachev moving up from 155 to fight for the 170-pound title against the newly crowned champion Jack Della Maddalena. You've got a fascinating fight between Carlos Prates, who got back on track with the spinning back elbow, going up against the former champion Leon Edwards. You've got the following week, Ian Machado Gary against former champion Bilal Muhammad. And then on November 15th, you also have a fascinating fight that kind of came out of nowhere between Michael Morales, who's on a hot start to his UFC career, against the guy that we thought was going to be fighting in a number one contender fight, the pride of Philadelphia, your friend and mine, the great Sean Brady. And Sean is here to talk to us about that fight. And I can assure you and promise you that he is in fact here. Had a little mishap with his phone, with his technology, so the camera, I'm told, isn't working, but he is actually here. Sean, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, brother? I'm here. Thank you for having me, man.
It's great to talk to you as always. Thank you for joining us, Sean. And I appreciate you very much. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around all of this. I know you talked about it on your podcast. I urge everyone to check out, what is it? The Body Bag Show, right?
Brady Bags.
Brady Bags, excuse me. Body Bags is Joe Piper. It's not just Joe. My bad. Brady Bags. And we had Ian.
Body Bags was in the gym today helping me spar for the fight. So Body Bags is back.
Okay, good to know. Very quick turnaround.
Yeah.
We had Ian on yesterday, but I want to get your side of the story as well, because I thought fait accompli. It made all the sense in the world. You versus Ian, number one contender fight. You have Islam versus JDM, and it's all kind of timing out. How did we end up with Sean Brady versus Mike Morales instead on the MSG card?
So I didn't listen to what's Ian's story? Give me the quick rundown, if you can, of what he said happened between me and him.
Ian said that he was asked to fight you, that he was down, he said that he wanted it to be a number one contender fight. That was the only ask.
Yeah.
That if my memory serves me correct, and guys check me if I'm saying anything wrong back there, if he said that like that kind of was hanging in the air, like he didn't get a response. He was thinking maybe you guys would headline Vancouver, maybe you would headline one of these events happening in the next month or so, and then all of a sudden he saw it was RDR versus Anthony Hernandez. I guess not. And then all of a sudden he said he got Bilal, and he said, you know what? That's the former champion. I'll take it. It's the fight that I wanted because he was the last guy to hold the belt. And he wasn't quite sure why they moved on, other than it seemed like they weren't willing to guarantee that this would be you versus him would be for the number one contender spot.
I mean, that all, like, to Ian's credit, that all sounds pretty accurate. But the only thing that's kind of not accurate is, as far as I know, and you guys talked about it yesterday in your show, the UFC isn't guaranteeing. They're not saying any fight is a number one contender fight anymore. Like, that's not a thing that they're doing. Like, supposedly me and Leon were a number one contender fight back when we fought. I talked to Hunter Campbell personally, and he told me, like, not publicly. He was like, you and Ian are going to be a number one contender. So no, like, I don't think they're publicly saying anything because they want to see how these fights all shake out. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to say one guy's the number one contender if he wins and he has like a lackluster performance. So yeah, I don't think Bilal and Ian are a number one contender. I don't think me and Michael are a number one contender. I don't think Prates and Leon are either. I just think it's whoever performs the best, and then whoever's going to be available when they need you. I think that's going to be how it goes. And that kind of brings me all back to how I got with Michael Morales, because so since Leon, I've only been offered 2 fights besides Morales. It was Ian in Chicago. I said yes. And then it was Ian for this weekend in Vancouver, and I said yes. And that was kind of like the plan. And then eventually, we didn't really hear anything. So Hunter Campbell called me personally, and he was the one who offered me Morales, and he kind of just like gave me the whole landscape, and he kind of said he was going a different way with Ian. And it's kind of how we ended up where we were ending up. They pretty much told me Morales was the only guy available if I wanted to fight this year. So, I'm going to fight like that. And that's kind of how we are where we're at. Like Ian would have been the fight I would have wanted just because we were going back and forth. But in my mind, at the end of the day, Morales is 18-0. I might as well I'm going to have to fight him eventually. I'm going to have to fight all these guys eventually. So I'll get him out of the way now, and then I'll go from there. And that's kind of been my mindset. Like, I want to fight 2 more times this year after I fought Leon. So I definitely wasn't sitting around and waiting until next year to fight. For what? A different matchup. All these guys are great. Ian's great. Bilal's great. Jack's great. Morales is great. All these guys are great fighters in their own different way. And if I'm as good as I say I am, I should be able to beat all of these guys. So why not take out Morales right now and then deal with somebody else after that?
Ian said that, he was down to fight you, but he wanted that guarantee. And it seemed like if he couldn't get that guarantee, he was inclined to take this Bilal fight. Just curious, you said you were down to fight Ian. You said you agreed to in Chicago, Vancouver. Did you ask for any sort of guarantee, or did you just say, yes, let me know?
No. If I beat Leon Edwards the way I beat him in his backyard and I don't get a title shot, nothing's guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not living in a world now where like a lot of people are like, oh, like, why are you fighting and not waiting for the belt? Like, I don't get paid, or I don't get the status I'm trying to get to by waiting around and not fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, fighting is going to solve everything in this. I keep winning fights, I'm going to become undeniable, and eventually they're going to have to give me the title shot. And I'm just not. I feel like guys are getting so, like, even Usman saying he's waiting for a title shot. Like, I'm not waiting for anything. Nothing has ever gone good for anybody in the UFC who's kind of just sat around and waited. So I'm not doing that. I got the chance to fight an hour and 15 minutes away from my house. I don't have to take a flight anywhere. It's at MSG. Like, it's amazing. It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm going to go out there and do what I do. Fighters fight, and I'm going to go fight in a month from now.
So you're saying all the right things, in my opinion, but I'm just curious, are you or were you disappointed when it didn't quite work out the way you thought it was going to work out post Leon fight?
Yeah and no, and that's kind of my career's kind of going that way. Like it's some things are supposed to happen the way I think they were going to, and then they don't happen. Like if I go back and I look at my career, like I thought I was 100% like fighting Bilal. I was going to beat Bilal, and then I was going to become a champion after that. Turns out I wasn't ready in that moment. So everything that's kind of happened in my career has gotten me to where I'm at right now. And I just have another opportunity to go out there and shock the world and show everybody that I'm the best welterweight in the world. And that's what I'm going to do. But yes, of course. Like I want to fight Ian and I want to fight all these other guys. And like I even said that to Hunter. I was like talking about the rankings, and he was like, the rankings really don't matter. He was like they like at the end of the day, the UFC is going to put whoever they want in there for the belt. So I'm not really too concerned with the rankings. I just beat the number one guy. So I go out here, I beat an 18-0 kid, young, hungry, up and comer. And then, like I said, undeniable is the word in my mind, and I'll become undeniable after that.
Because these 3 fights, and then 4, of course, if you consider the title fight a part of this tournament, which it technically is, I'm viewing it as an 8-man tournament because they're all happening within 7 days of each other. Do you agree with the sentiment that I talked about at the beginning of the show, which is I don't think a win is enough? And that sucks because I know how hard it is to get a win in the UFC against top-tier talent. I think it's going to be coming down to who wins most spectacularly. A finish, a knockout, a submission, something spectacular, something definitive. I don't think a win is just enough. A decision win gets you to where you want to be. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like I think that's the case right now with middleweight as well. Like, you have Brendan Allen and RDR this weekend. One of those guys RDR could definitely get a title shot if he has an amazing performance, but if he kind of has a lackluster one, he won't get it. And then you have Imavov, like you have like the kind of the same situation at 185 you do at 70. So yeah, I don't think Leon's getting the title shot if he beats Prates. I don't think Bilal is getting a title shot if he beats Ian. So like but I think like me and Morales, obviously both of us are young up and comers. Same thing. I think Ian, if he beats Bilal, depending on how he does it, like he could get the title shot. So yeah, it's really going to be who does it the best in the best way, and then who's not injured, who's ready. Whoever wins out of like, there's just so many things. Like who's going to win out of Jack and Islam? Like there's so many question marks. And then you got Usman out there saying he's getting the next title shot. So yeah, it's a crazy, crazy time in the division. But I'm just happy that fights are finally getting booked, and there's just going to be some movement, because for a while there, like it just right after my fight, I went to Canada. I watched the title fight. I thought like, all right, like this is going to be like I'm going to be fighting soon, and then just nothing. So I'm just happy that I have a fight booked and that we can get the show on the road.
The odd man out, the forgotten man, of course, is Shavkat. Do you think there's any chance that he kind of just waltzes back in there upon returning?
No, there's absolutely no way.
Okay.
He's been out for too long, and that's a fight I asked for that fight here at MSG, and I was just told that he wasn't going to be ready yet. And then I think he came out recently and said January or February is when he was returning. So maybe they do him and Kamaru or something like that. But yeah, there's going to be too much happening in the next 2 months that he's just going to walk out from his injury and get a title shot. Like I just can't see it happening.
I like that idea, him versus Kamaru, whenever he returns.
You see that? The UFC should hire me.
I like that. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't thinking of that, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Work his way back in there. It's been too long.
Exactly.
Perhaps a tough question, I recognize. Who do you think the UFC wants to emerge from this pack?
Probably Prates.
You think so?
I know I think Prates, like, he has a very fan-friendly style, the spinning elbows, the Muay Thai, the smoking the cigarettes, you know what I'm saying? So like, and I'm a realist, and I can sit back and say like, yeah, like they'd rather him than it's because at the end of the day, it's becoming the entertainment business, right? And it's not who's the best fighter who can dominate. And we've seen this like even with like takedowns, like you can't just take people down anymore. You have to be doing damage and doing all these different things, or else you're getting stood up. So it's just becoming more of an entertainment business. And I'm sure they would like for him to come out on top of all this. But I think Leon's gonna. I think it's gonna be a fun stylistic fight. I'm looking forward to watching it, and I'm kind of favoring Leon in that fight. So Leon could kind
Wow.
of. I don't think Leon's gonna go 0 for 3. Like he's a great fighter. I can't see him losing 3 in a row. So I think he's gonna play spoiler to that fight.
Wow. By the way, the complete opposite take of Ian. Ian was definitive in his stance that Leon is shot and that he's about to get smoked, like smoked, he said.
Yeah. Well, I know. I think they had like some kind of beef or something like
Yeah.
that. So, but yeah, no, I don't think Leon is. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Leon's that kind of guy. I don't think he's going to let himself go 0-3.
How do you think they feel about Michael Morales?
I'm sure they feel good about him. He's young. He's 18-0. He's got a whole country of Ecuador behind him, so I'm sure that's a good market. Like they would like to tap into. But like we know how it goes. Like there's all these guys who are young up and comers, and then they fight somebody and they take their first loss, and nothing bad. Like not saying it's a bad thing, but same thing with me. I was 5-0, and then the one fight like I was like, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to smoke Bilal. And that was the fight I lost, you know? So, yeah, like the universe has a way of setting everything right. And, yeah, I'm sure they want him to do good, but unfortunately for them and him, he's got to fight me.
He's looked very good. I'm just wondering from your perspective, you've obviously watched him. I'm sure you've kept your eye on him. Perhaps you didn't think he'd be on the radar this soon, but the Gilbert Burns win from back in May, the Magny win, Jake Matthews, Griffin, etc. What do you make of him? What do you see when you see him fight? What do you think of his fighting style?
Big, strong, athletic. I don't think he's been tested the way he should have been yet, but I thought Gilbert was going to in that only round that we've seen a lot of good things from Gilbert. I think Gilbert, if he could have kept doing what he was doing, and obviously he got caught, I think Gilbert could have gave him a run for his money. But yeah, I mean he's looked great. He's undefeated. I think he's 5-0 or 6-0 in the UFC. Won on the Contender Series, and he's got a lot of finishes. So yeah, he's definitely a hard puzzle to solve, but like I said in the beginning, he's going to be around. We're all going to be around, so we're all going to be fighting each other. So for me, it's like, why not just do it now? You know, I don't get paid to sit on the sidelines. I don't get more rank, like any more status as like being the number one contender by just sitting on the sidelines. So yeah, and I got a new deal out of this fight. So,
Oh wow.
yeah. So me and Hunter had a great conversation. I got a new deal, and yeah, so it's all positives for me. I get to fight. I get to fight close to home. I got an opponent that's making me train harder than I've ever trained. It's only a 3-round fight, so I don't have to do the extra rounds that I've been getting ready for the 5-round fight. So there's less wear and tear. So yeah, it's exciting. I'm very happy. And would I like to fight Bilal? Yeah, I want to fight Bilal so bad. I want to get that one back. Do I want to fight Ian? Yes. Do I want to fight Kamaru? Yes. But this was what was presented to me, and I said yes to 3 fights this year, and this is the one 4 fights this year. This is the one that I'm going to get.
Respect. You just said that you think Leon actually beats Carlos. I wanted to ask you about the other fights in that stretch. I've heard you say you think JDM beats Islam. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And if so, why?
Yeah. I just think that JDM has a very hard style to deal with for somebody like Islam, and I say that being a grappler, because he'll be a very tough fight for me. He hits hard on the feet. He has amazing movement. His defense is really good. His takedown defense has gotten a lot better since the Gilbert fight. He is very hard. He's easier to take down than he is to hold down. He scrambles very well in the ground. So I just think that it's going to be a very tough fight for Islam. But Islam could. I say all that just to say Islam could go out there and just do what he does. He looks big. He looks strong. I've seen some videos of him recently. So it's finally, and it took almost the entire year, but it's finally a good point for the welterweights again. We got a lot of good stuff going to happen in the next 5-6 weeks.
And what about Ian versus Bilal the following week in Qatar? Who are you leaning towards?
That's a That's a good one too. I think Bilal knows how to win, and I think Bilal is planning on going out there and implementing the same game plan he probably did against Leon. Maybe hit him with some Canelo hands, you know. But no, I like Bilal, and I think Bilal is a very good fighter. I think he's a very smart fighter. And as much as me and Ian have had our back and forths, Ian's a good fighter, and he doesn't lose. He's only lost to Shavkat, and that was a very lackluster back and forth fight. He looked good against Prates besides that last round. So yeah, I'm hoping Ian wins just so I could see him sooner than later. I think if he loses, then that fight won't happen as soon as I would like it to happen. But yeah, I've been offered to fight Ian 2 times this year, and I've seen people. He must have put out a video and people were saying I was ducking Ian. I'm like, I've been trying to fight this dude all year long, and I'm not. And this is where me and Ian are different people. I have proof in my phone of text messages that I've been offered these fights. So I have no reason to lie on my end. I would never lie and say I wasn't offered these fights. And people miscommunicate what I was saying. I've never said Ian was scared to fight me. I'm just saying it was on his end why these fights got drug out, and then eventually the UFC moved on. So I've never said once that he was scared of me. I don't think Ian's scared of anyone. So I hope Ian wins just so I can fight him sooner. But Bilal might do what Bilal does and go out there and get a win. I mean, Bilal stood toe-to-toe with Jack and didn't get dropped. So if he didn't get dropped by Jack, he's not getting dropped by Ian.
By the way, who gets the bigger pop on November 15th, the Ecuadorian or the noted Philadelphia sports fan fighting at the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, in the greatest sports town in the world? Who gets the pop? Who do you think gets the home?
Brother, we're about an hour and 15-minute drive from Philly. We're gonna Philly showing up. I haven't fought this close to home since my CFFC days. So and until they come back to Wells Fargo Center, where Boots just smoked somebody else, this is the closest it's going to get. So yeah, it's Philly's going to be in the house for sure.
Well, I was happy to see Boots get the win, with the Eagles looking so bad, and obviously the Phillies getting bounced. It was nice of the Philadelphia sports fan. Bad Thursday night, right?
Phillies and Eagles. It was a horrible Thursday. We need a Boots.
Yeah,
Boots is making it. He made up for everybody. He's making it look too easy.
And by the way, congrats! I believe your nephew just won a big grappling tournament at, I think, Naga.
Yeah, Naga. Yeah, he's killing it.
How old is he?
He's going to be 11. And
wow!
I'm telling you right now, he's his jiu-jitsu is going to be on a different level. This kid he's first tournament he ever did, he took second place. Next couple ones he did, he took first. So this past 2 weekends ago, he got double gold. So yeah, he's a little killer. So I'm super proud of him. He's actually said I've asked him if he wants to fight, and he doesn't want to fight. I don't think he hasn't got punched, or he does not train in MMA yet. So we'll let him keep doing jiu-jitsu, and it's cool now because there's so many avenues in jiu-jitsu that you can make money and kind of make a living at. And by the time he's old enough, there will be even more. So yeah, I'm super proud of him.
How's fatherhood?
It's the best. I'm watching her. She just woke up.
I can hear her.
I'm watching her on the Nana cam right now. So no, it's great. She's 8 months now. She's super healthy. She's so fun. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And that's another thing that just makes fighting easy, is just knowing that there's so much more to life than what I'm doing with my career. Means a lot to me, but I have way bigger things going on in my life, and fighting only makes them easier. So I'm going to do everything I can in my power to set me, her mother, and her up for life. And that's going to make me a very dangerous man in a month from now.
Well done, Sean. I'll let you get back to your daughter. Keep doing your thing, man. Looking forward to this fight very much. What a freaking fight. What a stretch for the welterweight division. You're, of course, a big part of that. So thank you, as always, for coming on.
Thank you, brother. Yeah,
good luck next month.
What about an in-person interview fight week?
Oh, we're in. We thought you didn't like us. We were, I didn't want to push it anymore.
I'm going to be there now. I have no excuse.
Wow, GC, you hear that? You hear that? He wants back in.
We're waiting, bro.
I'm going to be there fight week.
We're waiting, man.
I think I'm coming up. I'll be up there Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh
Trying
my
to set it up for
dear.
Wednesday.
Are we doing the bike race? Are we doing that?
Nah.
Wow.
He'll take fights against killers like Michael Morales, but won't get on the bike against me, man. Says something.
I'll
Says
be
something.
cutting weight. I'll be cutting.
It'll help you
I
cut
will
weight.
I will come in the studio and I'll do an in-person interview if we
Deal.
can make it happen.
Deal. That would be great. That would be amazing.
Let's
Thank
do
you.
it.
All right.
All
Good
right,
to talk
boys.
to you, Sean. See you
Thank
soon.
you so much.
There he is, the great Sean Brady. What do you think? You think he wants back in?
Nah, he's
No.
scared, bro. He's scared.
By the way, if he's cutting weight, going on the bike for a minute would help the weight cut, no?
We'll add something to the contract. We both have to be in sauna suits.
Oh. Do you have one of those?
I actually do, yeah.
They're actually fun.
Yeah, you sweat
Yeah.
a lot.
You take it off and it's like, I love that
It's
feeling.
disgusting,
And
yeah.
it's
It feels great when you take it off. But
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
all right. Well, something to look forward to. That fight, by the way, that card is exactly a month away, a month from today.
And it's unbelievable.
It's an unbelievable card. As I said yesterday, the main card at MSG and even some of those prelim fights as well. Really, really, really good stuff. All right. Speaking of good stuff, there's a new documentary out right now on Amazon Prime. It features some familiar faces, some familiar names, the likes of Daniel Cormier, the likes of John Cena. It's a very, very heartwarming and motivational and inspirational story, in large part about a young man named Steven Spice. Steven Spice, who is the face and the voice of Steven's wrestling journey, the YouTube channel, also the Instagram page as well. He's had a ton of big names on his channel from the world of wrestling, from the world of combat sports. He is the star of this documentary called Supercar Saints. And like I said, he's got a phenomenal story, and he's kind enough to join us on this Wednesday afternoon. Steven, are you there? What's up, bud?
Yeah, I am.
How are you?
Hi. Good. You?
It's nice to meet you. It's really great to have
Nice
you
to
on
meet
here. Congratulations on all the great things happening in your life. Congratulations on the movie. Have you seen the movie?
Yes, I have actually, and it was very, very good. I think the final product was a lot better than I expected it would be, and I actually loved it like a lot.
I love that. I love that it exceeded your expectations. For those that are unfamiliar with the movie and your story, do you mind sharing it with us?
Well, my story began in 2017, I think, and I was 5 years old, and I had this pain in my shoulder, and we didn't know what was causing it, and it was forcing me to wake up out of sleep, scratching my shoulder, saying, "Oh, it hurts, it hurts." And my mom took me to 15 doctors, and they all said she was crazy. And then we went to Sick Kids Hospital, and they said, "Well, there's nothing wrong with the shoulder." And my mom's like, "Oh God, here we go again." And they're like, "It's his brain, actually." And she's like, "What do you mean his brain?" "He has Chiari malformation, and it's pushing his brain into his spine." They said I'm the 1 in a million child because they should, by the time they found it, I should have been dead, had a massive stroke, or or been paralyzed from the neck down.
Wow.
Yeah. And then since then, I've had throat reconstruction surgery, nose reconstruction surgery, a couple dental surgeries, 2 brain surgeries, and a few other minor surgeries.
And how are you doing now?
I'm doing great, considering I'm in this amazing project on Prime. And yes, I do fight some pain a lot every day, but I always look at the other side of things, and that's what I always come up to. Yes, I do have pain, but look what's gotten me. I've met Daniel Cormier. I've met my dream meet of all time, John Cena, and I'm on this podcast with you. So I'd say yes, I have pain, but I say I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, what a great picture that is. By the way, how old are you?
I'm 14 right now.
14. You're so well-spoken. You're so mature. It's really impressive. And of course, I know you've been through so much. And so what is Supercar Saints, this documentary that's available out right now on Amazon Prime? What's that all about?
It's basically about it was about cars in the Toronto car industry, but when I got into it, it's about more so about how people could change and how life's not all about money and money can't buy happiness. Like Swash and Prov, I'm not gonna spoil it, but It's all about them changing and how they change their ways and how they think that money's everything until the end of the movie.
Yeah, and you're great in it, as is DC. John Jones, excuse me, not John Jones, John Cena, who's not a fan of Daniel Cormier. I see behind you all your wrestling figurines. I like figurines too. I don't know if you saw my my little studio here. Do you see all the stuff I have here? I've got.
I actually wanted to tell you something.
Please.
If I was ever in your studio, you might want to leash me because I would go crazy with all those figures. That Hornswoggle, yeah, I observe that Hornswoggle. I see the Italian in the background.
Yeah.
I see I see the Roman Reigns plushie. I'm observant.
Yo, man, you got a good eye. You see them all. I love this one from my friend Matt Cardona, the Dusty Rhodes, old school.
Oh, Dusty Rhodes.
Look at that, Cody's dad. Tell me about yours. How many do you have back there? Because I see a lot of great ones.
Yeah, that's just a little bit. I have actually like 100 Cenas. I have a lot of Roman Reigns, and these are just like stuff I display. I have Prime bottles back there. I actually have someone that I actually just before this interview I was watching the whole interview that you did with him, Darby Allin, up there.
Oh yeah, the man.
Yeah, somewhere up there. It's a casket figure. He comes with like a body bag and stuff.
Oh wow.
And yeah, I actually saw him pour the water on his head.
Yes.
He's such a character, and I actually met him when he came to Forbidden Door. He gave me his chain, the metal chain that he wore to every single match. He's such a character. That guy is awesome, and yeah, but I have a lot of figures, like a lot of figures. It's not even funny. I have some really rare ones, like I have a Macho Man figure that's like the Slim Jim one.
Wow.
It's like really rare. And I actually have a lot of the Dusty Rhodes stuff you saw, like you showed me. I have I have a Cody Rhodes one of those. I can't remember what they're exactly called, but they're like all rubber and stuff. But yeah.
I love it. I love the toys. I love your fandom, and I love the fact that there are some people who are just, I'm a WWE guy and I'm an AEW guy, and you just seem to be a wrestling fan. You seem to love it all.
Yes, I love everything. Matter of fact, I legit have a WrestleMania Monopoly right in front of me, and so that would go to where I love all my wrestling altogether.
What's your favorite thing in wrestling right now? Like, what's your favorite storyline? Your favorite person? What's the thing that's captivating your imagination?
You know what? I think it has to be John Cena's final run.
Yeah,
it's like very entertaining in my opinion. Just the whole thing where he turned heel for a little bit, and then Cody Rhodes changed him, and then it's like so interesting. And now that he's fighting everybody as a face, my dad's like, "Oh, he's not turning face again. He's retiring as a heel. It's over." And I'm like, "John Cena's gonna retire as a heel." Yeah, okay,
no chance.
And so I think it's very entertaining, and I love having nights where he's wrestling on pay-per-view and stuff. Like I take time and I watch it with the family, and then we have this whole like bet stuff where we go, "Oh, I think John Cena's gonna win. Oh, I think AJ Styles is gonna win." And we say, "Oh, who was the winner of WrestleMania Night 1? Who was the winner of WrestleMania Night 2?" Like that kind of stuff.
Okay, so the big question is, who will be John Cena's final opponent? Who would you vote for? Because no one knows, right? We know it's happening in December, Saturday night's main event, but we don't know who the final guy will be.
See, no one's believed me, but I've been calling this since like way like since like I don't even know. It was like a couple months ago I called this. I think it's gonna be Edge.
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna as a Toronto guy, I knew you were gonna say that.
But if you look at John Cena did the spear just like Edge would.
Yeah.
Edge, I was at All Out, and Edge did the 5 knuckle chuckle. He did the attitude adjustment. I'm like, yeah, that's over. He's going to WWE. He's going because if you think about it, John Cena and Edge is like peak of feuds. It's like the feud of all feuds. They feuded for they was like one of the greatest feuds I've ever seen. And yes, I know that was like before my time, but I do research. You're not the only one that does research.
No, I know. You have to appreciate the history. And I agree with you, by the way. That would be the best guy possible. He's kind of run through them all. And so for him, obviously he's at AEW now, but there's some sort of talk of maybe him coming over. So that would be incredible. Tell me about Steven's wrestling journey. What is the YouTube channel all about? What are you doing over there? And why should people subscribe?
Well, this is subscribed because I see this beautiful face every day, just
Yes.
and then but they should subscribe because I started from like the bottom in 2020, and I started it because I couldn't do nothing. Because of my brain condition, in the COVID-19 pandemic, I couldn't do my most favorite thing of doing. I used to go outside every single day from like 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. I get the PMs and AMs mixed up, whatever. But I used to go all day, but as soon as COVID struck, the doctor said if you get sick, we don't know what could be the side effects. So I'm like, I need to do something. I started interviewing, and now it's become my passion. I've interviewed the likes of Edge, I've interviewed the likes of Darby Allin and Sting. And I personally think they're really good interviews. I get told a lot that I interview only a way a kid can. Because I not only ask questions about wrestling itself, like this is one question that I'll go, oh no, this is the best question of my entire interview. It's like so hard, you need to prepare yourself. And I build it all the way up, and then I ask them, what's your favorite color? So I like the way I do it. I like my interviews. And they're really fun to do. And since 2020, since I started from the bottom, it's become my dream. That's it. I have 2 dreams, and that is one of them. Like, I want to become a journalist.
Okay. Wow. I was just about to ask you that. What is your dream? So you want to be is it a wrestling journalist? Is that the dream?
Actually, I would like to be like Chris Van Vliet, and I would love to be all around journalist. And I would love to be I would love my journalist to be my main job, but as a side job, another passion of mine is acting. Love acting. But yeah, journalism is probably my most I want to be a journalist.
I love it. I love it. I wanted to be a journalist as well, and guess what? I became one.
You got such a big platform.
Why not you? Why not you? You could do it as well. And by the way, you're well on your way. I wasn't doing anything remotely close to what you were doing at your age, and you started 4 years ago, which is incredible. So you are truly an inspiration. I love the fact that you got to hang out with DC. DC is one of my closest friends, and we used to do a show together as well, and he's one of the nicest human beings that I've ever met. I saw him bring you to his gym. You got to meet the team. You got to meet his son. I never even got that invitation. I've never had the pleasure of hanging with DC in Gilroy over there at the Wrestling Academy. So I'm lucky. Excuse me, you're lucky, and I'm envious of you. I'm a little jealous that you got to do that.
I'm not trying to rub it in. But
no, rub it in. Wow. Wow.
But DC was amazing, and may I say, now that we're on the topic of DC, my dad has always thought that if he didn't get poked in the eye, he would have won that fight.
Wow. Okay, your dad knows. Your dad knows the stuff. He knows ball, as they say.
Yeah. Sure.
Respect your dad as well.
See, I'm like the WWE AEW guy. He's like all UFC. He loves UFC. He was so jealous about DC that I legit told him. I have a friend when I was with DC. I called my dad. I'm like, I have a friend that wants to have you, and he's like, oh my god, there's no way, and he freaked out.
I love it. That's amazing. The documentary is amazing. It's called Supercar Saints. It's in consideration for Best Documentary, the Academy Awards, which is an incredible honor in its own right. How about that? You and John Cena just chilling like buddies. Why should people watch it? Why should they go on Amazon Prime after our show later today and learn more about your story?
Well, I'm gonna say it again because it's beautiful faces, of course. But on all seriousness, I have to say it's all in all a great movie. Yes, I'm not in it the full way, but there's great characters along the way, and it shows a real moment of changing and how someone so douchey and so very bad person can go into someone that's a really good person. And it's a very heartwarming story. And I've had people come up to me that have watched the movie and said your movie was amazing, and it was very heartwarming. And everybody that's come up to me that's watched it, I've only had a handful of people that haven't cried during the movie. And if you don't want to cry, still watch it because it's good.
My kids loved it as well, so it's for everyone. And by the way, for those wondering, you're not the douchey guy. You're talking about someone else in the movie, okay?
No, no.
Just for the record. You're talking about someone.
I'm the person you want to love. You want to love this face. You want to love me. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the film. It's great. I love that it's getting love and respect as well and recognition. Congrats on everything that you've done so far, and I can't wait to continue to follow your journey and see you become the most prominent journalist in the world, in the wrestling world, in the combat world, in whatever world you want to cover in the next few years. Because you're well on your way, my friend. I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you. And can I ask you a question? Even
Yes.
though it's not my podcast.
No, go ahead.
What advice do you have for me to go up and do things that you're doing right now?
Well, first off, props to you for even asking a question, because a lot of people don't do that. And I'm so amazed and blown away by your maturity and your poise. So well done. My advice to you is, look, when I started, I didn't know a single person in this world, in the world of combat sports, in the world of wrestling, in the world of boxing, in the world of MMA, etc. But I really, really wanted it. And so I would write to people. I would write to them on MySpace. You probably have never heard or seen MySpace. It was Facebook before Facebook. And I would send like 30 messages a day. And if I got back one reply, I was over the moon, because then that one reply led to another reply and another reply. And one interview led to 2 interviews and 3 interviews. And I started to meet people and build my catalog of people that I know, my Rolodex, as they say, which is basically all the numbers in my phone. And I just wouldn't take no for an answer. I wouldn't give up. And so every day I was consistent. I was professional. I was hardworking. I was grateful. I was thankful for people's time. And I just didn't stop believing. And I still feel, by the way, I'm 43. I'm a little bit older than you. I still feel like I haven't made it. I still have that same mentality. I still feel like I need to work hard and be grateful and reach out to people and hustle and all that stuff. And so if you have that in you, and you have way more of that in you than I do. I know this just from talking to you for 15 minutes and watching you. You have all of those qualities and then some. Keep doing your thing. Keep working hard. Keep dreaming as big as possible. You are going to make it big. I have no doubt about it. You only get one shot at all of this, right? We only get one shot on this earth, so you might as well shoot for the moon, shoot for the stars. You're doing that. You inspire me. I want to be like you. And so I would just say, keep doing exactly what you're doing. You're going to get to exactly where you want to be.
And can I say just 2 more things? I know, I'm taking up time.
No problem.
But I have to say, number 1, you want to slide me a few numbers for my interviews? Got to be my connection.
Okay, shoot for the yeah. Shoot your shot. Yes.
But I have to share a few mottos for you. Number 1, don't give up.
Yeah.
That's for everybody. Just don't give up. Number 2, be yourself, because no one else can be you. If you're not yourself, the world's missing something.
You're giving me this incredible advice. I need to start listening to you. I don't believe you're 14, man. I believe you're I'm 43. You're probably 55 with this wisdom and knowledge. You're an unbelievable kid. You really are, and you're doing everything right. And I hope that you have only good days. That the health hurdles that you've had to overcome are going to be behind you, and that you can just focus on your dream, focus on being a kid. And I have no doubt that in 20 or so years, I'll be able to say to people, I knew this guy when he was just 14. He was on my show. Now he's the biggest journalist in the world. I can't wait to tell people that. So well done, Stephen. All the best to you. And I urge everyone to check out the doc, Supercar Saints, and your YouTube channel, your Instagram, and just look up Stephen Spice. You'll be inspired. Well done. Great to meet you.
Great to meet you too. You're making me blush. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. All the best.
Great to meet you.
There he is, Stephen Spice. What a kid. Amazing. I feel inspired just talking to him, and I'm pretty sure that he's a 45-year-old in a 14-year-old's body. So mature, so wise. Beautiful stuff. Check out the documentary, Supercar Saints. Check out his YouTube channel. And thank you to James Hergott, the director of the film, for setting that up. I appreciate him very much. Let me take this off here. Let me get a little drinky drink.
Tasty.
I feel bad that we have 3 in-studio guests. It is a little toasty in here. I don't know if you guys want to tell the staff that it is toasty. I don't have my headphones on. Yep. Yes, in in consideration of how they're feeling, I do think because I'm wearing
Do you want
shorts.
to dump some water on top of you?
Yeah, that would be good. Hey guys, Danny Garcia is back this Saturday. 37 years old, former WBA, WBC, and ring world champion, unified world champion as well. He's held belts in the light welterweight and welterweight division. He is a legend of the game. He came back in 2022 after a 2-year layoff, then again in 24, and he's headlining Barclays Center for the 10th and final time this Saturday, and it could very well be his very last fight. Let's talk to the pride of Philadelphia, Danny Swift Garcia, who is here to join us on this Wednesday afternoon. Hello, Danny.
How you doing?
How are you, my man?
Good.
Great to meet you.
Yes, sir. Nice
Thank
to
you for
meet
coming in.
For
Please
sure.
have a seat.
Yes, sir.
So here we go. The final dance, the last dance at the Barclays Center.
Well, this is a nice place, man. Thanks for having me.
Oh, yeah. You like it?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
I appreciate it. Thank you so
I like
much.
all the memorabilia and stuff. It's
Yes,
cool for sure.
I do like the combat. We got some boxing stuff here, MMA, pro wrestling, bare knuckle, all that crazy stuff.
Yes.
How are you?
I feel great.
Yeah?
Ready to go.
Barclays Center
Yes,
10
sir.
times.
This is my 10th fight at the Barclays Center, October 18th. This Saturday, it's gonna be another legendary night. It's my farewell fight to Brooklyn. Maybe my farewell fight to boxing.
Okay, so that's interesting. It's your last fight. You're saying it's your last fight in Brooklyn,
Yes, sir.
but you're kind of stopping short at saying it's your last fight, period.
Yeah, I say it's an 85% chance it could be my last fight.
When do you decide if it's going to be or not going to be?
After the fight,
Okay.
how I feel.
Do you want it to be your last fight?
85%, yeah.
Okay, what's
Yeah.
what's the 15%?
Just because I'm a fighter.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a fighter, I know sometimes you might just go in there, look good, I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah.
And then it's the 85% is, like you said, I've been at this level for 13 years. I've been fighting at the Barclays Center since 2012. Championship fights every year. And, I have 3 beautiful children now. So I feel like I want to transition to be a father. I want to be there for my kids. I don't want to miss them grow up. And I think that's the most important thing for me right now.
And this fight is under your promotional banner,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir. Swift Promotions.
Swift Promotions, which is a big deal. Is this something that you always wanted to transition to?
Yes, sir.
This was the plan.
For sure. So I said, look, if I'm going to do it again, I'm going to do it under my own banner. I'm going to do it under my own promotion at the Barclays Center. And one day, it just started from one phone call to another, and we're here.
Wow.
Put the whole thing together.
So when you say, if I wanted to do it again, because in 2020, you kind of paused on your
Yeah.
career, right?
Yeah.
Did you officially retire?
Well, at 2020, that's after I fought 2 times in 2020. And then that's when I went through like mental health. I went through mental health after that. Like before the Spence fight, I was going through a lot of mental health. So after that fight, I didn't know if I was ever going to come back to boxing, just because, I don't know, just like my mind wasn't there. Just anxiety, depression, those type of things. And then one day, I remember I was in LA and I was with my friend. And I told my friend, I said, look, I used to dream about, fighting on this stage. I used to dream about making a lot of money. I used to dream about being a champion. And now that I'm here, I don't want to do it no more. So it kind of dawned on me that day. And then that day I just made a phone call and I said I wanted to fight. And Al Heyman made it happen against Benavidez at the Barclays Center. And then I was feeling good. I won that fight at 154. I was feeling great. And then, I sat down for like 28 months, just the politics of boxing. Tried to come back, win a middleweight title against Laura, fell short. And then I said, look, if I'm going to do this again, I'm going to do it under my own promotion. And that's really the motivation.
I'll never forget that post-fight interview with Jim Gray at the Barclays after you beat Benavidez.
Yes, sir.
Because that's when you talked about the mental health struggles, and it resonated with me. I've talked about it as well on my show. I'm very interested in the topic because it hits near and dear to my heart. I've talked about talking to a therapist and struggling myself, and for you to be that open and vulnerable in that moment in a fight after you won, I really like you. I think helped a lot of people, and you connected with a lot of people in that moment. Do you regret doing that? Is there any part of you, because you were very vulnerable, and I think you didn't want to really go in, and he was asking you more questions as a good journalist would do?
Right. No, I didn't regret it. He asked me why I didn't fight in 2 years, and I basically told him, look, I just wasn't feeling good. I wasn't feeling mentally or physically good, and And then just one thing led to another. And then next thing you know, I'm crying on TV. It's like, and it's like one of my most memorable moments on TV. It's like me crying. It's crazy. It's not.
Are you okay with that? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I was cool. I mean,
I feel like that's part of your legacy now.
Yeah, at first I thought he was gonna make like a meme out of it or something, like Michael Jordan meme. You know,
yeah,
he's crying.
Yeah.
But no, it touched many people. It touched many people, like celebrities, family members, friends, other fighters. I'm talking about people you think would never have anxiety and depression. DM me on Instagram telling me thank you, like you helped me.
Is that something you dealt with your whole life?
Yeah, I think so. I think I just didn't know it was that.
Right.
I didn't know it was anxiety and depression.
Like, what did you feel? Is it like before your fights or when you were a kid?
The first time when I was a kid, I had got like a ball. I was a young kid. I think I was like 7 or 8 years old. I got like a bald spot on the back of my head. And I thought it was a ringworm. But I think it was alopecia. But I didn't know because I was a kid. I never went to the hospital. And that's when my father was like behind bars. So that's like life was tough for me at that point. Like my dad, he was behind bars. Like a house got foreclosed and me and my brother didn't go to school for like 2 years and stuff like that. So I was worried a lot. As a kid, I was always worried. And I didn't know. And then when my father finally came back, he thought I had a ringworm. So he gave me like, what's that shampoo called? I forgot the name of it. Like Head and Shoulders. Yeah. Like, and then eventually, like, I guess it went away because I was starting to be happy again.
Wow.
Yeah. So fast forward 2016, I get a bald spot again in the back of my hair.
Wow.
Big, like quarter, like that big. Like 2016. So I went to a dermatologist. This time I went to a doctor. You know, life is different. I got some money. I went to a dermatologist. And the first question she asked me, she said, are you going through stress? Did you lose your job? And this time I'm WBC welterweight champion of the world. I'm a 2-division world champion. Life is good. You know, Al Heyman's taking care of me. I'm making a lot of money. And she said, yeah, you have alopecia. It comes from your body. It's going through a large amount of stress and it attacks your immune system and you it attacks your scalp, like your hair. And that's when I finally realized, like, damn, maybe I am stressing. And then 2020, I kept getting it. I got like another 2018, I got a bald spot right here, 2019. And then 2020, that's when I was like, you know what, I gotta take a break from boxing or maybe retire because it's putting I don't know, I can't control how I feel. And once I took that break, I really learned how to like deal with it and just be grateful for everything. And that's why I fought Benavidez, that's why I fought Laura, and that's why I'm here today.
Talking about the word grateful, when you were at your height, when you're WBC world champion,
Yeah.
Are you enjoying the ride? Are you grateful? Are you aware of how great life is? Or when you look back now, do you regret not appreciating, like letting the stress consume you?
I always thought that was like a focus feeling. Like the anxiety and depression, I thought I was like so locked in. I thought I was focused, like I'm just 100% focused. But it wasn't. It was just like my mind just couldn't like stop thinking about certain things. And it would just make me feel like that. But yeah, I was happy to be a champion. But I've been carrying a lot of pressure on me since I was a kid. You know, just trying to give my family a better life. And I think all that pressure finally got caught up to me. Like I finally cracked a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just being a human being. Like your family, sometimes when you're that person in your family, it could change your family's life. People look at you like a superhero. And I think that's what happened. I think I finally like, I cracked, like I got a little weak. You know, I got a little weak-minded. I wouldn't say weak-minded, but
no, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but it finally got to me.
By the way, you mentioned when you were a kid, you didn't go to school for 2 years. So
Yeah.
what did you do? How did you pass the time?
Man,
And how old are you at this point?
I was in second grade, so I failed second and third grade.
What age were you when your dad went to jail?
Well, I remember I was in second grade, so what's that, like 7 years old, 6 years old?
That's when
7?
you went?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I might get the age wrong, but I think I was like from 7 to 9 or 7 to 10 around.
Okay,
that
for
time.
2 years.
Yeah. But yeah, so what I used to do was, it's crazy. It's funny you asked me that question. I used to just stay home because my house was foreclosed. We weren't even supposed to be in there. So I just stay home. Like the ladies from like DHS will come knocking on the door looking for me and my brother. And we just, my dad used to always tell me, no matter who, I don't care if it's the president of the United States and he's knocking on the door, do not answer that door.
Wow.
That's how I was raised. So I just never answered the door. But then when my dad finally came home, I went to truancy court. I was in the system for like 3 or 4, they monitored me for like 3 or 4 years. But that's when I started boxing. I started going to school. My dad got a job. So I was back on track. But I was in the truancy system for like.
What's that, truancy system?
Truancy is like when you miss a lot of school. I mean, when you miss a lot of days of school.
Okay.
It's called like a truancy court.
Okay.
Where they could take you away from your family and put you in a way like in a kid's jail or.
Really?
Yeah.
And they did that to you?
Well, I went to court. Yeah, they told me to kiss my mom goodbye. But he was like, "You look like a good kid. I'm gonna give you a chance."
No way. The judge said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where was your mom when you were,
My mom was young.
Okay.
My mom was young, so my dad's like the what's that? Like the trunk of the family.
Yeah, the rock.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone got kind of lost when he was gone, so everything just crumbled.
Angel, he's your coach.
Yeah, Angel.
Will he be there on Saturday?
Yeah, he's actually out there.
Okay, respect
For
Angel.
sure, yeah.
And how old was your brother?
My brother he's 2 years older than me, so.
And it was just you two?
Yeah.
Alone in the house, someone's knocking. Are you freaking out?
Eventually, we moved in with my aunt, like 6 months later.
Wow.
She took us in.
Did any of your friends, I mean, you're so young at that time, but did your friends from school say like, hey, like, come back? Or is it just kind of.
No, not really.
No.
Survival of the fittest.
Right.
That's it.
Did you end up going back to school?
Yeah, I went back to school.
And
I finished high school.
You graduated?
Yeah.
Okay, wow, what a story.
Yeah, yep.
And when your dad came back, did it feel like life was getting back together for you? Did it feel like you were back on track?
Definitely. It felt like I said, I started going to school again, started boxing. My dad had a job, and life was back to normal.
I have young kids too. I have a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old, and an 8-year-old. So I know kids aren't very expressive, but you're out there having to grow up fast. Do you know if your brother is feeling the same way as you, like feeling some of that anxiety, stress, worry? Are you talking about those things, or is it really just you're trying to survive?
At that point or now?
Well, maybe now looking back.
Yeah, looking back, no, I know he got traumas from that for sure.
Yeah.
He don't talk about it.
Okay.
He don't talk about it.
You guys don't talk about it.
Well, I talk about it.
You talk about it openly, no, but together.
Not really. It's a sensitive subject.
Yeah.
I just felt like we passed that. You
Yeah.
know? I forgive everything. I forgive everybody who made mistakes when I was young.
Sure.
So now it's like I'm grown. That's 20-something years ago.
And that's in Philly, right?
Yeah.
Which part of Philly?
North Philly, North Philadelphia.
Okay. I went to, I spent the day in Kensington.
Oh, yeah. My gym's down the street from there. My gym is like a quarter mile from there.
Okay. There's a fighter named Eddie Alvarez. Do you know Eddie Alvarez?
Of course I know Eddie.
Philly legend.
Of course.
Just like you.
Yeah, absolutely.
He took me around Kensington, and it was an experience.
You talking about like where all the zombies are at, like all the drug addicts
zombies.
and stuff?
He was literally pointing them out.
Yeah.
And he showed me the needles on the ground and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it's crazy because that's Kensington and Allegheny. So like I used to go shopping around there when I was a kid for like sneakers. Like they have sneaker stores around there and stuff, but that wasn't always like that.
Okay.
What happened was like all the homeless people, they used to live underneath the bridges, like in Philly, like underneath the bridges. But when they gentrified the neighborhoods, they kicked them all out.
Okay.
Made them move. So they all moved underneath the L. And that's how that became that. So that wasn't always like that. Like Kensington, Allegheny was actually a nice place back in the day. With stores and you can go shopping, like sneaker stores, clothing stores, everything. And then when they gentrified the neighborhood and they pushed all the homeless people over there, and then it just kind of turned into that, like fentanyl and stuff.
Right.
I guess, I don't know what happened, but it just made a bad turn.
When did you start to think, hey, I could do something with this boxing? Like this could be my way out. I'm actually really, really good.
Yeah, it's a good question. I played basketball, I played football, I played every sport. And when I put the gloves on, it just felt natural. It's like I was hitting the bag. I just felt good, like I was a fighter. I actually got my first fight 2 weeks into the gym. They took me to I was hitting the bag. I remember a trainer in the gym when I first started. His name was Mike Malloy and Jimmy Lowry, and they came up to me and said, "Hey, are you a boxer?" I said, "I just started." He said, "You look like you know how to fight. You want to fight?"
Wow.
So they put me to this fight. It's like a smoker show in Philly. It was called the Racker Club. This one, people were smoking like cigars and everything.
Yeah. How old are you?
I was 75 pounds, so I was young. I was 10
70
years old, I think.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
Okay.
75 pounds, and I went. I remember I just threw everything. My nose was bleeding, but I just kept throwing.
Did you win?
Yeah, I won, but I forgot everything I ever learned in
Yeah,
the gym.
yeah, it was just
Well,
a
I didn't
brawl.
barely learn anything,
Yeah.
but I won, and then it was just history from them.
So do you think that moment you were like, okay, I like this. I'm going to keep doing it?
Yeah, and then I started to hear something about the Olympics.
Yeah.
Like when I was young, everybody was talking about the Olympics. I'm like, I want to try to go to the Olympics, win a gold medal or something. My year was 2008. I was the alternate.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to be the Olympian, but politics and.
What happened?
I lost in the finals in the Olympic trials.
And you think it was politics?
I think so, because the first round, like the score was ridiculous. It was like 10-1 or something. Like, damn, he didn't even hit me 10 times. So I'm like, I lost before I got in the ring. I think that they were just hitting that button that day. So, yeah.
I've heard your dad say once you got the alternate, you're like, we're not alternates for anyone. And then you just dipped, right?
Yeah, I was already talking to Shelly Finkel and Eric Gomez from Golden Boy. I already knew that no matter what I did in that tournament, if I won, I was going to the Olympics. But I already knew that I was going to sign with Golden Boy.
Okay.
After that.
Do you, in retrospect, you wish you stuck with it just to see like someone, who knows what happens, or
Not really,
you
because
happy?
I feel like that whole year that passed by, I got 8 fights.
Yeah.
By the time he turned pro, I think I was already like in the top 10 or something. So I think it's the best decision I ever did was not wait and turn pro.
What's your like if someone's maybe, I know it's the end of the career, but we talk to all different kinds of combat fans. Like, I want to see a quintessential Danny Garcia fight, the peak of his career, the Danny Garcia fight. Is it Morales?
That's a good question because I had a lot of ups and downs. Yeah. But I still had a lot of great performances. Like Morales, that was great, 2012. Then I beat Guerrero for the belt. I felt like I did real good. I looked good. And then even after like the Thurman fight, I knocked out like Brandon Rios. So I still had great moments in my career. It just depends. And then even after the 2-year layoff, after Spence, I came back and outboxed Benavidez, who only had 1 loss against Terrence Crawford. The pound for pound best fighter in the world right now. So I feel like I have a lot of great performances. I don't want to.
There's not one that sticks out.
Probably Matisse.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Luke's
Matisse.
Yeah.
That's probably like my favorite because I was the underdog. Nobody thought I was gonna win, and that's just like that defines Danny Garcia. That defines my career. Like someone who's not supposed to be here, still here.
Yeah.
13 years later, promoting his own show.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
How are you? So whether or not this is the last one or the second to last one, we're approaching the end, right?
Yeah, for sure.
How are you coming to terms with that? How do you think it's going to be
I feel good.
when the music stops?
I feel happy. I got a great team. I made some good investments. I don't have to worry about money. Like I said, I got a beautiful family. I know my dad's going to miss it. He loves boxing. It changed his life. So, but I think I'm going to feel good. Because I'm still going to be a promoter and I'm still going to be around boxing.
What is your goal as far as the promotion is concerned? Obviously, we've seen guys cross over. Oscar, a great example. We've seen others as well. How, and some guys have their promotion here. They're happy to be here, kind of like the promotion that gets guys to the next level. Some want to be the top dog. They want to be number one. What is your goal?
I don't want to be no local promoter. I want to be, you got to start local.
Sure.
You got to learn the ropes. That's how I That's how I did this show because I did all the little ones first.
Yeah.
I did it for I did 6-7 little shows. I learned the little wrinkles, learned the game. Very tough business, but I want to be one of the best promoters and I want to sign the best fighters and make champions. I feel like if you could be a world champion and then make world champions, that's different. That's like what Oscar's done. That's different.
You think Oscar has done a good job with Golden Boy?
I mean, I can't say nothing bad about Oscar. They moved me good. They had me at 5-star hotels. Had some of the biggest fights. Morales, Khan, Matisse. I think they did a great job with me. Yeah.
Who do you think's the best promoter in boxing right now?
And promoter?
Yeah.
That's a tough question. I don't know. I feel like they're all on the same level right now. Right now, I feel like they're all on the same level. Really, I do.
I think Eddie Hearn's a notch above, just with his passion, the way he speaks, the way
he loves his fighters. Yeah, he loves his fighters for sure. He's into it.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, did you watch Boots this past weekend?
Of course.
He gets on the microphone afterwards, and some would like that, some don't, but I think Boots kind of likes it because it takes a bit of the shine away from him, where he has this gift of gab. You don't see a lot of people cutting promos like that in the ring immediately after a fight.
Yeah, because Eddie understands like social media. He understands like the aftershock.
Yeah.
So he understands how the game. He's in tuned, you know. So he knows what to say and how to promote his fighter, and that's good. That's great.
You need that.
Absolutely, you need it. You need somebody pushing you and threading the needle for you.
So you're going to be that guy for these fighters now, once you're done.
Absolutely. I want to be that guy for sure.
Can I ask a big story? So obviously we cover MMA as well. Is Dana White getting into boxing?
Yeah.
Actually just had a very spirited chat with Paulie Malignaggi about this yesterday. He's not a fan of it. He's very upset about it. Do you have any thoughts on Dana White and Zuffa boxing starting up next year?
I feel like it's too soon to tell. You gotta give him a shot first. You can't say it's not gonna work yet or it's gonna work. You just gotta give it time. You just don't know.
Yeah.
You know? That's my honest opinion.
There's talks, actually they're having a hearing right now about the Ali Act, about making changes to it and all that. Has that benefited you? Would you feel some sort of way about it going away or being radically changed where it's more like MMA and the fighters don't have access to finances and things like that?
No, they got to keep the Ali Act because you can't double dip. That's what the Ali Act protects. It's like you can't be a manager and a promoter.
Yep.
You can't. Yeah, I feel like if anything, the fighter should be on the table. You know, he should know what's in that budget. He should know, what's in the budget because, I mean, if they tell the promoter $1 million, he come back and tell you 500,000.
Yeah. That doesn't exist in MMA. You know that, right?
Stealing.
There's no Ali Act or a version of it in MMA. So the fighters don't have that type of...
It's basically take it or leave it, you know? And I feel like, no, boxing shouldn't be like that. If there's 20,000 in the pot, they should know it's 20,000, you know? I feel like you're risking your life. You're risking your life. So I feel like a fighter should be compensated for what he's worth, obviously, and he should know what it is.
Also in MMA, you have managers acting as promoters. There's no rules against that. Can you tell me why you think that shouldn't happen? Why is that a bad thing to double dip, as you say?
Because, like I said, say I'm the promoter. I know your purse could be $1 million.
Yeah.
And I come back and tell you 500,000. Right there, I took 500,000 from you without you even knowing. Now I'm your manager and I'm gonna come take 20% or 30% out of that 500K.
Problem. Huge problem.
That's what the Ali Act protects, double dipping.
Yeah.
So I just took money from the top and then I took another 20% of what you're making. That's highway robbery, that's stealing. That should be a crime. You should be thrown in jail for that. That's called corporate extortion.
So yeah, let's see what happens here.
They can't get rid of the Ali Act. You can't. They just try to make it where it's like, do what I say type thing. Can't do that. Boxing's not like that.
What about the belts? They want to have their own belt. The Zuffa boxing belt. They're not going to have WBC title fights, WBA. They don't want to recognize those. And then there are others, like we had Eddie on, what was it, last week, where he's like, no, like there is no fighter in my stable that wants to be the Matchroom champion. They all want to be WBC champion.
Yeah, I mean, you got to understand, Ali held WBA.
Yeah.
Ali held the WBC. Mike Tyson had the IBF. Duran, like legendary fighters, held these belts for many. I don't know how much years them belts been around.
Yeah. Some
I'm not
decades.
a fan. I'm not a fan of. If anything, I'm not a fan of new belts.
Right. Right.
There's already enough.
Yeah.
So, you know, the Ring Magazine, the WBC, WBA, WBO,
IBF. Those are the four main ones.
Yeah, and even in the IBO.
Yeah.
IBO, that's still a good belt that's been around. You know, put some it'll be good on your resume. But we can't tamper with boxing. Boxing's been around for so many years. It's like somebody buying the NFL and saying, we're not gonna have the Lombardi trophy no more.
Yeah.
We're gonna name it the Danny Garcia trophy. People like, we ain't trying to hear that. You know what I mean? So it was like, leave boxing alone, man. Just it's been around for, I mean, I'm a fan of change.
Sure.
To make it, you know, I understand what he's trying to do, add more structure to it, but I feel like you can't take any power away from the fighters on the business side. I understand it does it does cause conflict. Like sometimes fighters think they're worth more. Sometimes, you know, sometimes fighters are hard to deal with. So I do get his side where it's like, okay, this is what you're taking. This is the contract. It is what it is. But some fighters make it to where like they're bigger than life. And that was like, you got to take that and there's a crazy upside, you know? So
you're starting to get into that side of the game too as the promoter now, right?
Yeah, so I understand.
Yeah,
I understand what he's trying to do. That's why, I mean, I understand, but I just don't think, I just feel like me as a fighter, I think fighters should know what's going on in his career. Or you need a lawyer or a good manager who's been in the game for a long time.
Right.
Because sometimes you can have a manager, but he can't do nothing for you.
How do you feel about the current state of boxing, especially with, you know, Turkey al-Sheikh and Saudi Arabia and these big fights being made, and there's a lot of money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money being paid to a lot of big fighters. Do you like the way we are at right now, the way the sport is at? Do you like the way it's going?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, when fighters are getting paid, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just, I feel like boxing doesn't have a home like it used to be. Like HBO and Showtime, that was home.
Yeah.
You know? Now it's boxing is just everywhere. And I think that's probably like the scariest part about it.
Yeah, because there's basically DAZN. They have a bunch of promoters. Top Rank doesn't even have a TV deal right now.
Right.
Which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Zuffa Boxing is going to go to Paramount, and that's pretty much it.
They got Prime Video,
Prime, PBC, but
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. You know, they just canceled this fight coming up, Thurman and Fedora.
He got hurt, right?
He got hurt.
Yeah.
It hasn't been as consistent as I thought it was going to be, at least my opinion. Showtime leaving after HBO was a big blow. I know you competed on Showtime.
I think that hurt a lot of people.
Yeah.
That hurt a lot of people.
What about
you? Would
you?
think they would want it because it's like, it's diversity.
Right.
You need sports. I don't know what happened, but that was sad. HBO was really sad too in Showtime. But Showtime even more for me because I was a part of that.
Of course.
I was a part of that run.
Your fight is going to air on millions.co.
Yes, sir.
This is a streaming platform.
Yes, sir.
And there's a...
And DirecTV.
And DirecTV.
If you have DirecTV, you can watch it on DirecTV or millions.co.
Okay. And what is millions.co for those that may not know?
Millions.co is a new streaming platform. I'm actually part owner of it.
You invested in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is my show from top to bottom. So millions.co is a sporting app. All types of sports. Football, shows highlights, everything. So yeah, it's gonna be streaming on millions.co, my fight.
Okay. And I'm sure you're seeing like Pacquiao came back.
Yeah.
He almost beat Barrios.
Yeah,
you know?
Sure. I thought he won.
I thought he won too.
I thought he won.
But he
looked like he wanted it more.
This has to inspire you, right? And you're nowhere near his age.
Yeah, I know. I mean, man, sometimes I sit back and I like what motivates him? Like what motivates Manny Pacquiao?
Yeah.
I need that type of motivation.
You have it.
I do. Yeah, but he's what, 46?
I know, yeah. 46, 47.
It's like
it's a crazy
whatever
thing.
pushes, whatever motivates him, he has a different type of drive. And that's why he's great. That's why Manny's great.
But at this point, it doesn't sound like you're going after belts or anything like that. You just kind of want to go out your way, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
With a W?
Yeah. I just want to go with my hand raised in the sky and just be happy.
Well, I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. What a great pleasure to have you in
Thank
here.
you.
Really enjoyed the
Appreciate
chat. Again, it's October 18th at Barclays Center. 10th time for you there. Your first fight was in 2012.
Record setting.
By the way, why aren't there enough? Like, it feels like there were so many boxing events at Barclays, and now it feels like they're few and far between. Why is that?
That's a good question.
We need to ask them.
Yeah, maybe something over there, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, because it used to be like always, right?
Yeah, Brooklyn is big.
Yes.
The Barclays Center, that's a great place.
Like the last one was probably Ryan
was
Garcia
Tank, right?
against
It was
Devin
Tank and Lamont Roach.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And then prior to
and
that was
that broke the record, 19,000.
And then prior to that was Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. So like they're averaging like one a year now.
Yeah, and before that was me.
And before that was
2022.
you. 2022. So it's really one a year.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you think of Tank fighting Jake Paul?
Hey, listen, get that money, man.
Okay. You don't hate it?
Nah, get that money.
You think he wins?
Ain't no love in this game.
Yeah.
You get to a certain level. You gotta
GDP,
you gotta do
as
what's
they say.
best for your family.
Yeah.
He can always come back and fight somebody.
Of course. But
Why
do you
not?
think he had to fight Roach first?
Not really, because I don't think going into that fight, nobody wanted to see the Roach and Tank fight.
Sure. But
The
because
only
of the
only
controversy.
reason why they want to see it is because who's this guy who gave him a tough fight?
Sure.
You know? I think that's why. But in my opinion, he did the right decision.
Okay.
You gotta get the money. That's what feeds your family. A lot of people don't like that, but it's the truth.
Right. The window's only...
This is how you gotta look at it. If you were in his shoes, what would you do?
Oh, no, I don't begrudge him.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I
I'm
get
just
it.
saying.
Yeah.
No,
No,
that's how I look at it.
I get it. It could all end tomorrow.
That's how I always look at it, because somebody asked me that before. They said, what? You know, I was asking, why this, why that? Why is he doing this? He said, Danny, let me ask you a question. If you were in his shoes, how would you feel? And I said, you know what? I'll be happy.
Yeah.
And ever since then, that's how I look at it.
Yeah. Well, I love the happiness that's radiating off of you right now. Good luck. October 18th, Barclays Center. Go check it out. Great card. Danny Garcia, perhaps for the final time, 85%, but definitely the final time in Brooklyn.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the last one's in Philly.
I don't know.
Maybe. There's the card, and you'll be honoring some of Brooklyn's
Yes, sir.
finest.
Saddam
Big Baby,
Ali.
Saddam Ali,
Yep.
Danny Jacobs, great stuff. Swift Promotions, farewell to Brooklyn this Saturday at the Barclays Center in the BK. Thank you so much, my man. Appreciate you very much.
Appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick break, say goodbye to Danny, be back with Jeff Pearlman to talk about his new book on Tupac Shakur. Do not go anywhere. As we sit here right now, breaking news. We have breaking news right now because Dana White just went on Instagram. They're telling me in my ear, and he just announced that you are the main event of. Let's dance, my friend. Let's dance. Yeah. How do we do it?
Dance?
How's the dance?
Dance?
How is it? The main event of UFC.
Okay. I don't know. Let's
Here,
dance.
this one.
How's the dance?
How's the dance? The dance.
What's
your dance? You have a dance.
My dance?
What's your dance? I always see you with Valentina.
Okay. And then you can go back.
In front of the desk. Come in front of the desk. So you tell me, what's the dance? I want to know the Marab dance. You're the main event of UFC. You're going to be 4 title defenses in 2025. Never before has this happened.
Dance. I'm so excited.
You have a dance.
You show me that.
What is the one? The one with you and Valentina.
I mean, there is like, okay, there is, I don't know.
You're shy.
I'm shy.
You're not shy. I see you with everyone. With Nina Drama. You're not shy.
No, you are.
Marab is the gonna be the bantamweight champion for successful. I have to talk into the microphone. They're gonna. Marab, you got shy on me there. What happened?
I don't know, bro.
What do you mean the dance?
You just told me the fight news.
I'm excited for you. This has never happened.
Yeah.
Why'd you take off your watch, by the way?
I was gonna move to my right hand, and you just told me the fight news, and I got.
Do we have the video, guys? Do we have the video of Dana announcing? Let's see. Let me try to find it. We watch it together. How about this? Did you know this was happening right now, Marab?
No, I have no idea.
You had no idea. Last time you were on my show, you were telling me, "Oh, I should fight in New York, this and that," and then I found out you already knew that you weren't fighting in New York. You remember that? You keep a good secret.
No, this one I don't know this news.
No, you don't know this news. I don't have the video. Is there a video?
Wow, amazing.
So you're the main. Did you not know this?
Well, I have no idea. I promise because I. Don't
What do you
know.
mean? They don't tell you this beforehand?
No, they never guarantee you. You know, no. So I tell you, he said he will try his best, and he told me the pizzeria no have visa, and
Wow.
That's what they told me.
So you really didn't know?
I don't.
Danny didn't tell you?
But so okay, how it works with UFC? You tell. They
You
ask,
say you're willing,
You said yes, and then that means that you know that's it.
and then you find out
you find out
in the media. So if you were at home right now on your phone, you'd have just found out like us.
Right. They just wanna your like they ask you if you're ready, if you want, and then they wait. And then
Okay, back on the program. That was our conversation with the great Merab Dawalishvili when we broke the news to him. We broke it to him that he was going to be fighting on December 6th. 4th title defense. If he wins, that will be a record. 4 successful title defense in 2025, and perhaps will seal the deal for him to be the male fighter of the year in MMA. We shall see. What's going on outside? It looks like it's a little cloudy out there.
A little cloudy.
Yeah. Great chat with Danny Garcia. Great stuff with Steven Spice. Great stuff with Sean Brady. Still to come, the master of the diamond cutter, Mr. Diamond Dallas Page. But first, I told you about this book earlier. Only God Can Judge Me, the many lives of Tupac Shakur. And it's written by a man who I do believe is the best book author. And I would have said sports author, but right now, as you can see, he is transitioning into a whole new world with this book. He has written 10 books to date. This will be the 11th. It comes out on October 21st, so 6 days from now. You can pre-order it right now. And as I said, massive fan of his. I've talked to him once before. Has written books on Barry Bonds, the USFL, Roger Clemens, Bo Jackson, the 1986 New York Mets, entitled The Bad Guys Won, the great Walter Payton, Brett Favre, the Showtime Lakers, and then the Kobe and Shaq and Phil Jackson Lakers. The Showtime Lakers book ended up becoming an HBO series called Winning Time, which I enjoyed very much. And like I said, the amount of research that went into this, the journalism that went into this, the stuff that he unearthed about the one and only Tupac Shakur, an icon, really breathtaking and mesmerizing. It starts right off the bat. He's phenomenal on his podcast called Two Writers Slinging Yang. He's tremendous on his YouTube channel, which I'm a big fan of, the Pressbox Chronicles. He's great on TikTok as well. He's prolific. He's a former Sports Illustrated writer and a man who's had his byline printed, posted all over the world. A real success story and an inspiration to the likes of me. Doing it his own way and doing it as well as anyone, if not better. He's the one and only Jeff Pearlman. He is here in studio right here and now. Yes, there he is. The man. Yes, there we are. Hello, Jeff.
Hey.
It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
You're all nice and tan.
Ah, man, I'm California.
Man, you don't look like a typical writer who's like holed up in a coffee shop or something. You look fantastic.
I appreciate that. I just want to say the weirdest thing.
Can you, bring the mic to you. Yeah, get comfortable here. Hello,
Okay.
hello.
So I just walked past Danny Garcia.
Danny Garcia, yeah.
And I don't have much exposure to boxers. I haven't covered boxing in a long time.
Okay.
And he walks by and I think, I could kick this guy's ass. Like I could beat this guy up.
Yeah,
He's
no.
smaller than me, but I don't think I could.
No.
I think we're
he's a small guy. He's probably right now maybe 160 pounds. But
I'm at like 190. I could probably.
I know, but it would not be a fair
No,
fight.
yeah,
It's
right.
great to see you here. It's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
surreal because I've seen you all over the place.
I know.
TikTok superstar.
I wouldn't say that, but I appreciate it.
You're prolific on there.
That's true.
I'm a huge fan of the YouTube channel. I know we're not here to talk about the YouTube channel,
Hey.
but Pressbox Chronicles, I'll put that thing on. You know what I'll do? There it is. Go subscribe. I'll download a few of them and save them for a flight. They're usually 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
You watch them. I love the Kobe one with the Nets, the recent one on Tupac, the Moneyball one. You do a great job with that. The production quality is great because if I could say about Two Writers Slinging Yang,
Yep.
you do a great job with that as well. Sometimes it sounds like you're recording it off this, straight on the phone. This is high production quality.
Two Writers Singing Yang is just a passion project
Yeah.
of mine for other journalists. But this I got approached to do, and I didn't think anyone would watch it. I swear to God, I was
Yeah.
like, why would anyone want to hear some 50-something-year-old sports writer just talk? but it's done really well. So you never know.
I actually think there's a connection to the fight world as far as the people who approached you. Was it a guy named Markel Martin?
Well, it was 3.0 Labs.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a part of it.
Yeah.
And he's a longtime MMA manager for the likes of. Did you not know this?
No.
Wow. Francis Ngannou? You don't know this? Used to work at the UFC? Okay, well, so you have a connection to the fight world.
Right, that's what I was thinking, of course.
Yes, that perhaps you didn't know.
Yeah.
We are here, though, to talk about this great book. It is called Only God Can Judge Me, The Many Lives of Tupac Shakur, which I'm very excited about, which I've had the opportunity to read, and I've seen you do a bunch of media on it. And I actually wanted to ask you about that because I saw you today on TikTok saying like you saw the book at Barnes & Noble, and that's a surreal thing.
Yeah.
You're kind of at the sort of beginning of the promotional tour.
Very early.
Is it exhausting? Like, do you like this part of it, or do you just want this part to be over and done with?
I love it.
Okay.
Because it's a celebration of your work. It is tiring. It's physically tiring. And every now and then you get people who haven't cracked open the book at all, and just have a list.
You could probably tell off the bat.
Oh, it's very easy.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine. No one has an obligation to read your book, obviously. And it's great they have you on. But I love like the interviews. Like I know your work, right? So I know what kind of interviews you do and what kind of research you do. And I get excited for that stuff. But if it's someone who just didn't read the book, it's totally fine, but it's a different experience.
I'm wondering about the anxiety in this moment, because like the book is out in 6 days, the pre-ordering and all that. You kind of have to now turn into a salesman.
Very much so.
Right?
A lot.
Do you like that? Do you hate that? Do you dread that?
I don't like asking for favors.
Yeah.
I asked you for a favor. I said, can I send you a copy of the book? So that's it. I do not enjoy asking for favors, but you kind of have to. And one thing I've learned through my years of writing, this is my 11th book, right? You're never going to have a better publicist than you. You're never going to have someone who has better connections than you, because you work in, I, like you, work in media, and I know all these people now in hip hop. So they give you a publicist. HarperCollins has a great publicist named Megan Wilson, who's been awesome. But ultimately, it's up to me to sell the book. That's how I see it.
What's more stressful, this part, the selling, or the actual, like you're hunkering down, you're doing it, the actual book writing?
Oh, the book writing.
The book, okay.
Torture.
Because you use that word, and I've like thought a little bit about writing a book. Like it's kind of here. I joke that it's going to be called Highway to Helwani one day. And you use the word torturous. Makes me want nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
So why do you do it, and now for the 11th time in your life? Why put yourself through this?
All right, so a friend of mine named Jonathan Eig wrote a really great book about Martin Luther King, King of Biography, and it wound up winning the Pulitzer. It's a great, great book. And we were having dinner somewhat recently when I was working on this, and I was complaining. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is hard, and blah, blah. And he goes, listen, he's like, you are getting paid to get a PhD in Tupac Shakur. Like, stop whining about it. You are actually getting a PhD. And it's important for me to think of it that way, because the high is this immersive experience where you're learning everything and you're traveling all over and you're retracing the steps of this person you've long admired and been fascinated by. But the torture is just like the self-loathing, the thinking it's going to suck, the thinking people are going to hate it, the thinking, why can't I feel that this fact I really need? Why can't I find out what kind of soda he liked? Why is it just soda? I want to know if it's Pepsi or Coke or Sprite. Like little things like that torture me more than you could possibly know. Like little details that you have to find and sometimes can't kill me.
And I give you so much props. So the journalism, the research that goes into your books, and in particular this one, I think 700 interviews, right?
I think I hit 652.
650. Okay. We'll round up to 700.
Yeah, we'll go 700.
And honestly, off the bat, I know you were on All the Smoke yesterday and you told this story with the actual kid involved, which
is crazy.
Blew me away seeing him sitting there. Off the bat, I read the first chapter. I'm a kid of the 90s as well. I adored Tupac. I used to, before my basketball games, I would listen to Hit 'Em Up to get me hyped up. Like that was my song.
Did it work? Did it work?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it was like the greatest hype song of all time, the greatest diss track as well. And my wife, same age, same grade, I told her, you have to read this first. Like I used to make her mixtapes of, Machiavelli and all this, you know what I mean? Changes. Yeah. You have to read this. I was blown away. And I hate to ask you to give away. Okay, but can you just tell us, because when I told Eric in the back, my producer, he was blown away. Brenda's Got a Baby.
Okay.
Very famous song.
You know the song, obviously.
Of course,
right.
Yes.
So that was really Tupac's first big song. He had a verse on Same Song by Digital Underground, but this was his first album, first single, Brenda's Got a Baby. And it's about, Tupac is filming Juice. It's 1991. He was filming Juice in New York. You've seen Juice?
Of course.
Okay.
Omar Epps.
He gets a daily news delivered to him every day, handed to him by a PA. And one day there's this article, Cries in the Night. It's this long article, and he's reading it. And it's about a 12-year-old girl who was raped by a cousin in the Noble Drew Ali housing unit in Brooklyn. No one knows she's pregnant. She delivers a baby on the bathroom floor. She takes a baby, puts a baby in an odd job plastic bag, opens the chute, the trash chute, throws a baby down the chute. It's the day that the incinerator goes off in the basement. But a guy who works downstairs in the basement hears it, hears the baby crying, picks up the baby, takes the baby to the hospital. There's an article about this. Tupac is filming Juice. He reads this article. He literally says to Omar Epps, I got to go back in my trailer. Sits down. This is how he wrote, very quick. Brenda's got a baby, but Brenda's barely got a brain. A damn shame. The girl can hardly spell her name. This kind of fictional, not fictional account based on the story he reads. So I love that song, and I think the song is really important in the Tupac catalog. So I have a very good friend from my hometown of Mahopac, New York, named Michelle Sully, who's an awesome, awesome genealogist, the best I've ever worked with. And I said, do you think we could try to find this baby? And she's like, well, it's hard, but 5 days later, she says, I think this is his number. And she gives me a phone number. And I text this guy, and I'm like, hey, basically, my name's Jeff Pearlman, because you can't call because nobody answers our phones anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, my name's Jeff Pearlman. This is kind of weird, but I'm a writer. I'm working on a Tupac book. By any chance, is this you? And I sent the article over text. He writes back. He basically says, holy crap, give me a call tomorrow. Fast forward, I go to Las Vegas in a couple of days. He lives in Las Vegas. His name is Devon Hodge. He's great. And he is the baby who's thrown down the trash heap. And basically his story is he was adopted after this happened. His parents moved to Las Vegas. He was brought up in Las Vegas. His parents both died, his adoptive parents, recently. He does a DNA, an ancestry search. It comes back with all these ties to Brooklyn and the Noble Drew Ali housing unit. He reaches out to him. They're like, holy crap, we've been wondering what happened to you for years, blah, 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 blah. Are you a Tupac fan? And he's like, yeah, I love Tupac. He goes, we think the song Brenda's Got a Baby is based on you. He flies to Brooklyn. He meets with all the relatives. It's like this Antoine Fisher reunion where they have, hey, baby, and the food and the love and everything. And it's this moment for him. But he has never found his mom. I go back to my genealogist, Michelle Sully. I'm like, do you think we could find the mom? He's like, that might be hard. She finds a number and she calls this number. And she's like, is this Jeanette? And the woman's like, who is this? She's like, I'm Michelle. And basically, I'm working with this writer, Jeff Pearlman, about Tupac. Did you have a baby when you were 12? And she starts screaming, do you know where my baby is? Do you know where my baby is? And she's crying. Holy cow, do you please tell me you know where my baby is? I've been looking for my baby for decades. Do you know where my baby is? And Michelle says, yeah, I do actually. And she said, the woman says, I live in Newark, New Jersey, but I'm away from home because I'm going to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And Michelle says, well, where are they playing? Las Vegas. That night, they meet for the first time.
Wow.
Night. And that's the opener of the book.
It gives me chills.
Oh, me too.
It's an unbelievable story. Were you there when they met?
No, sadly I wasn't.
Did you want to be there?
Of course. I just wasn't. But it wouldn't have been right for me to be there.
Right.
Like this was a very personal moment involving a lot of trauma and a lot of stuff that had nothing to do with me. And sometimes you're just I'm writing a book, but this is real life.
I love that you start the book with that. By the way, as an aside, this incredible genealogist, Michelle
Sully, yeah.
You went to high school with her. You spoke to her like 5 times, you said.
Yeah.
And now she's like finding you Brenda's baby.
She's like my BFF.
How does that happen, by the way? How are you in school with someone?
Facebook.
Yeah.
And we were a big class, 330 people, and she was here and I was here and we didn't talk very much. And then we just reconnected over Facebook. And for one of my past books, I was looking for a genealogist. And I think I wrote something on Facebook maybe, and she responded. And she's probably now my closest friend from Mahopac.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So that type of research and journalism, I don't think is seen as exemplified in many of these books. And I think that's what always separates you. Like you always want to, you don't want to just tell the story. You don't want it to just be a biography. You want us to learn things about these people.
Yeah.
Historically, you do sports books. This is your first non-sports book, right?
Yeah.
Why make that transition?
Couple reasons. I was always inspired by, this is going to sound weird. I was always inspired by Garth Brooks years ago did a rock album.
Okay.
And it was called like the Chris Gaines' Greatest Hits, and it flopped. And everyone made fun of Garth Brooks for trying this. And I was always like, I swear to God, I was always like, I really admire the fact that this guy tried something totally different. It's always been in my head, like, I want to try something different. And I've always been fascinated by Tupac. And it's like one of those things where you're waiting for the book that you want to read to come along. And suddenly you're like, maybe I should just write it. Like, why can't I do it? Why can't I try it? I know look, I'm not black, and that does make a difference with Tupac. There's no doubt about it. He is an important figure, not just in cultural history, but there are many black men and women in America who feel attached to him in very profound and important ways. I don't have that. It just couldn't be. I'm a sports writer. I'm not a hip hop writer. I'm not a music writer. Those are deficiencies. What do I know how to do? I know how to research, and I know how to dig, and I know how to drive to different places and see different people, and I know how to throw myself into it. So I tried to make up for my deficiencies with just kind of doggedness.
Why were you always fascinated by him?
I love his music. There's something Shock G from Digital Underground said years ago. He said, paraphrasing, he said, a lot of rappers rap from the tongue and some rap from the throat, and Tupac raps from the stomach. Kind of like DMX and Tupac are the two authentic. And there's something so raw and so real and so harsh about Tupac. And you add in like this metamorphosis from art school kid to death row to dying young and this wild just ups and downs of his life. And I just never felt like it was chronicled in a really detailed way. And also, I think there are a lot of very lazy takes on Tupac. I think there are a lot of revisionist history. Oh, I was best friends with Pac. Oh, me and Pac. And the truth of the matter is, his sister told me this. He was a very lonely person. He was a very isolated person. A lot of people are asking him for stuff, as happens with famous people. Can you get me this? Can you get me that? Can you get me this? He's in prison. People are asking him for stuff. I just thought there was something there that I wasn't seeing.
When I think of Tupac, the Tupac before I read this book, I think of Thug Life. I mean, I knew about Baltimore and I knew about Jada Pinkett. Like, I knew his story. He's a very smart guy. But, you think of Thug Life and the boxers showing and hit him up and all that stuff. Would it be fair to walk away from this saying that he wasn't actually that guy? Like, he was a bit of a gangster wannabe? He was a bit of a poser in that regard? Is that too harsh?
I think it's too harsh.
Okay. Because that is insinuated at times, no?
Sure. This is how I think of it, for real. He was living in Marin City. This is when his mom was at the height of her crack addiction. He was living with some friends. He was dirt poor, but he was really getting into hip hop. And he was building a name for himself in Marin City. This is where he changed his rap name from MC New York, which he went by.
Ironic.
And one of his guys, Ryan D, is like, he goes, literally, Tupac is a dope ass name. Why aren't you going with that? And he's like, all right, I'll go with Tupac because MC New York. Anyway, he's trying to build himself. And one day he gets in a rap battle with this 13-year-old kid named TAHS, T-A-C, and Tupac gets his ass kicked. They rap a battle in front of people. Tupac just gets destroyed. Tupac comes back to the apartment and he's devastated, just devastated. And he vanishes for 5 days. And no one knew where he went. His roommates, no idea. Where's Tupac? Where's Tupac? Well, he spent these days, at the time in Marin City, there was a guy that the crack kingpin of Marin City was this guy named Bobby Burton. And Tupac asked Bobby Burton, can I follow you around for 5 days? Can I just hang with you for 5 days? And for 5 days, Tupac followed him around, took notes. What is it to be a crack dealer? What is it to be a gangbanger? What is it to be this? What is it to be that? And after 5 days, he returns and he writes a song called Days of a Criminal, which is this badass song of Tupac, or at least Tupac song. I feel like what he became was a chronicler of maybe not stuff he entirely lived, but stuff he wanted to explain to people. So was he a gangbanger? No, he was never in a gang. He was, Death Row was Mob Piru affiliated and he would give them shout outs, but was he a member? No. As Ice-T said, you're not 25 joining a gang. That's ridiculous. Was he a drug dealer? A failed drug dealer who probably tried 3 times and sucked. One guy gave him a chance to sell drugs for him. And he told me, he's like, I would have just been better off paying Tupac some money because the guy was ridiculously bad. But he wanted to tell the stories of the experience around him. And that's who he was, storyteller.
That guy, like, how do you find that guy?
Name of a name. His name was Marcou Reynolds. And he was basically a hip hop artist / guy in Marin City. And what happens is you'll interview one guy and he'll be like, who you need to talk to? Talk to that guy. And my best one, so Tupac in Marin City, crack was just overtaking Marin City.
Where's Marin City?
Marin City is in Northern California, not far from San Francisco and Oakland. And that's where he was raised in these projects called the Jungle in Marin City, public housing. And I found one of the main crack dealers there was this guy named Brian Tynes from back in the day. And a lot of people are like, talk to Brian, you'll understand Marin City. I reached out to this guy. He's like, come on up. And I'm sitting with Brian Tynes, no longer a crack dealer, in the front seat of his car in Marin City, interviewing him about being a crack dealer, about young Tupac, about poverty, about addiction, all this stuff. And I always say the same thing to someone like this when I'm interviewing him, a guy from a different world. I'm like, I recognize I'm a sports writer. I'm a white guy. I'm from rural New York. I recognize all of that. But you will never have anyone who's more interested to hear what you have to say than me. Never. I'm fascinated by your life. And I think people really like that. You know, I think you could be any color from anywhere. If you tell people they are genuinely fascinated and you mean it, it goes a long way.
If you're starting a book on X sports subject, you probably have a bit of a leg up because you know someone, you live in that world, right? You know this guy who knows that guy. This is a completely different world for you, right?
Yeah.
So when you're starting off, are you starting at literally ground zero, no contacts whatsoever? And how daunting is that?
Oh, it's really daunting. First thing I do is I go to eBay and I buy every book that's been written about Tupac, any magazines, old magazines I could find. And the next thing I do that's really key is I get all the old yearbooks. So
wow,
I couldn't live without high school and younger yearbooks. So like,
why is that?
Because they literally give you a listing of every single. So the Baltimore School for the Arts yearbook, there's a listing of everyone he went to high school with. So I just go name by name by name by name.
How do you even find those? How do you buy those?
Oh, there's a website, classmates.com, that has a bunch of yearbooks.
Okay.
You can call the school and try to get your book. I'm good friends with a guy from the Washington Post named Dave Sheinin, a great sports writer. And Dave lives near Baltimore. And I said, I was like, crazy favor. Would you mind going to Dunbar one day and just seeing if they have the yearbook from the year he was there? Because Tupac was there. Tupac and Sam Cassell sat next to each other in science class.
Wow.
And he went to Dunbar and he took a picture of all the pages of the yearbook and just texted it to me. So then I start calling all the people from Dunbar. And if you reach out to 500 people, maybe only 50 respond, but 50 classmates from Dunbar High School is pretty freaking good. So that's what you do.
And it is accurate. That is way more daunting than doing a book on Barry Bonds or Walter Payton, right?
Sports is my language.
Yeah.
Sports is no different. I always say I joke, like my three best languages are English, sports, Spanish, in that order. You know, like sports is my language. I can have a sports talk with anyone, anywhere. I love hip hop, but I've never written about hip hop, and I'm certainly not. I wasn't brought up in the, again, I'm a white guy from rural America. I wasn't brought up surrounded by hip hop. So this was a different path to walk.
Did you feel at first that people were like, I don't want to talk to this?
Winning time helped a lot.
Oh, okay.
A lot.
Yeah.
It gave me a lot of cred.
Yeah.
So I would bring that up very quickly. And then the Brenda story happened pretty early on. So I would tell that story. I'd be like, I'll say to someone, I'll be like, blah, blah, I'm working on this book. And they'll be like, well, I don't know. I'll be like, I'll tell you what, I have the craziest Tupac story you're ever going to hear. How about I just tell it to you? And people like that. People like that you put in the time and found stuff like that.
Sure. You know? Was there anyone that you were, for lack of a better word, dying to speak to and just couldn't get? They wouldn't speak to you about it?
I didn't get Dr. Dre or Snoop Dogg. I'm not saying they're vital, but I didn't get them. Suge Knight's in prison. I didn't get Suge.
Could you get him if you
Suge?
Want? Yeah.
All right. So they have he's in prison near where I live. He's in San Diego. And I've gone to prisons before and just shown up in the visitation room. There are some prisons you can do that. San Diego, you have to have a pre-approved visit from the person. They have a text messaging system with this prison you can sign up for. So I was texting Suge.
Come on.
Yeah. And every now and then he would write back. Like I found
what?
I found his report card from UNLV and he got a D in music, which I thought was funny, like music appreciation. And I sent him an image of that and he wrote back, ha ha. And I thought that was good. And I kept saying, I'd really love to come see you. I'd really love to come see you. And he never did.
Did he just not reply to that? Or did he string you along? Or did he just say no?
He never said no, but he would be like, oh, like it would just be like random letters or like
wow,
stuff.
wow.
He never talked.
And that's not like you couldn't get anything out of him via text, right? Like you wouldn't go off that.
I try like baiting is the wrong word, but you try sending the report card and hoping he says, oh, that was a great class. Suge Knight, by the way, I just want to say, UNLV, defensive lineman, 3 games with the 1987 replacement Los Angeles Rams.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do you know this because of USFL or just because you know everything about all your subjects?
I just have no leg.
Yeah, that's right. And what about Dr. Dre and Snoop?
Is it
possible?
I knew it would be hard.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre had a very his relationship with Tupac was not great. And Snoop, he's just hard to get.
Is that common knowledge that?
Yeah, I think so. He left. It was very acrimonious when he left Death Row. And the other thing interesting, the most famous Tupac song is probably California Love.
Yeah.
If you talk about everyone knowing it. And that's a Dr. Dre Tupac song, but it was really a Dr. Dre solo song. And Suge Knight insisted that Tupac be on the track. And Dr. Dre was never particularly thrilled by that.
He was upset.
He was upset. It was his song. It's a great song. He didn't write it. He produced it. The writer of that song was a guy, James Anderson, who he met at a stoplight, weirdly.
Can you tell us that?
Yeah, there's this guy, James Flex Anderson. I saw that he wrote the song, so I reached out to him. He's from Maryland. He'd recently gotten out of the armed services. He moves to California to become a songwriter. He's having no luck, to be a rapper. He's having no luck whatsoever. I swear to God, one day he's in his car with a friend, and it's a convertible, and he pulls up. Oh no, his car wasn't a convertible. Dr. Dre's in a convertible next to him at a light. His friend rolls down the window. He's like, "Yo, Dre, this is my boy Jay Flex. He's a songwriter. Can we get you some of his stuff?" And they literally had a demo tape. They always kept demo tapes. They flip it to him. They don't know if anything's going to happen. Dr. Dre calls him, invites him to the July 4th party at his house.
Wow.
And Jay Flex winds up writing California Love and a bunch of other songs for Dr. Dre.
Wow.
Tupac wrote his own lyrics, Dr. Dre. It's not an indictment of Dr. Dre. He was really a producer.
Yeah. Why did Suge want him in that song? Just because he was trying to push his guy?
Wait, Tupac?
Yeah.
No, he didn't want him in the song. Oh, Suge did.
Suge did, yes. Dre didn't want him.
Suge was all about Tupac.
Okay.
Like, Tupac was everything Suge Knight wanted out of Death Row. He wanted, wanted gangster. He wanted hard-nosed. He wanted this thug life ethos that Tupac had. And Tupac was his guy. In fact, Dre and Snoop both were kind of found exasperating the levels of Suge Knight that he went to get Tupac sort of up and going.
Okay.
I mean, Tupac literally gets out of Clinton, flies to Kennedy, flies to LA, goes to Morty's Steakhouse to eat, goes to Cam Am Studio, naps on the couch, wakes up, first night records 7 songs, including Ambitions as a Rider and I Am Mad at You on that first day.
Wow.
Yeah. He could just write and spit it and write. And they had 2 studios, and it used to piss off the other artists. He would bounce back and forth. He'd have a producer here. He'd work on a song here, here, go back and forth.
Wow.
He's crazy. He was a genius. Musically, a genius. Writing, a genius.
Was he a good person?
Who's to say? I mean, don't you find, being serious about this, wouldn't you say in the course of your career as you've grown, that becomes a more complicated question?
Sure.
Like when we were younger journalists, right?
Yeah.
You'd spend 3 hours with whoever, right? And the guy was great, right? And you'd be like, oh, he's a great guy. But then you realize like you're only getting 3 hours and he's going to be nice to you because you're media. Tupac had some amazing kindness. He did not walk past people who in need without giving. He was so devoted to his mom, who didn't always share that same devotion to her son. At the same time, Ayanna Jackson said he raped her. He went to prison for that. There was another rape case that was, just being honest, was never reported before this book. So he was mixed.
Yeah, because I obviously I know that you've done stories on people that in the process of books, process of Brett Favre comes to mind, that you say like, that dude was not good. I don't like that guy, right?
Yeah.
And maybe even regretted working on
a little bit,
right?
Yeah, I don't regret this book though.
Okay, that's what I was getting at, because this is, you're putting a spotlight on someone's life. Obviously, he's an icon, and you don't just write stories or write books on people that you like. That's not journalism, right?
Of course.
Actually, it's funny. I'd love to get your take on this, and I don't want to forget something you just said, but there's a guy named Andrew Tate. Do you know this guy? Mm-hmm. He's very controversial. He's very polarizing. He's been accused of stuff. And someone asked me like, "Hey, why do you talk about him? You're platforming him, right?" And my response to that was, and they said, "Would you have him on the show?" And my response to that was like, journalism isn't just talking to people that you agree with or like.
Yep.
That's not what this is. And I think that that's where journalism has gone. It's like, okay, you go to this channel because you know that they are talking about things that you like and agree with. But that's not why we get into this, right?
I thought 60 Minutes had Marjorie Taylor Greene on, I think it was last year. And even before this segment came out, they were getting killed for having Marjorie Taylor Greene on. I was like, she's a major figure in politics in America. Like, of course that's a good segment. I didn't see how they did it, but like, I agree with you 100%. Like, we're not just here to kiss ass. We're not just here to promote the people we like. We're here to talk about people who are interesting,
Yes.
Period.
That second accusation?
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
When was that? Yeah.
So, all right. So Tupac went to prison for the Ayanna Jackson situation. And that happened in New York at the St. Regis. 4 months earlier. So basically, I was researching this book. And I'm going through these papers. And I found a police report of a rape accusation against Tupac that had never been reported. And originally, I just found a redacted version with the names all covered up. Then I found an unredacted version. And basically, this woman accused Tupac. She said they were at a club in LA. She was there with her friend's 21st birthday. Her friends kind of ditch her, and she's there by herself. And she had danced with Tupac earlier in the night. She had a boyfriend who played football at USC, but she's there with her friends. She's stranded at this club. Tupac and some of his friends say, hey, what's wrong? And she's like, my friends left me. And this is before Uber, before cell phone. They're like, do you need a ride home? And she's like, okay. And basically they give her a ride home, but they're like, first we're going to stop. We got to stop and pick something up at the house, Tupac's house where I lived. She's like, okay, I'll stay in the car. He's like, no, come in. He goes in and according to her, he rapes her. He's, on the bed and everything. Won't go into details, but he rapes her. And then he had his friend say he would drive her home. And basically he also forced her into sex. Okay. I find this police report. I have the name for the person. I reach out to the person who it happened to. And she is now 52, doesn't live in the state anymore, is a mom and kids. She has no reason to talk to me. And she originally says, yeah, I don't want to relive it. That was a very horrible time in my life. Then later on I said, do you want to see, I'd recently found the unredacted, do you want to see the police report? And she's like, you know what? I would like to see it. And I showed it to her. And she called me angry. And she's like, I forgot how awful that was. And I will talk to you about this as long as you don't use my name.
Wow.
She basically tells this story about how Tupac, come on in and he has a gun on his night table and she's scared. And he like starts, making out with her. And then he's like doing these things you shouldn't do to a person, et cetera. The other guy drops her off, forces her to also engage in a sexual act, basically drops her off back at USC where her boyfriend lives. And she immediately goes to the police, files a report. And the police never followed through. And they make this clear in the report because they said she had a chance to run away at one point and didn't. So they didn't pursue the case. And that's what pissed her off when I showed her the police report. She goes, I was 21 years old. I was terrified. I was drunk. It wasn't that I was not in a state to just logically think, oh. And so when I asked her about the Ayanna Jackson case, she goes, I 100% believe her because pretty much the same thing happened to me. And the interesting thing about working a book like this is Tupac fans will not like hearing that story. And it's kind of like you said, like you're a journalist and you have a decision to make in your career. Are you going to tell a true story, a full, all-encompassing story, or you're just trying to please fans? And that was just a reality.
Have you heard from anyone close to, obviously his mom's no longer with us. He has siblings,
He
right?
has a sister.
Sister.
Yes. She hasn't seen the book yet.
Okay.
But she did talk to me for the book.
She did, yes.
Yeah, I went down to New Orleans to see her.
Okay, and how is she?
Oh. So, no. I have so much respect for her.
Okay.
It's probably the hardest interview I've ever done.
Really?
She's been battered by life too. Like these people, the Shakur family had a very, very traumatic upbringing. She actually told me, she finally went to therapy later in life. And the first thing she told the therapist about were the rats running through their house when she was in Baltimore. Like they had rats running along the floorboards, eating their food, all this stuff. And at one point I asked her a question, and this was like, every now and then you interview someone and you have a moment that kind of changes the way you think about life. I said to her, what was it like when you moved from Baltimore to Marin City? And she goes to me, that's your white privilege talking. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, we didn't move. I didn't move. I was relocated. There's a difference between being moving and relocating. And I was like, whoa, whoa. And it really it was good for me. It's good for me to learn about this and the way people feel about things. And she just her whole life was traumatized. She was raped. She was abandoned. She was raised by a crack addict who wasn't there for her. Her brother loved her, but her brother was so focused on being a music star that she was left alone to fend for herself. And just a traumatic. She's kind of my hero. She's more than Tupac in a way, as his sister, just a survivor of trauma.
Wow. What do you think he would say about the book?
I would hope he'd say, well, you got it right. I think he'd say, well, it's accurate. It might be hard for him to read a little bit, I don't know. I find it interesting. People ask me, what do I think Tupac would be doing now, right? I've talked about this a lot with people. What would Tupac be doing now? And the one thing I do believe strongly, I don't know what he'd be doing. I think the ICE raids in LA would really, really profoundly piss him off. I think he'd have a problem with cops just driving around grabbing brown people off streets. And I think that would be a real, real thing for him. I could see him being a leader out there where I live.
Do you think that he's still alive?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I can tell you, okay.
Because you kind of, not to spoil it, but the end is...
No, he's not alive.
Wink, wink. Okay.
You saw, I was in Lumberton, North Carolina, and his mom, Afeni, used to live there. And she had a house on a couple of acres, and it's abandoned. And the guy who's a caretaker said, do you want to go see the house?
Wow.
Go inside the house. inside of Feni Shakur's house. I'm like, yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah, I don't think he realized how meaningful that was to me. And you're walking around the house and there are her boxes of stuff. She died in 2016. So there are these boxes of like VHS tapes and like books that were Feni Shakur's, just frozen in time.
Wow. Then
he said, do you want to go see Tupac's grave? And I'm like, what do you mean? Because everyone knows his ashes were thrown out off of Malibu. He's like, nah, she buried his ashes here, some of his ashes here. I was like, wait, what do you mean? And he's like, well, just follow me. And there is, in the front yard of an abandoned house that no one has lived in a decade, there is a tombstone of Tupac Shakur, which is crazy.
It's but what was it like when you saw that?
Oh,
because you had no idea, right?
No idea. I was in Lumberton. I drove to Lumberton because I wanted to use the library to look up old clips about her. And the stupid newspaper machine was broken in the library, so I couldn't even do it. And I was like, well, this is a wasted trip. And then I sat down with some family members, including the caretaker for the property. And when standing above his grave in the middle of working on this book,
yeah,
it's just
I can't imagine what that feels like.
Very emotional and very sort of, you know, it's like when you visit a graveyard and you kind of physically think about the person's remains below you. There's something about it, you know?
You know, it's weird. All these videos now of him.
I don't like it. I see why they're entertaining, but I think about his sister.
Oh.
And I think I feel like his sister's haunted by her brother's legacy, by being the living embodiment. I was at a street naming for Tupac in Oakland and she was there. This is before I ever talked to her. I just watched her. And she's just like this walking bundle of like, she has like a shield around her just through all these years of trauma and also people seeing her as this almost holy figure because she was Tupac's sister.
In this process, do you ever think, man, if I had an interview with him, what would I ask? Like if you had 3 questions with him, 4, I know it's a tough thing to think of on the spot, but did you daydream like when you're just kind of sitting?
Sure.
Right? Because a lot of your books, the people are alive to a degree. I know Walter Payton, I think you interviewed him once, right?
I did.
But in SI.
Yeah.
So it's harder, I would imagine, if the subject isn't there to participate. Did you think of what you would say to Tupac if you could, or what you could ask him?
So the thing that haunts me writing about Tupac is his death.
Mm.
And I would actually, I guess in a weird way, everything that happened with his death in Vegas at the MGM Grand ran counter to everything his mom stood for. Everything his mom stood for.
In what way?
So she was, his mom, Feni, Panther 21 trial, Black Panther, should be taught in history books. Feni Shakur should be deemed a historic figure in this country, and we don't even touch her, just as far as like what she did for the Black Panthers, how she stood up for herself, representing herself in a trial where she could have gone for jail, the COINTELPRO, everything. She's amazing, and she was his hero. And now it's the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight. And Tupac loved Tyson. Tupac wrote the entrance song for Tyson for that fight and the Frank Bruno fight. Fight ends quick. I think Bruce Seldon probably took a dive. It's a ridiculous fight. It's ridiculous how bad it was. And Bruce, I mean, come on. Anyway, fight ends. Tupac is all jazzed up. He's in the lobby of the MGM Grand. And he's standing next to a guy, Ma Pyru guy, Baby Lane. And they see Orlando Anderson in the lobby, not that far away, wearing a Dan Marino, super baggy Dan Marino Miami Dolphins jersey. And Baby Lane goes to Tupac and says, that's him. And Tupac says, who? He goes, that guy, that's the MFer who took my medallion. Because somewhat recently in a mall, there was this brawl between a bunch of Compton Crips and a bunch of mobs, and someone took his chain, ripped his chain off. And Tupac says, who? He says, that guy right there. Tupac walks up, says, you from the South? Yeah, punches him. All the death row guys jump in, right?
Why do you say, are you from the South?
South side Crip.
Oh, got it, yeah. Now you just speak the whole language. Like
you know what?
Like
I learned a lot.
Yeah.
I know. I learned a lot. I know not to wear red when I do this.
Okay.
Actually, not even joking. I learned a lot. So everyone's like, oh, the mystery of his death, the mystery of his death. Like, I interviewed a really good friend of Orlando Anderson, the guy who they beat up, his closest friend from childhood. And he goes, there is no way Orlando Anderson could come back to Compton having his ass kicked by a rapper. Like, he couldn't do it. Like, reputation-wise. Imagine coming back to Compton. You can get beat up by a gangbanger. You got beat up by a rapper, not even a big rapper. Like, the reputation alone. So later on that night, they go, it's Orlando Anderson, it's Keefe D, it's 2 other guys. They're driving around looking, just driving around Vegas. They go to Suge's Club 662, I think it was 662, and he's not there, and they're just driving around looking. Tupac is dangling out the window of Suge's car, hollering at women, even though his fiance's back at the hotel. Orlando Anderson is like, yo, that's Pac right there. And they pull up to him, and he shoots him. And everyone's like, oh, it was, the mystery of it all. Was it Diddy? Was it Biggie? I just don't buy it. And most people I talk to from death row don't buy it either. Like, it would be an incredible arranged thing to have Orlando Anderson standing in the MGM Grand, Tupac, you seeing him, walking up to him, punching him, and then finding Tupac later driving around. Like, whoever coordinated that would have to be the greatest mastermind of all time. My point is, Tupac didn't have to walk up to him. Tupac didn't have to, you're literally surrounded by gangbangers.
Right.
You think Lionel Richie or Hall & Oates are going up and punching? It's like utterly, he's the talent of death row. Why are you doing that? And I just think Afeni, like, it's anti-everything Black Panther, hitting another black man, acting this way to a guy you don't even know what he did. Like, it's so anti what his mom stood for, and it was so unnecessary and so stupid. And that's like a universal. Everyone I talked to was like, his death is the dumbest thing ever. He should be alive today. Like, he should be alive today. Jim Belushi told me, he's like, that guy was 2 movies away from an Academy Award. I talked to a guy, Dupree Kelly, who was in Lords of the Underground, and he's now a city councilman in Newark, New Jersey. And he's like, he would have been a great political leader. Like, he's the guy who inspired me to run for office. He should be here today. And that was a stupid stuff. And I interviewed a guy from death row named Mob James, and he's a former gangbanger. And he said to me, he's like, it just pisses me off. He's like, Suge sold him this bag of goods about how you're supposed to act and what it means to be street. And he's like, that wasn't Tupac. That's not who he was. He was a storyteller and like a gifted actor, and he just bought that crap, and because of it, he's dead. And it just sucks. So that's how I feel.
Was he paranoid at that point?
Oh.
Was he starting?
Profoundly so.
Yeah.
He was raised by a mother who always, understandably so, thought she was being watched. She came up with being spied on by NYPD, by FBI, the whole COINTELPRO. She would put peanut butter on the walls so no fingerprints could be tracked. She would walk different ways home so no one was following her. And Tupac certainly was that way. He oftentimes wore a bulletproof vest. He was not wearing one in Vegas. He left in LA.
Why?
He did not like wearing a bulletproof vest. And he also said it's hot as hell in Las Vegas.
Right. And so why do you think people have run with this theory that he's not actually dead? Is it just what we do for celebrities, or is it because he never had the funeral, right?
No, but they had a memorial service in Malibu where his loved ones. A couple of reasons. Number one, his last album, Machiavelli, a lot of people think there are a lot of symbols and relations to Machiavelli, and Machiavelli allegedly faked his own death, which isn't even really true. Number two, one of his last videos was I Ain't Mad At You, which literally shows him going to heaven and after being killed in a drive-by. So there's this like, wow, was he just telling us? And number three, like, we basically have 90 years to live if we're lucky. And there's a lot of downtime between birth and death. And I think people need to be entertained by something. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It just is. I don't know.
You know what kind of bummed me out? Because I loved Hit 'Em Up so much, and I would sing. And I kind of felt like Biggie was hurt by it. Like, obviously he was hurt by it, but like my takeaway was Biggie wanted to squash the beef.
100%. Biggie first tried visiting him in the hospital, couldn't get in.
They just wouldn't let him.
Well, that was because Tupac was in bad condition, so they wouldn't let him in. Not in Vegas. I'm talking about New York.
Yeah.
Then he tries visiting him in Clinton, which is not fun to get to. And Tupac's manager, Watani, he went through Watani. And Watani says to Tupac, yo, Biggie wants to come see you. I think you should let him do it. And Tupac's like, F that guy, no way. And in prison, he was talking Biggie nonstop. Like, the different inmates I interviewed from Clinton are like, oh, that guy was hyper obsessed with getting revenge against Biggie. And he just convinced himself. And there's a 0% chance Biggie had anything to do with Quad Studios. A 0% chance. It's ridiculous.
Quad Studios is when you got shot.
Yeah.
And then he even thought that Who Shot Ya was that, but it came out before.
Correct.
So he was just super paranoid?
People would say stuff to him like, you would say, but that came out before. Yeah, well, he should know. He shouldn't have released it. Like, he recorded it before. I think maybe released it after. He's like, you should know. Or like, it'd be like, Biggie, it doesn't make sense. And he'd be like, yeah, but if someone was coming to LA to do harm to Biggie, I would know about it. And I'm sure he knew about it. So even if it was like justified, he would like build up this thing why it wasn't. See, I thought the thing you were going to say about Hit 'Em Up.
Yeah.
One of my favorite discoveries. It's a sample of a Dennis Edwards song.
Yeah.
and it was written by a woman named Franny Gold. And Franny Gold is a Jewish woman from Chicago who's just a songwriter. And she writes a song for Dennis Edwards. And she gets approached one day by her music company. And they're like, so the artist Tupac Shakur wants to sample your song. And she says, oh, that's great. It's Tupac Shakur is a famous rapper, right? She knows nothing. And they're like, yeah, you may want to read the lyrics first. So she's given the lyrics to hit him up. And she's like, I don't think I can have this. And someone says, do you know who Suge Knight is? And she's like, I don't know that name. And they're like, so he's the head of Death Row Records. If you don't want someone showing up at your house, you may just want to release the music. And she does. And she's like a delight. She actually likes the song now.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so.
Yeah. I saw your face light up. That is a tremendous story. When I hear it from time to time, I'm like, oh, that's hit him up. But it's a completely different song. The research is amazing. And I think it's going to be a smashing success. I'm wondering if this has now inspired you to leave sports writing. Are you done? Are you now going to do other non-sports things? Are you going to conquer those worlds as well?
My son Emmett was pushing for a Kanye book. And I got to say, there's something Wright Thompson said that I agree with. He's like, writing about crazy people isn't that fun because like sometimes people are just insane, and getting into the insanity sometimes is like walking in the woods without an exit. And I don't know if a Kanye book.
Is it too soon?
It could be too soon also, but the thing is, athletes have a very finite career, right?
Yeah.
You could theoretically be famous for the next 30 years. So I don't know.
You have your next one.
I'm doing a book nobody's going to buy. It's a, no, for real. It's a,
I love the confidence.
I'm very confident no one will buy this book. I'm doing a memoir about my early journalism career in Nashville because I was just a chronic screw-up.
Yes.
It's something I always wanted to do.
This is right up my alley.
There you go. Well,
yes.
the one.
Yes.
I'll probably send you one free to get on your show. So don't count. And then
you've told great stories about this, about like having to face the quarterback and their this is great.
Yeah, but nobody's going to care.
And so why do it if you think no one's going to care?
Because it's like a bucket list thing for me.
Okay.
I just always wanted to write it. And also, you never know. Maybe it catches a buzz.
Did you feel at some point you wanted to do something personal?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it tiring writing about other people all the time?
It's tiring because it's a physically and mentally tiring endeavor.
Okay.
And you probably feel this way too. I always think this a lot. Like doing stuff you love. Like I thought this during the Laker book a lot, the Shaq Kobe book. Like Kobe Bryant, say what you want about him. When no one was around, he was shooting jumpers nonstop. He was doing push-ups, he was running. And that's not fun. But that's how you wind up having the joy of playing Portland in the playoffs, right? Writing a book is not actually fun. Some of it's fun, but it's gruelingly hard, but it's rewarding. So it's like, it's not like, I'm being serious. People think like, oh, it's the best job. It is a great job, but it's painful at the same time. But I kind of love the pain, you know? Like I still kind of love the pain, even the rejection and the digging and the calling and all that stuff. So like, it beats me down. It truly beats me down. And it flares up all kinds of insecurities and whatever. But I also really love it. So I just keep doing it.
Did you say you had another one after the Nashville?
All right. So I signed a 3-book deal.
Okay.
And
congrats.
Thank you. It's supposed to be, but I don't know if I'm going to do this. The third in my Laker trilogy, which is the second one ended with Kobe and Shaq breaking up. The Kobe run without Shaq.
Yeah.
I don't know if enough people will care. So I might switch topics.
Okay. So it's TBD right now. You probably need a break, right? Like you need to detox.
Well, I've been working on the memoir, which is fun.
Okay.
That's just fun.
You're doing this? Like when did you finish this?
Finish like going through edits and all that
Yeah,
stuff?
like you're done.
5 months ago.
Okay. You don't take like a mental break?
I can't.
You don't take like even a month, 2 months?
No.
You don't go on vacation?
I mean, I have gone on vacation, but
you don't like just shut off. Your poor wife. She's giving out kidneys for God's sake.
Yeah, I know that. Good call. She'll like that you said that.
Oh my God.
My wife is a kidney donor.
Could you tell us the story? It's an unbelievable
It's the best story. It's
Yeah.
better than Brenda's Got a Baby story. My wife, Catherine, social worker, great person.
Seems like a true mensch.
Oh, she's the
like
best.
salt of the earth.
She's the best. She was in a Starbucks 6 years ago, and she saw a flyer that a woman put up named Monica for her husband Eli, who's needs a kidney transplant. And my wife came home and she's like, how weird would it be if I donated my kidney to a stranger? And I swear to God, I thought like, if anyone would do it, it's you. Like she's just that kind of person, you know? And also I think like, why is your cousin's life any more valuable than the stranger's life? Like we agree on that, you know what I mean? Like a life is a life. So she applied, she put in her information, they reached out to her, and she turned out to be a match. And I kid you not, 6 years later, I would say, we didn't know them. Monica and Eli Valdez, who lived near us, have become maybe our closest friends.
Come on.
In California. We do Christmas Eve at their house every year.
Wow.
They come to our house for all the Jewish holidays. All the Jewish holidays. We always say he has a Jewish kidney, so he's official.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. It's gay. I just got chills telling that story. It's the best.
There she is.
Yeah. I mean, wow, look at the work here.
Shout out.
Yeah. She'll be somewhat conflicted that you showed that picture.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm
okay,
kidding.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm blown away by that story because people talk about shirt off of your back. Kidney out of your body is next level for someone you don't know.
She's just, I'm being serious. Like, she's just the best. She's just a great person.
And why? Why did she feel compelled?
I think she sees people in need and wants to help them. She's a lifetime. See, when I met her, she was she ran a youth homeless shelter at Covenant House here in New York City, and she was just like, she just lived for these kids. Like, she just wanted these kids to be helped and to have advantages in life and to live happy lives. Like, that is who she's been from the day I knew her. Social worker. You don't get glory from being a social worker.
No. I mean, but that's next level.
Very much so.
Selflessness. I mean, it's just on, it blows me away when I hear
If you need a
that
kidney,
story.
give me a call.
Okay. You got one too, or because she can't give?
I have colitis. I actually tried, but you can't.
Okay. How are you doing with that?
It's fine. It sucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Can I ask, do you miss the day-to-day beat? Like, do you miss the grind of that? Or, like newspapers, Sports Illustrated, do you miss that? Or did you like that job more than this? Or because, that job doesn't really exist as much anymore? There's a Sports Illustrated stadium. I was at it last night. Did you know this?
Yeah.
Where the Red Bulls play.
Yeah.
They changed the name.
I know.
And I feel like it goes against like everything Sports Illustrated was. Like, it's now naming rights. What is this?
Yeah, I want to say to start
Because you're Mr. SI in my mind.
I love SI.
Yeah.
I wasn't even there that long. I was there 6 years.
I know, but I just kind of associate you with
And Steve Cannella, who's the editor of SI, is one of the best journalists and people I know. So he's great. But media is media now.
Yeah.
And like print is, and the one thing about SI, I think everyone would agree with, it never adapted to the digital age well. And that started when I was there. It just never made the adjustment that it should have, could have, but didn't. And it's definitely struggled. And now here we sit. And do I miss it? What I miss is I'm very social. And book writing, especially when you're in the writing, is the least social endeavor ever. And you're basically by yourself in your own head in a coffee shop, hoping the barista says hi to you, I liked going, all right, I'm going to be with the Mets today and I'll see all the writers and we'll go out to dinner and then I'll go to Kansas City and I'll see the writers there. I miss that sense of community. I have it with other authors, but it's not the same.
Yeah, I'm not loving all this Mariners talk on your feed. We're Blue Jays guys around here, okay?
My neighbor growing up was, I respect that. My neighbor growing up, well, one of my good friends is Sean Green, the former.
Yes.
Sean's comes
Legend.
to my class
Didn't
every
play on
year
Yom
this week.
Kippur.
Correct.
Yes.
And then my neighbor growing up was former Seattle lefty Dave Fleming, who won 17 games in a season for the Mariners back in the day.
Okay.
So, what can I tell you?
No. And Expos fan at heart, but
who's your favorite Expo of all time?
My favorite. This is if you know this guy, I would be impressed. Lenny Webster.
I remember Lenny Webster.
You remember Lenny Webster?
Of course.
Jeff Facero's personal catcher. He would only play every 5 days.
I did a story on Jeff Facero once. Yeah, that's funny. Lenny Webster. I was an Ellis Valentine guy.
Okay. Oh, that's. Yeah,
so you have to
number
admit,
17.
It's the greatest name of all time.
The Expos or Ellis Valentine?
Ellis
Yeah.
Valentine's
There were a lot of great. Al Oliver, Warren Cromartie.
Yeah.
But Ellis Valentine's great. There was one Expos book written by Jonah Carey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How was the book?
It was actually pretty good.
It was?
Yeah. And there's a documentary coming out.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
I saw it.
Oh,
and no, it's good, but I think people are going to be disappointed. It's very French.
Oh.
It's made by Netflix Canada. So for me, like I understand French, so I was ignoring, but it's just very Quebec. And so I don't know if it's going to take off in America, if you get what I'm saying. The trailer is very English, but then the actual doc is very French. It's more of a French doc.
Is there an Ellis Valentine sighting in the movie?
No, because it's more about the
end.
The Loria, Samson, like what happened to the team.
Those guys suck.
Type of stuff.
You must hate those guys. No, do you not?
So funny story. I saw Jeffrey Loria on opening day 2000, and the word at the time was New York art dealer is going to save our team because the team was struggling, the strike, they had to sell off all the players, and this guy's going to come and he makes a big trade. He signs Graham Lloyd to a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
He acquires Hideki Irabu. Remember all that stuff? And we're like, holy crap! Some guy is actually acquiring players from New York and not selling them off. I went up to him and I hugged him and I said, thank you for saving our team. Come to find out, they wanted to move the team. They wanted to go to Virginia. They have the deal with the Marlins. I got into a pretty heated debate with David Sampson on the Lebitard show in 2020 in the pandemic.
Yeah.
And it was heated. I've actually grown to really like David.
Oh.
He does media too now.
Uh-huh.
He's actually going through a tough time with his daughter, unfortunately. But I enjoy his insights, and I never thought him like I despise these guys. So
he was not liked in baseball, David Sampson.
he was despised in Montreal.
Yeah.
Like he was because he had no business being there. He would be the first one to tell you. Like he had no business. It was his stepfather who ran the team. Who bought the team.
Do you think a Major League Baseball team could do well in Montreal now if it's a good stadium?
Absolutely.
I do too.
Absolutely. You've been to that stadium. It was in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
There's only 3 nice months out of the year in Montreal in the summer. No one wants to sit in an enclosed dome in the middle of nowhere. They want to be downtown Montreal, and they had that lot of land. Like they had it right next to the Bell Center downtown. People want to go there and then they want to go out. The answer to who killed the Expos, sorry for going on this tangent,
Right.
is like the local business community. No one stepped up to save the team. Like they all wanted to point fingers after the fact, but the truth is none of the rich people in Montreal wanted to buy the team. They had their chance.
Who's the greatest Expo of all time? Carter? Tim Raines?
It's hard not to say Vladdy, in my opinion.
Interesting.
And that's why I like the Blue Jays, because of his son, because I feel like there's a
Son is
lone
so
connection.
awesome.
He's amazing. But it has to be Vladdy, Dawson, Raines, or Carter.
Yeah.
Pedro's up there, but it was so short.
Short.
So position players, I would say those 4. Pedro would be the
Rusty Staub is a little before your time, but
Le Grand Orange, the man.
great,
got
man.
traded to the Mets and then came back.
I think of him as a Met.
Yeah.
But
Astros first.
Yep.
Got picked up in the this is my world. Got picked up in the expansion draft.
Yeah.
Everyone falls in love with the orange hair, Grand Orange, and then he becomes a legend. Then he gets traded to the Mets and comes back. What about Mac Jones, the mayor of Jonesville? Do you remember that?
No.
They played in a ballpark from 69 to 77 after the Olympics called Jarry Park.
Uh-huh.
And it was just a municipal park.
Seriously?
There was a pool in the outfield. They didn't have enough seats. They were still putting in seats on opening day. And there was a right fielder named Mac Jones. And so the whole right field park in back of the wall was called Jonesville, and he was the mayor of Jonesville.
Wow.
Because it was like in a little, municipal
That's
park.
cool.
Then the Olympics come in 76, which my uncle competed in, weirdly enough, in Montreal in
what event?
judo.
Did he win?
He did not win. He lost his one and only match. The last Jewish Olympian to represent Lebanon. Ever. Anyway, and then they move into that crappy stadium after the Olympics, a stadium that was not built for baseball. There was like a track around it and all this stuff.
Do you think, because he was your uncle,
Why are you interviewing me now?
this is an important question,
Okay.
and you're Jewish,
Yeah.
do you think you could train for the Olympics, represent Lebanon?
No. First of all, I don't think I could enter Lebanon right now. Secondly,
There's different people from different countries. If you show your,
Sure.
the Israeli
I mean,
baseball team was all American
Oh
players.
yeah, absolutely. No one. Yeah. I don't know, and I didn't. But I've always thought that like it's in my DNA. That's why I got into combat sports, because my uncle was a judoka.
That's very cool.
Can I ask before we let you go? This has been a great time. By the way, do you know Diamond Dallas Page?
Yeah.
The legend.
Of course.
He's standing by. He's going to be here right after you. How about going from Jeff Pearlman to DDP, the
Man,
master of the diamond cutter?
I feel like I'm the opening act, though. I'm like,
You should write a wrestling book. Have you ever thought of that?
I've thought about that.
You have?
I was toying with the idea of an 80s wrestling book.
What? I
don't
did
know
not
if
know
there's
that.
been, I don't know, I put on like social media, should I do an 80s wrestling book? Does it sell?
Well, what 80? Like what are we talking
Talk about like Hogan's the obvious one. I'm
Yeah.
talking about like, Junkyard Dog and Snuka and all these guys and just the kind of wild weirdness. But I don't know if it sells.
It absolutely
Does
sells.
it?
Yes, absolutely. It just, I think we have to refine, because
I can't just be the big broad
It just
glob
can't.
of
No.
wrestling. So I don't know.
People have written
I know.
There's a book that came out a couple years ago on Vince that was pretty good. There's been wrestling books, but I feel like you could write a tremendous wrestling book. It's a fascinating world.
Lee Montville said something. Great writer.
Yes.
I quote him a lot. He wrote a Babe Ruth book. And I think I had him on my podcast and I said, there have been a million Babe Ruth books. Why would you write it? And he goes, there's never been my Babe Ruth book. So maybe there's never been my wrestling book. And
Yes. I would
maybe it's the Junkyard Dog story. Everyone's been clamoring for that for years.
I have been. I think his name was Sylvester Ritter. Do you know how he
deceased?
Yeah, car accident. In his prime too.
Prime of life or wrestling?
Prime of wrestling. He
Who's your favorite 80s wrestler?
That man right there. Do you know him?
Wait,
Brett,
is that wait, what's his name?
Brett the Hitman Hart.
Oh yeah, Brett the Hitman Hart.
That's my guy.
I was a Junkyard Dog.
Yeah.
I also liked obviously Snuka. I mean, he's had some,
of course,
not the greatest guy in the world, I guess, but
yeah,
Superfly was pretty dope.
Of course.
Yeah, and I loved when Mr. T entered the ring.
That era was great. It's
great.
1984, the rock and wrestling. Maybe that's the angle.
I mean, I would love to write a Mr. T book, but nobody would buy it.
You say that.
Nobody's minding Mr. T-Buck.
What about Kaufman and Lawler? That era was great.
I wasn't really into it. Yeah, I know.
That's a fascinating story. I mean, there was the movie Man on the Moon.
I mean, I would love to write a book. The episode of my YouTube show that got the most views by far was the 84 San Diego Padres.
Oh, yeah.
By far.
Yeah.
If I thought an 84 San Diego Padres book could sell,
that's the one. That was a great one.
In a second. But it would take every marketing skill I have
to
make that book sell.
By the way, why are you off Twitter?
Because I hated it.
Yeah.
It just made me miserable.
But like in times like this, it would be good to promote, no?
TikTok, I've been blowing up.
Yeah, you have.
So I kind of replaced.
You acknowledge. Are you doing that on your own, or are you sending the videos to someone else?
No, it's just me.
It's all you.
It's just me talking.
Incredible.
I don't even know. My son is
Your kids must love it.
You know why I got on TikTok?
No.
Quick story.
Okay.
There's a writer. All right. Year and a half ago, I went on Twitter and I gave advice to a bunch of writers had just been laid off. And I gave some advice about like social media. If I were a writer and I was looking for a job, blah, blah, blah. So I don't even remember what I said. There's a guy who's the editor of The Defector.
Yeah.
And he wrote a column bashing me, right? Basically like the basic premise is don't listen to this old man giving advice about social media, right? And it kind of stung, right? I'm not mad at him anymore. I just think it's a funny story, but I was definitely mad at the time. And I said to my son, I'm going on TikTok. I'm going to try TikTok. I'm going to see what I can do on TikTok. Because he mentioned, certainly don't take this guy's advice on TikTok, something like that. I was like, I'm going on TikTok. My son Emmett, no filters and no politics. I was like, no filters is fine. No filters and not much politics. And TikTok has changed my life.
Wow.
Changed my life. It got me the YouTube show. It's got me meetings with different people about adaptations of different books I've written. Just opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And it's just really a great storytelling medium. Even for someone who's 53 years old, it's just a great storytelling medium.
I love it.
Yeah, so there I am, TikTok. So to hell with Twitter.
Yeah. Amen. If you can ask Tupac one question, right? If he's sitting in front of you, right, what's the one thing that you would love to ask him?
I mean, there's some mysteries that I don't know. I would love to know. I'll tell you what I love. This is weird. He really disliked, he was very dissatisfied with his first two albums.
Mm.
And I would love to know, like, I would love to sit and musically ask him, like, if you could do it all together again and piece it all together again, what would your output be? But I guess I'd also ask him honestly about his regret with Suge Knight.
Mm.
Is there regret? Was it the right move? Was it the wrong move? How do you feel about that? What happened? Blah, blah, blah. There's a million end-of-life questions that kind of plague me. You can't be in someone's mind. That's the biggest flaw of biography.
Right.
No matter what, I don't know what he was. The moment he was shot, he might have been thinking about The Simpsons. You know what I mean? I have no idea.
True. You're
I just
right.
don't know.
Right. Yeah, a million questions. Man, what an honor this was.
Come on.
I enjoyed this so much. It's called Only God Can Judge Me. There it is. The Many Lives of Tupac Shakur. I've got the book right here. I highly recommend it. You can pre-order it right now. It's out October 21st. It's your 11th book. Will be your 8th New York Times bestseller.
I mean, I hope so.
But that you've had 7, yeah?
I have.
This will be 8.
I hope. Is
Easy
it true?
work.
Appearing on the show, I get a free Stevie Johnson Bills bobblehead. Is that true?
No, but actually, Stevie just sent this to me. How about that?
What?
Yes. He saw me repping the Bills. That's my favorite team. And he's like, I want you to have something. And I was like, holy, this might be the best one I've ever gotten. Look at it.
That's really
the
good.
famous Why So Serious moment.
I have a Chris Mullin St. John's one that I stole from Jim Rome's set years ago.
That's
I like
not
that one.
bad.
But the head falls off. It's a problem.
Yeah, they do get beat up. This one's another fun one. Butterbean.
Where's Butterbean these days?
He's actually doing great. He lost a ton of weight. Actually, this is an incredible segue. DDP got him back. He couldn't walk. And then DDP has Diamond Dallas Page. He has a yoga business. And he lived with him and he got him back to walking. So it all tied together right here.
As long as he doesn't make a comeback.
No, he's talking about that.
Geez,
he
why
wanted
do
to
they
fight
always
Jake
come
Paul.
back?
Yeah, that's the thing. Jeff, you're the man. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Go check out the book. Really appreciate it. Okay, go check out the book. Go check out the YouTube channel, Pressbox Chronicles. Go check out the podcast, Two Writers Slinging Yang. I've been on it.
Yeah.
And go check out the TikTok as well.
Or just send me money.
Or just, and then of course, buy the book.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're the man. Thank you so much. Jeff Pearlman, go check out the book. We'll be back in a moment with the great Diamond Dallas Page. Just a few months ago, he climbed Mount Everest, for goodness sakes. He's Darby Allin, and it's a great honor and pleasure and privilege to have him in studio right here and now on the program. There he is. Oh, yeah. How are you, sir? This is great.
Yo, what up, sir?
It's great to meet you.
How are you?
Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Here's your microphone. Came with the face paint too.
Yeah, I don't go anywhere without it.
Is that true? You don't do? I saw you do some media. You were.
I'd rather not. There's a lot of times I'll just show up to the airport with it.
Is that true?
Because I don't take showers.
Okay. All right. When was the last time you did take it? It does look like it's a little bit, it's like breaking here, right?
Yeah, dude, there's no method to the madness. It's literally, it makes me like, takes literally 2 minutes to put this on.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Even when you're on TV?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. You do it yourself?
Oh, yeah.
They don't have someone to help you out?
No. What do you
I don't
think
know. They
this
don't have like
is?
a makeup lady
What do you
back
think
there?
this is?
No? All right. Well, it's great to have you. It's really great to have you. It's great to meet you. I'm a big fan of what you do and everything that you're about. And you know what I'm really looking forward to talking to you about? You know, I know you've done some media recently about climbing Mount Everest and all that, but I love, you come across as a very thoughtful, a very introspective human being. You're not afraid to kind of speak what's on your mind and in your heart, and I appreciate that a lot. So much respect to you.
Thank you, sir.
You just had a little moment with John Moxley this past weekend at the New York Comic Con.
Just a little moment.
Yeah. How did that come about?
Just whenever you get the chance to show the world what wrestling's all about, because we do that panel with DC.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those fans don't know what they're getting themselves into, and here you are breaking a glass vase over a homie's head.
Okay, so that's what that was. I couldn't quite tell in the video. That was a glass vase?
Yep.
Wow. You like glass, don't you, huh?
I do. This, you can't really tell, but like,
oh, geez.
This scar right here.
Oh, yes, I could tell.
That's from Sting's last match.
That was the one?
Yeah, my insides were hanging out. The ref's like, after I fell through the glass, the ref's like looking at me. He's like, "How are you feeling?" I'm like, "I'm feeling pretty good." He's like, "Oh shit, your insides are hanging out. We got to bring you to the back." I'm like, "I can't get to the back. This is Sting's last match. I got one more spot."
No,
so if you
come on.
see me pop back up, I'm duct taped. Like my sides completely duct
What really did happen? Like, what came out?
Oh, nothing ended up coming out, but you could see the insides.
Serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
How many stitches?
I can't remember.
Why do you do this? Like, why do you go to such an extreme? Why do you put your body through this?
Oh, because I love it. Like a lot of the fans say, "Darby, you don't have to impress us anymore. Like, don't go crazy." I'm like, "I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me," because I'm literally breaking down mental barriers in my mind every time I do something crazy. I'm always breaking down. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay.
I'm breaking down mental barriers.
Why did you just do that? Okay. All right.
Breaking down mental barriers in my mind every time I go out there and do something crazier, because it's coming from a life of just being told you're not going to amount to shit, and you spend your whole life believing what those people are saying. So you're like, "Oh, I guess I'm just going to work at a fast food job the rest of my life." A lot of standing on my feet, working for somebody else. And you believe that. But the moment I started doing crazy shit, it made me feel like anything was possible. So I go out there and just go crazy in high school, jump off a roof into a bush or something. I'm like, "Oh, I'm getting mentally stronger." So the crazier I get, the more confident I get. That's why I do the things I do.
Wow. So you were doing this even before you were into wrestling?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I will do this stuff with or without a camera, just for fun.
When you were a kid, like, did you ever get to the point where you were like seriously hurting yourself and someone was saying, "Yo, man, like, you're doing a little bit too much. You don't need to do this," or was no one out there kind of reeling you in?
No, nobody.
No, you were just doing crazy shit.
I had nothing.
Did you watch Jackass and all that stuff?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Did you want to be one of those guys?
Yeah, I was like, now I'm like friends with Bam, and
I
guys
saw you
like
with Steve-O.
Travis Pastrana, Steve-O, all these people. Yeah, it's like a full circle moment.
And so and here you are with Bam. I think over the weekend, right? That's at Comic-Con.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's yeah. Because
you're like actually friends with him.
Yeah. Before I climbed Everest, he came over to my house for like a week, and we were just skating. It felt like just middle schoolers hanging out, just having a good time. It's cool to be around those type of guys, because I honestly don't hang out with a lot of wrestlers.
Okay, that was Darby Allin on Monday. What a great week for in-studio guests. Jeff Pearlman was phenomenal again. Here's the book. Hope you enjoyed that half as much as I did. As I said to him when we said goodbye, I don't often get to have, media types that I really look up to on the show. So I really enjoyed asking him questions about the process, about the research, about the journalism, all that stuff and more. So thank you for allowing me to, as they say, nerd out. And now we shall do even more of that, because we have an absolute legend in our presence, a Hall of Famer, WCW legend, WWE legend, and a man who has had a second and third act unlike anyone in the wrestling business. He has changed people's lives. They say he is one of the most selfless people on the planet, because all he has done since leaving the wrestling business is change people's lives with his DDP yoga, with all his businesses. And he now has a new show out on Tubi. It's called Change or Die, in which he is doing his damnedest to change the lives of the likes of Butterbean, Buff Bagwell, and people that you've never heard of. He is a tour de force. He is one of a kind. He is inimitable. He is often imitated, but never, ever duplicated. He is the one and only, the master of the diamond cutter. Is he there? Yes. Diamond Dallas Page. Wow. My man. Where are we going? This way? Let's go. Let's hug it out. This is nice. How are you, my friend?
Unstoppable.
Oh my gosh. What a response. Thank you so much for coming in. This is a huge honor. This is surreal for me to see you in the flesh like this.
You know, mainly just doing the Zooms everywhere.
Yes, yes.
When I get here, you know, get to come to Manhattan, you know, I'm going to do the rounds, and for sure, you're the first person I thought about. You know?
I appreciate that so much. Let me put the microphone a little bit closer to you. Yeah, there we go. You have such a great voice. How are you?
I'm great. I came off the heart.
Yes, a bit of a scare.
I had AFib. No, it really wasn't, because I had it before. And for me, you know, because anytime you go under, you know, there's a chance you're not coming out. So I literally make my peace with God every time. Hey, if you want me to come back, I'm here. But you know, but if not, man, what a great run. You know, what a full life I've lived. Mainly because of my wife. I want to make sure I come back.
Yes. What was it? What was the issue?
It was well, your heart. If you're training too hard and you're over 50, and this was the whole message of the video that I made originally, was if you're training really hard and you're over 50 and you're not using a heart monitor, you're really kind of stupid. Because I have friends of mine who have had strokes, and then all of a sudden, left side of their body, they never get back 100%. Maybe they get back 60% or 70%, but they don't get back 100. And for me, you know, when your heart is racing, for me, it was racing between 140 and 150. And I never even noticed it till I did this this hammock where I hung myself upside down, like Spider-Man, getting the blood to come to your head. And when I spun up, I was like, whoa. And I had a really hard workout that day, you know, and I pushed myself, and I wasn't wearing my heart monitor. You'll never see me training without one again, because this is the first time this has ever happened to me. It stayed between 140 and 150. And I called my doc, who's a great guy back in Atlanta. I'm in Panama City Beach at Page's retreat at the time, you know? And I call him up, and I'm like, oh, doc, thanks for answering. It's like 11:30 at night, right? And I said, here's the situation. He said, go to the hospital. Go there. They'll bring your heart rate down, and then we'll see. And I didn't have AFib right away. My wife knows whatever the name of it was, but your heart rate's staying in that, you know, accelerated spot. And then the next morning, I had AFib, which means your heart rate's doing this. And they can control it with meds, which I don't want to be on. When they control with meds, it's like you take it the rest of your life. Like, no, go in. And what they did is they go up through your groin.
Oh, wow.
With the cameras and the electrodes up into your heart. And then they zap you. Now, when you first saw me come out when I was doing it, they did the paddles on the front and back. And my heart rate came right back. Now, you don't really need to have it done then, but if you're almost 70, which I am, and you train the way I train, you probably should go, you know, get the cardio fibrillation, what was it called? Now it skips my mind what's called cardio ablation. That's what it is. And they used to do it with where they scorched you. Now it's more electrodes, it's safer, and went great. So I had to wait for 2 weeks, which is always the hardest thing when you can't do anything for 2 weeks. Right. And so now in my 4th week, I'm back, and I'm back on track. So I feel great.
Okay, and you look great. Thank God. Thank God.
Good, you know?
And you've got this new show out, Change or Die, on Tubi.
Yeah.
I watched it.
You watched the whole thing?
I did, yes.
Wow.
I saw this man right here, front and center. He sent this to me, which was great. There's the promo right there, and it's a nice mix of famous people like Butterbean and Marcus Buff Bagwell, and then just regular
people,
Joe Schmoes, if you will.
Yeah.
Where does the idea come from? Because to me, it was like this is DDP. You love to help people, and the way you care, like it never feels like you are acting. It never feels like you're doing it in front of the cameras just because. It always feels genuine and authentic. How did the whole thing come about?
Oh, that's what we do every day. And either I'm working with Alex or Jake or a Marcus or Scotty Riggs. There's those guys in my life, you know? Like it was Rick Bassman who was like, you've got to help Butterbean for years. And I don't got to help anybody. They need to come to me because I don't want to talk you in it. In the beginning, it was hard for me to talk people in to doing my program. Oh, then Chris Jericho's back was completely blown out. They said his career was over. I sent him the video of the disabled veteran. He called me back 5 minutes later. He said, you tell me what to do and I'll do it. I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah. Okay, here's where you start. Here's where you go. 5 weeks later, he called me back. He said, I'm 85% free of pain.
Wow.
Back pain, which gets everybody at some point, especially in our game.
Yeah.
And this is the time he's 41 years old. What is he now, like 53 or something?
Yeah.
Friggin'. So he says to me, he says, I'm addicted to this. Is everyone feel like that? I said, people that get rid of pain, now a lot of people will stop. Pain's all gone. You know, then all of a sudden they reach for a pencil and the pain's, oh my God. When you do what we did for a living, fall down, hard with some guy crashing down on top of you. The first time Macho Man landed on me, I was just laying there with my eyes closed. And then I felt like the explosion out the left side of my rib cage. I thought my guts were all over the place. I was like, oh my God. But he was 44 then. You were his crash pad. And if you were in an angle with him, you were lucky enough to be there, you wanted it. You know what I'm saying? But in our business, falling down, it's like, it's part of what we do, and then figure out how to get back up again. So all of those people I've been working with all the time. The beautiful thing about Chris told everybody. He told everybody from Dustin Rhodes to AJ Styles to Matt Cardona. I mean, everybody. And that doesn't happen when you're a professional athlete. When you're a professional athlete, the way Chris is, and Chris is an all-star everywhere. Music, podcasts, the stuff he does with the dark side of wrestling. I mean, there's nothing that he's not in. He is a workaholic, but he still makes time for his family and his kids. And I know because at one point, he wouldn't let me do anything for him. I said, I'm getting you tickets for your whole family to come first class, come to Mexico, and let me at least say thank you for giving me legitimacy. The disabled veteran, then Chris Jericho. And then when Jake and Scott, you really can't. You know, you can't say what I'm doing isn't working. Plus, it's 20 years later. I'm still doing it, and I can still do most of the stuff that I could do 10 years ago. So for me, you know, helping all those guys, that's a part of it. Helping regular people is much bigger part of it.
So how does that happen? How do you go from being the guy who helps his famous friends to now helping regular people? Well,
it's always been like that. You know, I did it to help me. And you have to understand something. I'm the guy
who introduced you to this. Like, do you remember
Kimberly? Kimberly,
your wife, your first wife, yes.
My first wife, my first ex-wife. But she's amazing. She's the COO of our company now.
She's the COO?
Yes, she is. Yes, she
That's
is.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
you still have a great relationship.
We've always had a great relationship. Not a good, a great relationship. Anyone that was going to be in my life had to know. I mean, I love her husband, man. Aaron, good buddy of mine, really close. Wow. I consider them both family. Like, we were together for 13 years. And then, you know, little ups and downs when you're first splitting apart. But she was growing one way, I was growing another way. But she's the one. Like, I didn't start wrestling until I was 35, as most people know. You know, it took really, if you count my 3 years of managing, it took 8 years to become an overnight success.
Yeah.
But when the end of '96 rolled around And I had that idea for, oh, wait a minute. No one's turned down the NWO. And these two guys are like, I'm not here without them and vice versa, because I created Scott Hall's his whole thing that would eventually become the Diamond Stud, which would be roll right into Razor Ramon and Kevin. Man, when we were tag teaming together, I'm talking about, I'm a year, not even a year wrestling, half a year. And me and Kev are tagging together, and he's got a couple years in, but he's not working that much. And the money kept going down and down and down. And Kev, during his Hall of Fame speech, he said, I probably owe my beach house to Dallas, because he was there. The guy said, Kev, don't let them beat you down, bro. You're going to be a huge star. You'll be one of the biggest stars in the business. And I always saw that, really, for both of those guys. So when I would help them, then they came back. Now they're the biggest stars on the planet. And I came up with that idea. And I told Kev first, you guys ask me, want me to do something for you, want me involved in your stuff. If it was real life, and I had an attitude because I wasn't picked number 3 or 4 or 5. I want to pick me number 8. Like, if I just had an attitude of, how about no? And I walked away. You'd look at Scott look at you and go, Dally, he'll get over it. So that was the real life thing that happened. And then he said, go tell Bischoff. I said, I ain't telling Bischoff anything. I said, I go tell Scott. And he's like, bro, do you think he don't remember? He couldn't get WWF or because they were WWF back then, or WCW to call him back. He called me. I was super tight with Dusty. And I said, because he'd already been there twice. And Dusty said, we're going to give him some more time off because they've already seen him. I said, what if I could change his look? He goes, what do you mean? I said, what if you don't recognize him? And Dusty would just laugh at me and go, all right, if you really think so. And then when he saw Scott Hall, no one recognized him when he came in as a Diamond Stud and didn't say a word. And he was 295 and just shredded. And he had that ridiculously handsome face. And the walrus mustache was gone. The black hair was in. When I put that all out there to Scotty, he was like, oh, man, I don't know. I go, bro, no one's got black hair in the business except for Honky Tonk. Think about it.
Wow.
Today, how many guys got long black hair? They're all the top guys, basically. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. But no one back then was doing that. So he came up, he drove up from Orlando, and I saw his hair. I was like, dude, that ain't gonna work. We gotta get that like Elvis blue black.
Yeah.
And he had that mustache going, and Scott had a 5 o'clock shadow at 2.
Yeah.
Just probably, if not the most handsome, one of the most handsome men ever involved in our business. And we went there, and I put him in a bunch of my clothes that he would never wear, with Cavaricci pants, a big long rider. It was a black lamb skin coat I had that came down below his knees. He had those and flip-flops, and hadn't come up with a toothpick yet. But at that point, man, when he walked in there, he was someone completely different. So he's like, his wife was pregnant. You don't think he wants to pay you back?
Right.
I said, he's taking a diamond cutter. I got to go ask him. And I got to him, and Scott's like, I love it. Go tell Bishop. I go, yeah, I'm going to tell who's become one of my closest friends at that time. But Bish was not what's it called? Nepotism. He was not, we were so tight. He said, when he inducted me in the Hall of Fame, he said, I had to work twice as hard. I had to work 5 times as hard just to get that attention, give me the little break here, just a little one. This was a huge one. And it was about to change my life. And I said, well, like Kev, tell him. What was really cool about WCW back then, we'd go from 8 to 11 or 11:05 or 15, whatever the after was. But at that moment, the next show to come on was the rerun. So we all go back to the bar. catching that midnight, snack and having a couple, and we talk about the business and that match, and oh man, that really worked. Oh, that didn't work that good. I won't do that again. But it was a great way to bond with everybody too. And Kurt Hennig, when I went into AWA as a manager, Kurt Hennig said to me, "You will make more relationships out at this bar than you ever will in any match, in any locker room, on the road and at the bar." And that's the way it is. Not anymore, but that's the way it was back in our day. It's a different day now. A lot of straight edge guys, which is the only reason why you see them doing all that craziness that they can do. These ridiculous superhuman moves that they can do and take the impact. Like you can't fake gravity. These guys are really beating up their bodies, and there's so many of them. Can't name one. You gotta name like 15 of them with what they were able to do, but so many of them are straight edge. And if they're not completely straight edge, they're only drinking once in a while. It wasn't like back in our day where you were judged by your manhood on how much you could drink back then. So the bottom line is those guys, Kevin put it out there, and it took 10 weeks.
If Scott, by the way, says no to that, do you think you never become who you became?
Never.
Wow.
No, because that lit a fire. And he wanted to do it. He goes, I love Kev wanted to do it too. I'm like, we're lucky if we even get Bish off.
Yeah.
Because Bish was very protective. That was his thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like when WCW came into WWE and let's squash them.
Yeah.
No, let's build them so strong that they look unbeatable. And for a long time, they were unbeatable, man. I mean, and if you go back and really look, I am the first one to touch them because everything they were just positioned,
right,
but they wanted to do it. And then Savage, that was, that I never saw coming. He saw what was happening and he wanted to pull me up.
Wow.
And that was very, very, very powerful. And it changed my life forever. But without Scott and Kev doing it, Mach doesn't. Maybe he says it later, but not like that. Not with him being a part of the NWO. And really, Hogan, Mach, Mach freaking had to create his own thing.
Yeah.
And we got the feud of the year that year on Pro Wrestling Illustrated. And number 2, or tied, I'll say, was Bret Hart and Stone Cold Steve Austin. That's crazy, man. And all of that is why I've been able to take DDP Yoga and turn it into becoming a household name. And Change or Die is going to even take that to a different level. The crazy part about Change or Die is, all it is what we do, my business partner, Steve Yu, my entire crew. Like, you get to see them. You get to see Bill, about what you're doing, DDP. Like, no, it isn't just me. I have a whole team that are unbelievable. Steve Yu, who's my business partner, who is the director of The Resurrection of Jake the Snake. And I just saw a Tubi when I went out there yesterday that they have, it's on Amazon Prime, but they have it too. So, they'll put like shows that are like that.
Yeah.
So they've got that on there as well. So people who haven't seen, after they've seen Change or Die, if they haven't seen Resurrection, they're going right to Resurrection. But it grabs you. And it was, we stopped basically our whole business. We kept going, but everything went to that. And it all happened the same place that it happened for Jake. I reached out to friends of mine that are real performers in our world, and as far as DDP Yoga. And I said, hey guys, I'm looking for a name for my house. And my friend Christina Ann, she wrote me 20 names, and on the bottom was the Accountability Crib. I said, that's this. So it does live up to its name once again. And putting this crew together, Marcus Bagwell, it's hard for me to call him Buff because Buff is much better today, but Buff was a real asshole for a lot of times.
Like back in
the
90s?
just friggin', and he's an addict.
Yeah.
You know, look at him today. I can't say I'm proud of him enough.
Yeah.
You know, because every time I see him doing something now, I'm like, wow, dude, that's so good. Oh, man. The first stop was, because Marcus was when you're an addict, you are all about lying, cheating, stealing, whatever it takes to get that high. I learned that from Jake. Being with Jake on and off for so many years. And then when it came right down to helping Jake get there. So Marcus, I mean, he could be such an asshole at times. I wouldn't call him Buff anymore. He just became Mark or Marcus, and that's all I would call him. And for years, he would be, man, I know you helped Jake out. Will you please help me? Now, I moved Jake into my regular house, and there was no woman in my life at the time. Not at the time. Scott, too, came in. They both lived with me. I lived with a man in 30 years by that time. Stopped living with guys. I was like 23 years old,
right.
You know? But it was really important to have them there and every day, because just like resurrection, same thing as when it comes to change or die. These guys over here, we could have named that. You know, Resurrection of Jake the Snake. We could have called it Change or Die.
Right.
Because thank God we got 10 years out of Scott, but it was COVID, and not COVID that is, you know, the thing, whatever the hell that shit is they made up. It was the seclusion and the fear that went with it. And to lose Scott, we wouldn't have lost Scott if it wasn't for COVID. I really believe that. But it could have been called Change or Die, because both of those guys, do you remember, and it was really towards the later 80s, but all through the 90s, on the internet, it was called the Deadpool.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
And
we actually just had Raven on last week talking about that, how he would be offended if he wasn't high, like it was like a badge of honor.
Right.
That's crazy stuff.
Steve, but Jake and Scott were always one.
They were,
because they were so far past. Like Rave, yeah, he hit some really hard friggin' times.
Have you seen him recently?
Yes, I have. I love this show. Have you seen
the new documentary?
Yes.
We saw it, and he told me he's battling early onset Parkinson's, which is unfortunate. But he seems to be in a great place.
Yeah, he really
seems to be at peace.
We both have changed so much from when you're at, especially at the bottom, because me and Scotty were on the bottom together. I got him the job. It's not me. We were in 1994. We did Hulk's first tour, and I was on that tour. I was the curtain jerker, me and Duggan. And I'm watching TV, but there's nothing hardly in English at all, but there's MTV. But it's the European version. And I don't even really know hardly any of these bands. Oh, all of a sudden I see Aerosmith, I see Bruce Springsteen, but I don't really know these bands. So I got home, and Kimberly was in the back seat. My buddy Tony Palagrossi was driving, and he's a big promoter. And he knew all of them. He was the biggest promoter in New Jersey. And he said, so who's representing that community? And I went, wow. No one. He goes, who do you think could? And before I say anything, Kimberly goes, Scotty could. I went, oh, wow. Because he needed to find something away from, yeah, boy.
Yeah.
You know, that guy? Because you're never going to not see him there.
No.
And I called him up. I told him the idea. And then he worked on it, and he worked it, and he worked it. And there was moments where that would come out, and I go, oh, yeah, click. And I just hung up on him, you know? Me and Nash used to go, mute. Like, mute.
Oh, because he would talk so much.
Yeah. Mute.
Smartest guy in the room, he said.
But when it came to this point, it was he was going from this Raven character that he came up with that name, which I thought was amazing. And then when I would say there's my side, there's your side, and then what really happened, again, this is my recollection. Yeah. And Scotty, he got to a point where I was like, wow, like, I think you've got it. So I pick up the phone, I call Paul Heyman. He may remember that different, but I called him.
Wow.
I called him and I said, Paulie, I said, Scotty's got something. It's really different. I think it totally fits with everything you're doing up there. I said, I would love that. I'd love you to do something with him. And, but no, I really gonna want him to come back here at some point.
Here meaning WCW.
WCW.
Yeah.
See, they were creating no new talent. And I hadn't been created. There's no Goldberg. There's nobody. I'm the one who helped Disco do his thing. So many guys. Raven would be at the top of the list because I love Scotty. And as much as we would banter back and forth, I love the guy. And I think he's one of the most, what is it called? We're not here. He's, what's it called where you, people don't talk about him enough. How good he was.
Underrated.
Underappreciated. All of that. Like Scotty was so good. I mean, man, his psychology and calling a match, man, it killed me that I couldn't put him all over the very best of Nitro, but I'd also pulled Benoit into that because.
What do you mean when you say I couldn't put him?
I couldn't, because when they did the very best of Nitro, they wanted to know what I thought it was.
Oh, they would ask you.
Oh, here's okay. I said, send me your script so I know what I'm doing. And I said, okay, cool. I read it. Like a week goes by. Finally, they call me. DP, did you get the script and everything? I said, yeah. He said, what do you think? I said, I don't think you want me to do this. He goes, no, you're the guy. You're the face of WCW. You're the guy. I go, were you watching show back in 96 and 97, 98? Were you watching back then? Oh, yeah, I sat right next to Kevin Dunn. I told him everything was happening. I said, then you're well aware that for a long time we were fucking beating the shit out of you. You know all about that, right? Yeah, of course I do. I go, I'm not going to say shit that's not true because, I'm getting to get back on TV with, the people who freaking didn't want us there to begin with. Like when I went to Stone Cold's, and I've been on 24 podcasts with him, but when he finally did one out at his ranch, and the WWA built him a beautiful set and everything out there, and I flew out to see him, he asked me, he said, did you realize how much heat you guys had coming in when you came in? I was like, no, I never would have came. I never would have been there. So I didn't realize
and they were trying to bury you with the stalker gimmick.
I don't look at it as me personally.
Is it because you hugged Vince?
I think that could be part of it.
Is that true?
But
you hugged Vince?
That is a true, and people would, if I said that, I'm so glad you said that, because people thought it like, oh God, he thinks he hugged Vince. He did, he started doing it. No, he did. I would love to ask him, because I have no.
You never asked him?
No, I've never gotten a real conversation past the beginning with Vince. I don't really know Vince, but when I got there, we were there. It took so long to get there because of the traffic and everything for me and Kim.
Oh, literally it took so long.
Yeah, it took so long to get there that, it was like 3 hours late we were, 2 hours or something like that. And when I walk in, Vince, of course, shakes out his hand. I go, I'm not shaking your hand, bro. I've waited my whole life to meet you. I'm hugging you.
This is the first interaction.
First thing.
Wow.
Yes, and how many hugs did he do after that?
Yeah.
It was like right rapid. After a while, I really found it was funny. Yeah,
Did you know what your plan was before the hug, before the first interaction, or was he pitching you?
No,
in that moment?
they told me they wanted me to stalk Take's wife.
And you're married at the time.
Yes, and Vince is there, Shane's there, and Kimberly's there.
And how'd she feel about it?
Well, if I was in WCW, if they told me that bullshit angle, I'd go, fuck you. Seriously? I'm going to be stalking somebody else's wife?
Right.
If I would have thought that was actually, I didn't realize, all right, because I was there was no reason for me to think that they were going to, not even give me an opportunity. I just did Take's podcast about 5 or 6 months ago. And what a great, he was so amazing, and we had such a great talk. And I'd spent some time with him on his new show, LFG, because they brought me in about finishes. And then we got to the part where we're going to talk about WWE, right? And I have no idea where he's going to go with it, but I'm just going to go on the ride because he put me over so huge going into that. And then he said, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember exactly how he said it, but I've been not accused, but I've had some fans who are really pissed off at me because they think I was trying to ruin your career. And we've had such an amazing moment up to then. And I could see Mark Calloway just going, don't they realize I'm not the booker. This is not me. This is not me. And I just reach across his arm and I put my hand on him and I say, Take, we're good, bro. Let me tell you let me tell you what positive thing came out of that. And this is how I look at it all the way around. Would I love to have a real run with Take later? Would have loved that. Would I have loved to have had the real round with People's Champ versus People's Champ? Absolutely. But the thing that it taught me was you can't be afraid to walk away from the table when you have something that they want. What I should have done, when he said that, I should have just done my inner voice, which would have laughed out loud and said, Vince, are you looking at my wife? Seriously? And of all people, I'm gonna go after Taker's wife? Like, no. It's a horrible idea.
Was it his idea?
It wasn't mine.
No, I know.
Austin told me later, he goes, they pitched it by him too.
Really?
Yeah, he told me that. That's how I remember it anyway.
What was your ideal scenario? Like, what were you
People's
thinking?
Champ versus People's Champ,
Come
bro.
right in there, yeah.
That was the money.
Yeah.
The only time I'd met Rock before, I never met him until it was right around 98-ish. And I'd gone up, because Big Show was up there, and he had the belt. And he was actually in Toronto doing a Saturday night show. We had a pay-per-view the next night. I don't remember which pay-per-view it was, or maybe it was Nitro we were on the next night. And I get with bringing Paul, and we're going to go out. He's got to go out and get his bags. Rock was the last deal, and he was doing the second main event because he's the champ, but ain't nobody following the Rock back then.
Right.
And he said, hey, you want to meet the Rock? I said, I'd love to. And go in a huge locker room. It's so big in there. Rock, are you still in here? Yeah, I'm in the shower. And he says, great, I got some huge Mark who's dying to meet you. Bottom line is, when he came out, we talked. He was such a gentleman. And
you hadn't signed yet?
I just signed a multi-million-dollar 3-year deal with WWE.
Okay. With WCW?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no WWF at that, WWE at that time for me.
And they were okay with you being back there?
That's what was interesting. Classy Freddie Blassie brought my tape from the AWA, my reel. I got to meet him, who I loved growing up as a kid. And I got to meet him because of my buddy Lee Marshall. And Freddie and I became friends. Freddie brought my tape in for Pat to see. And Pat goes, got a great look. This guy, he can talk. Look at him, he's like 6'8". He must be like Andre the Giant as a manager. Done. Then when Hogan and Warrior were getting ready down in Tampa, by that time I'm working Florida Championship Wrestling and the AWA still, Pat is there to help them lay it out. What's going to be the big spots that they're going to have to do. And next thing you know, it's me and Pat, we're talking. He goes, Diamond, I really enjoyed your reel. He said, but again, you're way too tall to be a manager in this business. So we had that actual time together, just talking about the business. And then that day that they were wrestling that night, I think at Air Canada
Center.
Yeah, and he was sitting behind me the whole time.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't know it. And when I got up to get in the bag, I'm like, Pat, he goes, Diamond. He said, I've never seen anyone do what you have done. To come from where you came from without knowing anybody, no family relations, to get to where you got to, and then to actually really become a really good worker. He said, I'm blown away. I just want you to know that. I was like, wow, man. That was like, bing,
Yeah.
and to me, big time moments,
Of course.
And I said, Big Show's he's the champ, and I kind of got him ready for Hogan. I got him ready for Hogan because I was down the power plant all the time because they weren't doing anything with me. So I'd work with Paul getting ready for Hulk. And I said, we rode together, we roomed together, everything, because Paul got all this shit free, and I didn't get anything, nothing paid for years. And I said, do you think I'd come by and see him? He goes, sure, come on by. When I walked in that door,
I can't imagine.
they rushed me so fast up to that sky booth that Beth, Show's wife, who's Toll's sweetheart, and her whole family, she's Canadian, so she was up there.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how that whole thing happened.
Did they try to bring you in for the original Invasion? Did anyone even reach out to you?
Well, I think that the original was when we did come in.
Well, no, because there was that first wave of guys. You came later.
I don't know. To tell you God's honest truth, I don't remember.
Okay, yeah.
Not the best memory.
Yeah.
But it was really, when I was getting back to what I said to Tate, the really cool thing that I got out of that. You can't be afraid to walk away from the table when you know you have something. I knew DDP yoga was something 8 years where it made nothing. All I kept doing was investing money into it. So much so to the fact that when Kimberly and I got split up, she didn't do 50-50 with me. She took what I offered her. Now, she could have fought me for it, but I said, in this scenario, you know what I'm trying to do. And I used to say to her, how many times does Moses have to part the Red Sea for you not to believe in me? I mean, think about it, and most people don't know this, but I started wrestling through, I wrestled for like 7 or 8 months, I think it was. Me and Kev were tag team partners. I tore my rotator cuff, and Bill Watts let me go. Like, there's that whole year, like no one saw me, but I never stopped working. And at some point, she's like, you need to get a real job. Like, maybe go back into the bar business because we're barely getting by. And I said to her, you need not let that door hit you on the ass on the way out if you don't believe in me. And she just, okay. She was 23 at the time as well.
Yeah.
Not 33, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I was 13 years older than her. So she's like, wow, he really does believe in himself. And there's no rhyme or reason why I did. I just saw it. I tell people all the time, the people say, I believe it when I see it. Unfortunately, those people never see shit. But the people say, I believe it because I see it. There's not one superstar, from Rey Mysterio to John Cena to Cody Rhodes, I don't care who it is that you've seen on top, who didn't see it when no one else saw it. And that's the power that everyone has. And that power is what I tried to bring to Change or Die. It's why, I mean, the reviews, have you seen what some people are saying about it and everything?
I haven't seen reviews. No, I just watched.
There's just people talking about it online. Because let me read you one from my mentor. This is my mentor, Scotty Sloan. And Scott, he's always been there for me to ask business questions. He used to be top guy at friggin' Palmolive, Colgate, whatever it's called. I can't remember the name, but those big companies. And now he's a consultant. He travels all over the world. This is what he says. This is October 4th. Sitting down, big cup of coffee. I've downloaded Tubi. Gonna watch the first episode, have a bowl of fruit and off to the gym. October 6th. Okay. I surrender. I'm adopting Taylor. Taylor's a big boy.
Yes.
And,
what a sweetheart.
And man, right now there's a video up on all my social media right now of me, not walking around the block, walking around the house.
With him.
Yes.
There he is right there. We just showed him.
So I said to him, what episode you on? He says 6. I said, okay. I said, keep me posted. The next day, okay, I've finished the journey. First point, I need therapy. What a roller coaster ride. A 12 on a 10 scale. Now, you gotta remember, this is a guy who is a mentor of mine.
Right.
And I really look up to. And he says, I haven't had much room in my life for heroes, but you, sir, have carved out an everlasting space. Like,
what a compliment.
It's, to me, that's a compliment. Like, in 1997, I get a call. I pick up the phone. Congratulations. I go, Jake? Yeah. Congratulations? Congratulations for what? Reinventing the DDT. That's the moment, bro.
Right.
That's a moment to me like I would never have dreamed would happen. But that, like, Diamond Cutter was the hottest move on the planet.
Yeah.
And I love that the RKO took it to places I couldn't. And did it better on so many different levels with some of the height that he put into it. So I got a lot of respect. There's a guy who's should be on everybody's bringing Mount Rushmore, because that cat, and you got to add the run in all the time he had and everything. Randy Orton's a hell of a hand.
By the way, speaking of Jake, true or false, a scripted film on your relationship is in the works right now.
Yeah, there actually is.
Are you allowed to talk about this? I could tell you my source.
Mm.
It's a good friend of mine named Rory.
Yeah.
Rory Karp, who's a brilliant producer, director, who's done a whole bunch of 30 for 30s, did a series on CM Punk. Just an absolute genius when it comes to this. But this is a sort of scripted thing about your relationship with Jake, correct?
It's really about, and we've had a couple of guys come on and they've tried to write but they did a version that the writing was great. I mean, really great, but it didn't capture what they wanted it to be, meaning the resurrection.
Mm.
And that came out. I mean, it's been going on for years. I don't really talk about it because it's positive bullshit. It's positive, but it's bullshit till it happens.
Why?
Well, it's just life, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, and you know how hard it is to get something made, bro?
No, I know. Yeah.
It's so, people don't realize how hard it is. The fact that Rudy ever got that made, and I've been with Rudy. I've had him, do DDP yoga with me because he saw Arthur's video and wanted to friggin' like, I want to do what that guy's doing. Like, Rudy is an awesome cat. But the fact that he ever got that made with 2 plays and got Angelo Pizzo, one of the greatest writers on the planet, to write it, like it was a miracle that really happened. But again, he saw it. And he believed it because he saw it. And everyone has this ability. A lot of people don't believe they do. So you don't. So it's so, to me, for a lot of people, it isn't, well, it's always the glass is half full or half empty, right? Well, for most people, there is no glass. Like, you don't even see the glass.
Mm.
And hope. We're not in the fitness business. DDP yoga is so much more than that. And that's what you see. Did you see that in Change or Die?
Yeah, of course.
And I did, when no one will ever call it a reality show to me, because it was real. Everything was happening. Conflict will always come when you take 5 completely different people. You don't have to write it in. If anything, it pisses me off because I'm trying to get you to do what happens in our DDP yoga community. It's not mine. I have DDP Yoga, of course, has a site on Facebook, on a presence of almost 1 million people. And there's the members. And the members started with my buddy, I always screw his name up, Chris Gabriano. He started the Facebook page to help each other stay, DDP Yoga, one word, to stay accountable. Basically, accountability crib, but you're on all over the world, and there's 5 of you, and you're helping keep each other accountable. Well, now there's 78,000 of them. And you would never, it's a safe zone. People come there looking for hope. And all it takes is putting the work in and keep moving forward. Don't stop. I got to read this to you. This is off of that page. And every Friday I do Fabulous Friday. And I go there and I go looking for what people write. Because before you know it, it's going to be skipped off because there's only so many things, right? This guy's name is Brandon.
Okay.
He says 1 year ago, after 2 years of having DDPY but never using it, I decided the rubber has to meet the road. Otherwise, the car won't reach its intended destination. This is brilliant right here. The hardest workout is and always will be pressing play. Once you accept it's going to be difficult, it's amazing how easy it becomes. I have 3 herniated discs and multiple back surgeries. This is the reason I found Diamond Dallas Page and DDP Yoga. Not a wrestling fan.
Wow. Wow.
I read comments here a lot of people who doubt themselves or worry about useless things and making excuses like I did 2 years prior. Here's some advice that may help. For those who will start Monday, they need to prepare. Preparation is essential, but after a certain time, all that's left to do is act. Any more preparation is at best a waste of time, or at worst, a comfortable lie we're indulging in to protect ourselves from the possibility of failure. For those who, I don't know how to do this, I'm not good at this. This is the greatest line, and I'll use this in speaking and reading, just like this, for 1,000 people at a corporate gig, right? Embarrassment is the cost of entry.
Wow.
When I've got all those people out there, I'll go, so tell me, anyone out there, and now hands are already going up, they haven't heard what I had to say, did something unbelievably well the first time they ever did it. They all came down. I go, you know why y'all came down? Because embarrassment is always the cost of entry. If you aren't willing to look like a foolish beginner, you will never become a graceful master.
Wow.
I hope this helps others. I know I get inspired by other posts, and maybe this helps someone too. I know you can't give someone the desire to change, but maybe this lights a spark. Thank you, DDPY, DDP, and Paige for saving this father of 2 beautiful little girls' life.
Wow.
And extending it a few years. So that's emotional, obviously.
Yes. Why does it make you so emotional?
Listen to that. Because there's a guy who believed, if I get this, I know this can help me. If I get this DDP yoga, I know it can help me. And then you go into that making excuses. But he still signs up for it. And he knows it's going to roll over. And I haven't quit yet because I haven't let it lapse. I haven't quit yet. And then one moment, he says, at some point, the rubber has to meet the road, or else we won't get to our intended destination. He got sick. I mean, as soon as I see that, I have Robert or Pat, find this guy's number. I need to talk to him. Because I got to tell him, wow, dude, like you hit me emotionally with that. Like if fans really knew, and anyone who does my program, who's been a part of the YRG all the way to DDP Yoga, to DDPY, it's all the same thing. The ones who put the work in get my attention. So go back to Change or Die on Tubi. It costs nothing for Tubi. That I was so hoping this company had taken us and pushed us out there. I was so happy when it was Tubi because it didn't cost anything.
Yeah.
And people are sharing it and telling others, like Scott freaking writing that to me. I mean, I've had the most beautiful things written to me. The Rock. Well, Sylvester Stallone. I'm not even going to read this one because I want you to read it.
Okay.
This is what
I wanted to know if LeBron James has hit you up yet.
I put it out there.
Has he?
Not yet.
Not yet? Come on, LeBron. He's got sciatica. The thing went up.
All right.
He's got sciatica, and you put it out there, and it exploded. I think people want to see you and LeBron.
I had a picture of LeBron doing a diamond cutter, going down to court at one point.
That's right.
And he's a huge wrestling fan from back in the day.
Yes.
So read what Sylvester Stallone wrote.
Congratulations to Butterbean.
Stop there. So Butterbean, he had seen that video that was going viral a little over a year ago.
Okay.
So go ahead. So
a real warrior, and I am stunned, all caps, by Diamond Dallas Page and his extraordinary healing abilities. Right beneath that is The Rock, who says, incredible work, my brother. Respect to all of you. Left you a voice note.
Unbelievable voice note. He, I think I got to play this first part of it.
Okay.
Because this is who The Rock really is. I won't get into what he does after that says stuff, but because he was just so gracious. I got to search it for I think it is Rock. The first part of this, all right, how do I get to, all right. They keep changing everything, and once they change it, I get completely lost. I am going to be 70. I'm not 17.
You're doing just fine, and you look fantastic. I hope I look like you at 69.
Okay, let's see here. The Rock.
DiamondDallasPage.com.
Gosh damn it! When it gets to
Change or Die? Do you want me to help you out?
Yeah, I want to just don't. This has got to be my messages people leave you.
Sure, the direct messages.
Right.
On Instagram.
Right.
It's at the bottom. You see, it's like the little arrow. You want me to? You trust me?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're searching here. Are we on Instagram here? Yeah, we are. No. Where are we? 1 second.
Instagram's the top, right?
Yeah. 1 second. Let me just get out here. Okay. Here we go. You know why? It's saying no network connection for some reason. Oh, because you're on airplane mode.
Oh, that's why.
Put yourself on airplane mode. I could have taken it. That's why nothing was coming up.
Like, what is happening here? Okay.
Then I thought The Rock blocked you. I was like, oh no, this is very awkward right now. You can't find him.
He's such a classic cat. He'd never do that. Plus, I'm always watching his stuff, man. I love it.
Did you see The Smashing Machine?
I haven't seen it yet.
It's very good.
I heard he like
highly recommend it. Yeah.
I'm just gonna play this one that he
You found it.
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
All right, so I'll put it up to here.
Yeah, just put it full blast audio.
Yo, Diamond, what's up, my brother? It's Rock here. I wanted to check in with you. I got a few things for you. All good. Number one, dude, I just saw the post for all the work you're doing with Butterbean. I just watched 2 minutes of it, and I just wanted to pause it and just fucking hit you up, man. And just tell you what great work you've been doing, and you and your colleagues who run your business or who help you run your business. All you guys are doing just such tremendous work, and I love all the work you've done with the boys over the years, and I love the work you're doing with Butterbean, dude. And also, keep up the great fucking work. But what if we can? I love that quote from your colleague Steve. That's the life, that's the world we live in. But what if we can? Man, I love that. I'm gonna leave you a second message here.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Very sincere guy, very
yeah.
genuine. But that's got to feel like $1 million freaking bucks.
It was awesome because he took what we live and of course he lives it too. What if? But what if we can? When I saw Butterbean walk in hunched over, like you can't stand up straight.
Yeah.
He wasn't hunched over just playing. I mean, he tried, but it's between his hips and his back, and he had to lose the weight before we can get the hip surgery done and all that. When he walked in though, and I'm watching one person after another, walk in there like really bad. And I'm like, God, Steve. I go, man, how are we going to help him? And he said, but what if we can? And that's what Rock was, that's why I played
Of course.
Because he is the
Why?
what if.
Why though? Why are you so, why do you do this? Why do you devote so much time to other people? And I don't say this, because I know there's people out there who will say like, oh, Diamond's, he's Didi me. I hear that because everyone thinks there's another angle. Everyone thinks that, oh, he's working. So I don't see any of that in you. It's all genuine. You've asked me 1 million times, come, and you've asked nothing from me. And I know you do it to so many other people. Well-known people, not well-known people, but why? Aren't you ever tired? Aren't you ever saying like, leave me alone. Let me just go sit on a beach with my wife and, just kind of chill out.
I just build the most beautiful 4-story Pages retreat so people can come to me. And already had Johnny Morrison down there. Darby comes down all the time. They can come to the beach. And I've got 3 rooms that are on the Gulf of America. Cracks me up every time I think about it. But three rooms that are on the Gulf, private porches. I put heated floors in the bathroom and towel rack and bidet. They're in all the rooms. But it's the most beautiful place. My family was just down there with me. Everybody, my brother Colin and my sister-in-law Patty, but everyone else was there.
This is your home. This is where you live.
So we live in Atlanta, but our main residence is now Florida.
Okay.
Because we live on the beach. It's two full kitchens, so we can be all by ourselves, and there can be a whole boatload of people downstairs, which I will do when I do retreats.
Okay.
And I'll have someone running all that for me, and we will be there to inspire people to believe. Again, that's when I talk about change or die. I just wanted those people to start to believe. And one of the girl Cece. She's right here. She's from, I want to say Queens or Brooklyn. I'm not sure which one. But what an unbelievable transformation she's gone over. And it's been like 3 years since we actually shot that. And where she is today, and she looks so beautiful. And man, she just has so much energy, and like she got it. Like she got it, because it's not a workout show. It's not a change your diet, but smart. What real food is. Like we'd only cook real food, and that's why I helped Scott and Jake when they were so bad. If you change the food and put real food in their mouths, well, they're not leaving, so they can't even eat the shit. But by eating real food, you start to take away inflammation in your joints. And that's what really, as you're getting older, you suffer from getting, beat up, and then you put garbage in your mouth. How's it expected to heal? And that's why I had to tell Marcus, like all the way through it, he was so he was still an addict till the end. And then we sent him to rehab. And then he came back, and then he lived at the accountability crib for friggin' over a year. And we're not filming anything that. I just gave him a place like I did with Jake. And I had that to give. at that time. And here's the cool thing. He was getting people lined up for his, what's the Vice show again?
Dark Side of the Ring.
His Dark Side of the Ring. And he called Scotty Riggs, of course, going to call Scotty.
Scotty Riggs looks fantastic.
Yeah, but if you'd have seen where Scotty Riggs was then, he was not fantastic. He looked horrible.
Yeah. I saw you posted a before and after.
Arn Anderson said the greatest transformation in bodybuilding history, as far as from nothing to a body, like in 6 months.
Yeah.
But the teeth that were, because every time he was, he'd save up to get his teeth done, something go wrong with his mom, and he was taking care of his mom. So he'd spend it on mom. So he didn't have the teeth. They were nubbed down to it. And Scotty's not an addict at all. Like you'd think, well, he must be a meth addict or something. No. It was when you can't take care of your teeth, they're going to get worse. So I told him, I said, if you can do a transformation the way I know you can, never thinking he'd do what he did, because it was just off the charts. I said, if you can do that, I think I can talk that company that we work with to giving you their teeth. And they did. And those guys sent me a letter with a box that opened up that showed them helping a disabled veteran who was helping homeless veterans. And they came through for Scotty, and that's why all of a sudden he looks like a damn model.
He looks fantastic.
Yes.
By the way, I'm sorry about Hulk. When you saw that news, how did it hit you? This is a friend, a contemporary. How did you react?
Hard. That was a tough one, man. That was a really tough one. Tell me, you ever thought that Jake the Snake Roberts would outlive Mach, Piper, and Hulk? I know why Hulk isn't here. It's because he pushed himself too hard. I mean, you had to see him all over the place with the, with his beer, All-American beer, and they're opening up a All-American, Hulk Hogan's All-American restaurant and bar.
Oh, that too, yeah.
And the wrestling thing he was doing with Eric. I mean, Hulk never stopped. And I consider myself in much better shape than he was. And I wouldn't have taken on the schedule that he did. And I hit hard because Hulk was a huge force, that helped me. Like if he didn't see it, like he literally, remember the tour I told you about, that first tour when I was the curtain jerker? We were in Berlin and I walked through the curtain and he grabbed me and he pulled me over. He said, how you doing it? Like, how am I doing what? He goes, I don't see you on TV that often. But when I do, I'll see you come up with something I've never seen you do before, and you get the people involved. He goes, but then I don't see you. He goes, this is what they're doing with you, right? They're putting you on the road so you can learn your craft. I said, Hulk, I've been on the road in 4 months. He's like, what? I said, only reason I'm on this tour, because my real name was Paige Joseph Falkenberg. And the Krauts love their Germans. And I got a smoking hot wife that walks me to the ring. I said, or I wouldn't be on this tour. He said, well, how are you doing it then? And I said, well, I guess it's working. I go down to power plant. He goes, what's that? This is the predecessor. This is the predecessor?
Yeah.
To the performance center.
Yeah.
That's where I would work out with Triple H back when he was terrorizing.
Yeah.
And he said, well, how are you doing? I said, I've been working with the young guys. And what I've figured out, and this works for absolutely everything, the more you teach someone something, the better you get. The better you get, the more people notice you. And Hulk said, what? And he didn't get it. He said, whatever you're doing, you need to keep doing it. Because it's not this year or next year or the year after. He goes, but somewhere down the line, I honestly feel that you have the ability to draw huge money with me. And he walked away. And all I could think about was, oh my God, did Hulk Hogan just say he watched my matches? So now, time to get on the bus. And I'm walking up the stairs. I hear Diamond. He always called me Diamond. I always called him Hulk. Never called him Terry, because to me, that's who that guy was. Pulled me in. Bischoff sitting in there. He goes, you know, everybody knows you boys. You guys are boys. He said, I think if you start getting them to do something with him, because Eric was not the Grand Poobah yet. He was of the collective.
Right.
And he told, I think somewhere down the line, he could draw some huge money with me. And now I'm thinking to myself, a lot of people think it's all about who you know or who knows you. But I don't think that that's what it's about. I think it's about who's willing to say they know you. Who's willing to put their name on the line for you. That's what he just did for me. And he's the biggest name in the business at the time. And remember I told you I could see it. Jake was the first. Dusty, as a talent, he loved me. He was a big brother to me. He was a mentor to me. Sometimes he was a dad to me. It took me getting let go and coming back a year later and him being down that power plant, because I kept going, even though I wasn't working with a company, and Jody Hamilton kept letting me go. So if I wasn't doing something with Jake on the road, I was down the power plant. And I had a meeting with Dusty. I'm coming back now, right? I'm going to come back WCW. And I got this whole idea, fishbowl angle. I'll reach in the fishbowl and pull out, another jobber, you know, another enhancement guy. But then I know I could get those wins, get a little bit of momentum. And after Dream, here's what I got. He goes, you know, D, I know you are within yourself as the top performer in our business. And I got to be honest with you, D. I've never seen it.
Wow.
Until yesterday.
Wow.
So now Dusty goes, I don't know how you got here. I don't know how. He goes, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it. So now it's Jake, Dusty, and then Hulk. Well, Eric brought me up and told him what Hulk said. They didn't see it. And Bischoff said, let's do this. Let me give you your release. Go up to New York, get over, come back, and I'll be able to pay you the money that you think you deserve. I took a couple deep breaths, and I said, you know, this company's never made one guy, not one top talent. I said, I'm going to stay here.
Wow.
And I'm going to keep going and keep going and keep going until at some point I stick my fist right up the booking committee's butt. And when I move my fingers, their mouths move. And bro, that's an exaggeration, but
you did it.
I did it. And then all of a sudden, I love Kevin Sullivan. I love Ric Flair. I love all those guys. But there's times we butted heads, you know? And I get it. Why would they think I could ever handle it? Look at him. He's a joke. He doesn't know who he is. When Page Joseph Falkenberg stopped trying to be Diamond Dallas Page, and Diamond Dallas Page started taking on the characteristics of Page Joseph Falkenberg, that's when my career went through the roof. And it happened because of the relationships I built with Eric, with Kevin, with Scott, with Mach, now Hulk. You know, if you go back and look, the second pay-per-view of all time for that company is me and Malone against Rodman and Hulk. And I guess he was right.
When did you get into the backstage fight with Scott Steiner?
You know,
this is Big Papa Pump, like in his prime, right?
Oh my God, he was scary. Back then, he was scary. It's so funny because me and Scotty today are really good
You're friends, yeah.
We go, I've been to his kids' games and stuff. I love his. He got a beautiful family, and it's so funny. I told him, I said, all I'll say is, Scotty, is I've been to Japan and I've tussled with Godzilla, and I never want to go back.
He disrespected Kimberly, right?
No, it wasn't. It was more than anything. It was, it's just like everything. Things you're trying to get over at certain time or not. And, people they get too caught up in their own gimmicks.
Okay.
And so, to me,
you have to let him know.
Yeah, well, again, I'm on a great spot. I don't go back, and there's a lot of things over the time when I went through, I could have stayed like wound up about or pissed off about or whatever. Again, from Vince McMahon put me in that position.
Yeah.
I don't hate him. If anything, I freaking really appreciate it because in the bigger picture, I can't tell you how many deals I almost went in on and then didn't do it.
Because of the lesson you learned there.
Yes.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, you took a pay cut, right?
Dude, I left $487,000 on the table.
From your previous deal. They said you're
the WCW.
Yeah, they said you're only coming in for X amount and you took it because you wanted to get in.
Well, they weren't going to let you in unless you took 50%.
Crazy.
Yeah. And if not, you had to wait.
Yeah.
And it was just a play.
Yeah.
But I had also a lawsuit with them on gimmicks like that they never were paying us for.
Sure.
And so I had to let go of that. And they gave me 70% of my money.
Okay.
So I left $487,000 on that table, man. It was a lesson.
Well, you're doing just fine.
I won't make the mistake. Yeah, I'm doing fine now.
Change or Die on Tubi. Go check it out right now. There it is. DDP Yoga.
Yeah, changing world, man. Changing lives.
I saw you with Paul Walter Hauser.
Yes.
What a guy.
Dude, his last match. Did you see that last match? I mean,
he's a
him and
lunatic.
QT.
Why does he do this? I don't understand, but he loves it. Yeah.
He was living with me.
Yeah.
When he freaking went down to it at Anthony Go-Go and was hitting the ropes and taking a little bump here and there. And, oh, God, my ribs. Now he's jumping off ladders through tables.
He's unbelievable.
You got to put him, you have to look at him as a hardcore wrestler, man.
Oh, my gosh.
He's really, stepped it up. And it made me and him really tight. He's good people. He's so genuine, and he loves our business.
Yeah.
I just saw he did Buff's podcast the other day.
He's unbelievable. By the way, I want to thank you. I have this right here by my side. You're by my side right here. This is one of my favorite pieces in the studio because this is like old school.
That's old school. That's porcelain there too.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, they only made X amount of those.
So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming in.
Oh, it was fun.
You're an absolute. I mean, what can we say about you? You're salt of the earth. You're a mensch, as we say. Do you know what a mensch is?
Yes, of
a
course.
gentleman. You're a true gentleman.
Yes, of course,
and
I
the way you
appreciate
help
that.
people, the way you devote your time and your life and your patience, it's really admirable. This world needs more people like you. Unfortunately, we don't have, and that's probably what makes you so special because you're one of one. You're such a unique soul. You're such a genuine, loving person. I appreciate you so much. So keep up all the great work, and I urge everyone out there to check out the show on Tubi right now. It's free to download. It's free to watch. I watched it and enjoyed it immensely, and I know you will as well. So Diamond Dallas Page is a man. Check out DDP Yoga as well. He's going to help LeBron James get back to the court soon. That's the plan. We'll take a quick break. We'll say goodbye to the great DDP, the master of the diamond cutter in our studio, living legend. I'll be back right after this. Did you grow up a wrestling fan?
Loved it. Ultimate Warrior was my ultimate hero.
Wow.
He's my number one. And I don't know, I'm things happen for a reason kind of person. I never got to meet Warrior until the Raw.
No way.
Yeah.
Before he passed?
He did his promo.
Yes.
He came back. And I was like, this is my only opportunity probably, because who knows if he's ever going to come back for stuff. Who knows if I'm going to be on the road for stuff.
Wow.
Met him at the curtain. I said, hey, my name is Dylan. You're the reason I'm here. Because he was. The only thing I cared about growing up, I didn't care about Batman or Superman. I hate sports to this day. I just don't care. I cared about the Ultimate Warrior.
Wow.
And that was because of, like, the crazy part is wrestling figures. My brother, he had wrestling. He had the original series of Hasbro's. I thought, being a little annoying brother, I'm going to take those and I'm going to play with those. I stole his. So then my parents got me my own. And man, that's how I got into it. I didn't even know what they were. I just knew they were cool toys that my brother played with.
Yeah.
And then I found out it was WWF figures. Fell in love with everything Ultimate Warrior. Man, that was just my guy. That was my superhero growing up. So I told him that. I got to tell him that. And he goes, oh, that really means a lot. He called over his wife and said, do you mind telling her what you just told me? And I told her the same thing. He asked me for a photo, and then, of course, I asked him for a photo. And
you still have that photo?
It's in my office.
Oh, my God.
Every day. It's hanging in my office.
Do you remember the reaction the next day when you found out what happened?
Yeah, it was surreal.
Yeah. For those that don't know, for the audience,
yeah,
he passed away the next day. He comes
Literally
back.
The next day.
He comes back. It appears as though he has mended the fences with the company. He seems to be at peace. He gives
After
this great,
years,
yes, this
years
great
of
promo.
such,
Oh yeah, it was like
bitter,
bitter
him on
and
both
Vince.
sides.
Yeah, yeah.
Both sides.
And then he passes the next day. It's shocking.
Tuesday. And after like such a cool promo.
The promo was. It was almost. It was so real from the heart.
Eugelistic. I don't know if that's a word. I might have just made that word up.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But it was just like, man, who would have thought? And that was kind of my mindset of, that's why I run a wrestling school in a company now out of Oshkosh, and I tell all of my students, take the picture. I don't care who it is. I don't care what the situation is. Take the picture, no matter what, because I don't know if it's going to happen to you or that other person. If I wouldn't have taken that photo, I would have never, ever had a photo with the Ultimate Warrior.
Okay, what a day on the program. That was Hornswoggle. I failed to mention when DDP was here that DDP, wants to offer our listeners the opportunity to do DDP yoga for 30 days for free on his app. All you have to do is go to ddpyoganow.com/offer/Ariel. ddpyoganow.com/offer/Ariel. I forgot to say, I was supposed to say it when he was there. There it is. ddpyoganow.com/offer/Ariel to try his yoga program for 30 days for free. Take advantage. Go right now. Sign up. Take advantage. It is for free for 30 days. And that's another mensch thing.
I might go at Christmas.
Yeah.
But I might actually pull up. It's 18 minutes from my parents' house.
Wow. That is crazy.
Yeah, the DDP Yoga Performance Center.
He'll have you for sure.
Shout out.
All right. It's been a long day. I'm tired. Super chats? I'm going to run through these real quick, Frank.
You do it, man.
What an interview with Jeff. This is from Bougie Alpaca. Might buy my first book in years. Also, really cool show with all the guests from different backgrounds. I appreciate that. I hope that you enjoyed the chats. I love the long-form chats. I love the in-studio chats. Those are my favorite. And I'm glad to see that that you appreciate that. I'm glad to see that you enjoy that. This is from Hanashi MMA. We eat, sleep, and breathe DWCS. I watch it on the low while at work while customers are annoying me. LOL, the worst is looking away and missing the KO. I feel you, my friend. Also, Jason Hagholm lets us know that John Schriffen has been doing the DWCS play-by-play the past 2 seasons as a trial run. He does the Chicago White Sox play-by-play. That's the guy that I was thinking of. So wish him the best. Hopefully he gets the full-time gig. There was a vote for the amendment to the Ali Act, and according to Shaheen, I guess it passed 6-0 in favor. I think I'm right about that. People who spoke in favor of it: Nick Khan, John McCarthy, Chris Lieben, Daniel Eichner, Jeff Davidson, UFC doctor Tom Loeffler, who's a promoter who has, the boxing deal with Fight Pass. Forrest Griffin against Cajun Johnson, Rob Macy, Tarek Safadine, Sarah McMahon, Brock Jardine, Hugo Viana, Carlos Newton, Pat Brown, Pat Barry, Ray Elby, who is Chris Cyborg's husband, and Todd Duffy. So some notable names. Here's a tweet from Chris Cyborg. If the Muhammad Ali Act was applied to MMA, I would be undisputed world champion at 145 pounds, or I would have earned my rematch with Amanda Nunes. Promoters owning championship belts and being able to leverage them to force fighters into long-term contracts below market value is not in the fighter's best interest. So now that it passed, does that mean that it's gone? What does that actually mean? Does anyone know? I have to. Who, me? Yeah. I have to dig deep on this. One second. Did we write about it yet on... I don't think we wrote about it yet on Uncrown. Article is not up yet, but we do have audio from Matt Brown. Let's hear. How long is the audio? Let's hear what Matt Brown had to say.
I've fought in the UFC for 15 years. Had a good time there, actually. Made a little bit of money. But, the fact is, I don't know, if there's anything I can say, because it feels like this is some sort of joke. Like, you guys are just supporting this no matter what. I don't know if y'all bought and paid for, whatever. Like, John McCarthy, what the hell? Nobody, this is my point, is nobody's ever been on our side since the beginning. So I fought for 15 years. No one ever fought for me. My manager didn't fight for me. I go talk, try to negotiate. No one ever worked for me. And I thought that was what athletic commissions were for, but I don't feel none of y'all working for fighters. If you see all the fighters coming on to this little meeting you're having here, that's it's got to be a joke, right? Because we all come on and oppose it, but you're actually, I don't think you're going to listen to a thing we say. My God, it's really frustrating. We just want someone on our side. MMA FA is the only people that's ever been on our side. We're not even asking for anything crazy. Well, all we want is the basic protections that the Ali Act provides. We need it in MMA. Financial transparency, how about no conflicts of interest, the promoter controlling the rankings and the title, which is ridiculous. You how would you? That's so ridiculous that you guys would support that. The sponsorships, we haven't had sponsors forever, since Reebok. The drug testing, what kind
15-second warning.
What kind of fucking joke is this? What did Brock Lesnar do to Mark Hunt? And they knew exactly what happened, or what Connor's trying to do right now. If you want to protect fighter safety, allowing promoters to determine who and when you fight is the greatest threat.
Okay, so that is impassioned stuff from Matt Brown. A press release was issued afterwards saying the California State Athletic Commission voted unanimously 6-0 at a public hearing today to support the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, the bipartisan legislation introduced by U.S. Representative Brian Jack and U.S. Representative Sharice Davids, and endorsed by the Association of Boxing Commissions and Lonnie Ali, wife of the late boxing legend and co-founder of the Muhammad Ali Center, provides professional boxers with more career opportunities, better pay, and greater safety protections. HR 4624, that's the name of the bill, I do believe, is currently awaiting a hearing in the U.S. House of Representatives. This is a statement from Zuffa Boxing's Nick Khan. On behalf of Zuffa Boxing, we want to thank the California State Athletic Commission for their thoughtful consideration of all voices presented in today's hearing and for their unanimous support for the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. This bill does not eliminate or change any of the existing provisions of the original Ali Act. What we are proposing is an alternative system in which fighters will have more choice and opportunities, better pay, greater health and safety protections, and more events in which to compete. Also, as the Commission is fully aware, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act is supported by Lonnie Ali, wife of the greatest Muhammad Ali. We know Lonnie personally and can share with you what she said to us. Quote, "This is a great opportunity for boxers, and this is what Muhammad would have wanted." End quote. So there you go. The story continues, but this would appear to be a very positive step in favor of this act, this bill getting passed. We'll talk more about this as it develops. I'm sure more will come out in the coming days and weeks. Boys in the Back tomorrow on the program, pound for pound.
Okay, I think you'll like this one as a historian. Best years in MMA history, but we're not doing calendar years. We're doing a 12-month period. So it doesn't have to fall within one calendar year. It can be middle of one year into the middle of a next.
Because we all know what the best year.
There's some. Look.
No, what
is it? Is it 100? Do you 100% know?
I mean, yes, of course. Sweet 16. We all know.
No.
Not
for an individual fighter.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
And this
Best-
is
best
coming
12
off of
run.
Marab.
He's the one that inspired it. Yeah,
Yeah.
best 12-month runs.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's
Okay.
gonna be
Sorry. Yeah. I didn't think.
No, you're right. I didn't specify.
Yeah. Okay.
Individual fighters, 12-month period. Who had the best one? Or what's our top ones?
415 SUP BITB is
That
the
is
place
it.
to
That's
be.
the number, baby.
As far as voicemails are concerned, crack on Friday, and then right back here on Monday. Road trip coming up, but we'll tell you about that later. You hear my music, Frank. Ole manana. What a day. Anyone want to read my signed copy of Only God Can Judge Me?
It's signed, man. Nobody wants to handle that.
Oh.
I'm just going to purchase one to support Jeff. Get him on that bestsellers list.
Real quick.
I just realized.
When you read,
Yeah.
do you take the jacket off?
Okay. Oh, wow.
Wow. We're great minds,
Jacket off.
Look, it's upside down. So that just proves.
Yeah, there we go.
That just proves I always take the jacket off because I want it to be
Pristine, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I put it very quickly this morning, and it's, I don't know if you can even tell, but it's.
We can, yeah.
You can? It's upside down.
Yeah.
By the way, he told a great story about the cemetery, or where his place of resting. There's actually a picture. Right, I don't know if you can see it. This is not the best way, but there it is, right there.
Damn.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Tupac Amaru Shakur, June 16th, 1971, September 13th, 1996. Amazing. Yeah, it's really an incredible book, and I hope you at least took away from the chat that the amount of research that went into it is astounding. So, well done. Did the Blue Jays game start yet? I don't know. But they better win today. What?
I can tell you right now.
Oh, no. 808.
Yeah, 808.
Let's go, guys. First pitch. What a day. Thank you, Sean Brady. Thank you, Steven Spice. Thank you, Jeff Pearlman. Thank you, Danny Garcia. Thank you, Diamond Dallas Page. Bang! Back tomorrow sometime, but this is a piece of matter. Oh.